Chapter 38:30. Hee. There are so many people in Peach Blossom City, but none of them are as courageous as a little girl. The silver-masked man sneered and said, "Let me put it bluntly, your treasure? Do you know where it is?" His voice was filled with disdain. "The reason why we're working with you is because we don't want to consume too much. Don't think too highly of yourself." "All right, stop talking nonsense. Since we're going to open the treasure together, let's share the information," Mu Feifei said coldly. Working with bandits was a very dangerous thing to do. If she didn't have any other choice, she would never do it. Naturally, she didn't feel comfortable about it. "All right, the Peach Blossom City's treasure is underneath this ship, but there's a problem. The place where the treasure is hidden has been set up with a powerful formation. Even a divine vein warrior won't be able to withstand it. My men went down a few times, but many of them died. Only then did I get the exact information. There is indeed a hidden underwater secret room underneath." Hearing what the silver-masked man said, Ling Xiao activated his Tai Chi eye and looked underneath the ship. Just like what the silver-masked man said, the water was very deep, about 1,000 meters deep. Every 100 meters, there would be a layer of formations. It could increase the water pressure by 10 times. In other words, the deeper they went, the greater the water pressure would be. It was impossible for ordinary people to reach the deepest part. No wonder the silver-masked man said all divine vein warriors were dangerous. He was right. "I'll go down and have a look. I don't believe it." In Peach Blossom City, an early first-rank divine core warrior stood up and said, "I advise you not to go down." Ling Xiao reminded him, "These bandits are willing to work with us to open the treasure. This only means one thing. It's very dangerous down there. If you go down there, something bad will happen." He didn't want to tell the man what he saw with his Tai Chi eye, but he could still give a kind reminder. Too bad, the man didn't listen to him. He simply tied himself to a safety rope and jumped down. After a brief moment, the safety rope started shaking violently. Everyone hastily pulled the rope up, but they found that the man was dead. His body was compressed into a thin layer, and his internal organs, including his inner core, were all broken. Terrifying. What is going on? Only now did the crowd believe Ling Xiao's words. They didn't dare try anything else. After all, his life was the most important. "Ling Xiao, what do you think?" Mu Feifei had always thought highly of Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao had made the right judgment this time. That was why she asked Ling Xiao for help. Faced with Mu Feifei's request for help, Ling Xiao would naturally help. No matter what, this girl had helped him. "I suspect that the thief god has set up layers upon layers of formations in the past. Although the effect of the formation may not be as good as before due to the lack of maintenance, it is still very terrifying," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hearing this, the silver-masked man's eyes flashed. Obviously, Ling Xiao was right. This was the conclusion that they had reached after risking over a dozen lives. This brat had actually seen through it with a single sentence. "Boss, there's something strange about this kid." The chief of the Purple Blood Water Fort looked at the silver mask and could not help but ask, he should know a little about formations. However, his cultivation is too weak and there is nothing to be afraid of." The silver mask pondered for a moment and shook his head. Ling Xiao's current strength was only at the 7th level of the divine vein realm. He had done this on purpose. Letting others look down on him was the best way to hide himself. Hearing that there was a formation, the people of Peach Blossom City immediately began to discuss. Among these 100 elites, there were still people who knew about formations. Ling Xiao did not participate in the discussion. At this moment, he was standing on the deck, looking at the water below indifferently. Tai Chi was quickly analyzing. A moment later, the conclusion was out. The method to break the formation and the entrance to the treasure were already clear in his heart. Of course, he would not say it out loud. If he really said it out loud, the Silver Mask and the people of the Purple Blood Water Fort would probably vomit blood. They had spent more than a dozen lives and only knew that there was a terrifying formation below and that there was indeed a secret room. They did not know anything else. But Ling Xiao only took a few glances at the bottom of the water and knew everything. Wasn't this crazy? After waiting for a long time, the two sides clearly still did not come to any conclusion. Ling Xiao turned to Mu Feifei and said, "Come here for a moment." Mu Feifei was startled for a moment, but she still obediently walked to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao lowered his voice and whispered into her ear, "Thief God didn't set up this formation to kill everyone. He also hoped that someone could inherit his legacy. Therefore, this formation is not a killing formation. If you trust me, find someone to try it out. After entering the water, just circulate your true yuan to maintain your body's normal condition. Don't try to fight against the water pressure. Also, it's best to send a third divine core warrior down there. The entrance to the treasure is in the deepest part of the formation. It's easy to find." Although Ling Xiao really wanted the Peach Blossom City's treasure, it was too dangerous for him to go alone. Therefore, he might as well give the method to break the formation to these people. Then, everyone would go down together. This way, it would be safer. Hearing what Ling Xiao said, Mu Feifei furrowed her brows. Obviously, she was still hesitating. "Why don't I try it out myself?" Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. "But you're so weak." Mu Feifei furrowed her brows and said, "Don't worry, although my cultivation is weak, I've been cultivating my body. The water pressure won't kill me." Ling Xiao didn't want to explain further. If he continued to waste time here, the news would only spread faster. A long night would bring more trouble. If a stronger warrior came, it would be troublesome. He didn't care what Mu Feifei thought. He just jumped into the water without even asking for a safety rope. After a brief moment, a whistling arrow flew out from the water. "We did it." Mu Feifei was pleasantly surprised. "What's going on?" Everyone looked at Mu Feifei with a blank expression. Ling Xiao said that it's easy to break this formation. We just don't need to fight against the water pressure with our true yuan. Also, it's best to send a third divine core warrior down there, or else it'll still be dangerous. Mu Feifei explained. "He's only a 7th divine vein warrior, but he can go in there. Why can't we? Let's go in together." They were afraid that Ling Xiao would take all the treasures for himself. No matter if it was the people from the Purple Blood Stronghold or Peach Blossom City, none of them took Ling Xiao's warning seriously. They all jumped into the water. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao flew out from the water. "What's going on?" he asked Mu Feifei. "They're all crazy. They don't want to live anymore." Mu Feifei said with a bitter smile. "Let's go. I'll bring you down with me." Ling Xiao didn't care if Mu Feifei agreed or not. He grabbed Mu Feifei's hand and jumped into the water. With him leading the way, Mu Feifei arrived at the bottom of the water safely. However, those people down there had bitter expressions on their faces. Because they didn't listen to Ling Xiao's warning, nearly half of them died on the way down. Although the method was correct, they still needed to be strong enough. Chapter 38-31. Ling Xiao had no sympathy for those who didn't listen to his warning. They were courting death. Who could they blame? This time, there were a total of 60 people who came to the entrance of the treasure room. There were only 40 men left in Peach Blossom City and 20 pirates. Before they came down, there were nearly 300 men on both sides. The overall strength of the pirates was weak, so more of them died. More than half of the warriors in Peach Blossom City were killed. It was a miserable situation. Misfortune never came alone. Right after they entered the water, the iron-armored ship was quickly taken over by someone. The rest of the pirates were killed before they could even see who it was. There were only 4 men who appeared on the iron-armored ship, 2 men and 2 women. The leader was wearing a white robe, and he had a handsome face. His eyes were filled with shrewdness and valiance. If anyone recognized him, they would know he was a famous pirate in the Peach Blossom Bay, the White Robe Master. This man imitated the legendary thief god. He acted in the same way. In terms of strength, he was somewhat comparable to the young god of thieves. Too bad, he didn't have the thief god's plum blossom acupuncture hand and falling plum clear shadow steps. That was why he was dissatisfied. The reason he came here was obviously for the Peach Blossom City's treasure. Next to him stood a beautiful girl. She wasn't old, but her strength wasn't weak. Behind her stood 2 tough men who looked like iron towers, as if they were made from the same mold. Both of them were 2 meters tall, and their bodies were muscular. "Who is it?" One of the pirates came out from the cabin. When he saw his comrade being killed, he immediately cried out in shock. However, Before he could finish his sentence, he was killed. The white robe master seemed to have used a hidden arrow. With just a light wave of his hand, the first divine core warrior was killed on the spot. He didn't even last for a second. He was turned into a puddle of pus. It looked like the hidden arrow contained a deadly poison. "Young master, do you want to go down?" The beautiful girl next to him asked with a smile on her face. Her voice was soft and flirtatious. Any ordinary man who heard it would feel their bones melt. "No need." The white robe master shook his head and said, "Let's just stay here and reap the benefits. The thief god's treasure. It's not that easy to get it. Even if they get it, they will be exhausted. We just need to snatch the treasure from their hands. Actually, what I want is only the plum blossom acupuncture technique and the falling plum blossom clear shadow steps. The rest will go to the three of you." "Young master is wise." The woman giggled. The two tower-like men did not speak. They looked like puppets. At the bottom of the water, after a moment of grief, everyone began to discuss how to enter the secret chamber. The dead cannot be brought back to life. This was something that could not be helped. They could only blame themselves for not listening to Ling Xiao. They couldn't blame anyone else. In front of them was a dark water cave. The entrance of the water cave was covered with algae. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to find it. "You guys go first." The silver-masked man looked at Mu Feifei. "Let's go together. This entrance doesn't look small. It shouldn't be a problem for 4 or 5 people to go in at the same time." Mu Feifei said lightly. Although the two sides were in a cooperative relationship, after all, one side was water bandits while the other was an army. They would definitely be on guard against each other all the time. No one could be completely at ease with the other. Both sides finished their discussion, then they entered the water cave together. There was water in the cave as well, but about 500 meters in front of them, there was an ingenious mechanism that diverted the water to the sides. The passage in the middle had become dry. Everyone was delighted. Although for a divine core warrior, this kind of water wouldn't drown him to death. But the problem was that they didn't live in water often, and it was inconvenient. Dry ground was more comfortable. The deeper they went, the bigger the space became. Ling Xiao guessed that when the thief god came here, he knew he would not live for long. Therefore, he used money to lure the local natives to help him build this secret chamber. He used it as his burial place. Looking at the scale of the construction, although it was not as big as the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's palace, it was not far behind. The silver-masked man seemed to be an expert in the art of mechanisms. On Mu Feifei's side, there was also a powerful warrior who was an expert in the art of mechanisms. They walked at the front, opening a path for everyone. Everyone was walking carefully and nervously. Only Ling Xiao walked next to Mu Feifei. He didn't show any nervousness on his face. Under his Tai Chi eye, he could see everything clearly without missing a single detail. Whether or not there was any danger, he knew best. "Look, the entrance is so luxurious, and there are words on it." The words of the Golden Sky realm from 1,000 years ago were no different from the words of today. Everyone saw the words clearly. It was Paradise of Peach Blossoms. A great thief actually had such an elegant name, as if it was the residence of an immortal cultivator. It was funny. "There are no traps or formations here. We can continue." The silver-masked man and the vice city lord of Peach Blossom City made their judgment. These two were experts in mechanisms and traps. And, while everyone was still walking, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped, because he noticed that there was something wrong with the signboard. Rumble. Suddenly, for some reason, the entire secret chamber shook a few times. "Kid, what are you doing?" Right at this moment, someone noticed that Ling Xiao had flown up into the sky and was fiddling with the words Paradise of Peach Blossoms. "That rumbling sound just now, was it you who made it?" The silver-masked man had an ugly expression. The rest of the people were unhappy with Ling Xiao's actions as well. If he triggered some kind of trap, it would be troublesome. "Bullshit. Didn't you say there are no traps here?" Ling Xiao looked at the silver-masked man with disdain and said, "I heard you're an expert in mechanisms. Why don't you show me? Is this trap good or bad?" Why would he be afraid of the silver-masked man? He was now a mid-4th divine core warrior, and it wouldn't take him much effort to kill the silver-masked man. But he didn't want to reveal his true strength just yet. Actually, only 3 of the words were carved on the signboard, and the last one was a mechanism button. With just a light press, it would sink in. Traps and mechanisms were just basic formations, and Ling Xiao was also an expert in them. He was almost certain that this trap had to be activated. If he didn't, he might have to come out again after entering, and he wouldn't be able to get any treasures. This was the real reason why he decided to attack. But no one knew about this, and that was why they blamed him. He was too lazy to care about it. Humph. The silver-masked man coldly harumphed. Then he flew up into the sky and started studying the mechanism. But too bad. It seemed like the mechanism was a one-time use item. Once he pressed it, he couldn't press it again. After studying it for a long time, he still couldn't find anything. The same was true for the Vice City Lord of Peach Blossom City. Kid, don't touch these things in the future. Who knows if there are any hidden dangers behind these mechanisms? The silver-masked man looked at Ling Xiao and said with a cold expression. He was strong, and he was an expert in mechanisms and traps. Perhaps this was the reason why he dared to come here and search for the Peach Blossom City's treasures. Chapter 38-32. How do you know that this mechanism isn't the key to opening the treasure? Ling Xiao mocked. To think that you're a mechanism expert. You can't even differentiate between beneficial and harmful mechanisms. You're courting death. The chief of the Purple Blood Bandits was furious and wanted to attack Ling Xiao. However, he was stopped by Mu Feifei. He's right. If we didn't discover such a mechanism, it's very likely that it's not a dangerous mechanism. Otherwise, it would have been set up in a place that's easier to trigger. Mu Feifei explained. On one hand, she was protecting Ling Xiao. On the other hand, she really had such thoughts. Wouldn't it be ridiculous if a harmful mechanism was set up so secretly that no one else could see it? Normally, if you were not careful, you would definitely trigger a dangerous mechanism and trigger it. One-eyed, forget it. Finding the treasure is more important. The silver-masked man gave Ling Xiao a deep look, although he was very dissatisfied that Ling Xiao dared to contradict him. However, he had to admit that Ling Xiao's words made sense. Everyone continued forward. Along the way, they encountered many mechanisms. The silver-masked man and the deputy city lord of Peach Blossom City resolved them all. However, Ling Xiao discovered that these two people's skills were still limited. The thief god's mechanism skills could be said to be top-notch. The most troublesome thing was that many of the mechanisms in the depths were actually set up by a combination of mechanisms and formations. Even if the silver-masked man and the deputy city lord of Peach Blossom City cracked the mechanisms, they wouldn't be able to crack the formations. Every time she couldn't decide, Mu Feifei would ask for Ling Xiao's opinion. Ling Xiao wasn't stingy either. He told everyone what he saw and discovered in a vague way to remind everyone. However, Mu Feifei's actions made the deputy city lord of Peach Blossom City uncomfortable. Among the team, he was the best at mechanism skills. Mu Feifei didn't ask him but asked Ling Xiao. This made him feel a strong dislike for Ling Xiao. After walking for a while, they arrived at the place where the mechanisms and formations were combined. The silver-masked man noticed the mechanism and secretly reminded the water bandits. However, he didn't tell the people of Peach Blossom City. The two sides were competitors to begin with, so it was normal that they didn't say anything. On the other side, the deputy city lord of Peach Blossom City also noticed the mechanism and secretly reminded everyone. Only Ling Xiao was left out. Ling Xiao was amused by this. Feifei, inform everyone in Peach Blossom City that the way to break this mechanism is to use all of our Zhen Yuan to defend ourselves. As long as we are at least at the third divine core realm, we will be able to defend ourselves. But remember, you must walk slowly. Don't waste your Zhen Yuan, not even a little bit. Ling Xiao secretly warned Mu Feifei. Mu Feifei secretly transmitted this matter to everyone in Peach Blossom City. As for whether these people would listen or not, it was unknown. At this moment, the group arrived at a passageway made of stone bricks. Suddenly, the mechanism was activated. The mechanism here was actually triggered by the temperature of the human body. As long as something with temperature passed through here, it would be attacked by the mechanism immediately. Suddenly, many small holes appeared in the wall. Then, numerous arrows shot out from the holes. An arrow like this was equivalent to a full force attack from a peak second heavenly core warrior. As long as a warrior at the third level of the divine core realm or above defended with all his strength, he wouldn't be seriously injured. This was something that Ling Xiao had reminded him of before. Let's go. The pirates moved quickly, trying to dodge the arrows with their movement skills. Many people in Peach Blossom City saw this, and they followed suit. But in the end, these people were targeted by the arrows, and their injuries were only light. Some of them had their heads pierced by the arrows, turning them into porcupines on the spot. It was hard for a divine core warrior to die. But it seemed like those arrows contained a frightening poison. It was a poison that specifically targeted the inner core. Once a person was shot too many times, his inner core would rot, and he would die on the spot. Within Peach Blossom City, there were also some people who were circulating their Zhenyuan like Ling Xiao and Mu Feifei. All of these people had safely passed through the mechanism. When they arrived at the opposite side of the mechanism, they turned around and saw a few more dead men. And they all died in a miserable manner. It wasn't easy for a divine core warrior to cultivate, and it wasn't worth it for them to die just like that. I told you what to do. Why didn't you listen? Mu Feifei was slightly annoyed. It wasn't a big deal that some of the pirates had died. As for Peach Blossom City, a few people had died as well. All of them were idiots who didn't listen to her advice. The warriors in Peach Blossom City lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They knew they were in the wrong, and they had no reason to refute. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't be as angry as Mu Feifei. He had done his best. If those people wanted to die, he wouldn't stop them. Miss Feifei, be careful of the ground in front of you. It looks hard, but it's actually hollow. It's arranged in the same way as the Big Dipper formation. Follow me. Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to those guys who didn't know what was good for them. He only wanted to protect his savior, Mu Feifei. Before Ling Xiao could finish his words, suddenly, a Peach Blossom City warrior let out a miserable shriek. His feet sank into the void, and he fell into a bottomless abyss. This was obviously an alternate dimension formed by a formation. Once someone fell into it, they would never be able to come out. They could only die of old age inside, which was even more miserable than dying directly. Damn it! Mu Feifei felt helpless. Although she was the leader of these people, her authority came from her father, the city lord of Peach Blossom City, not her. So sometimes, talking really didn't work. I don't believe that I can fall after flying. Another cultivator from Peach Blossom City rushed out recklessly. He soared into the air, trying to cross this strange area. However, a moment later, he was actually sucked into that alternate dimension. That thing was like a black hole. As long as you appeared directly above it, you would definitely not be able to escape. The only way was to accurately walk out of the Big Dipper formation's path of survival. Those who want to die, do as you please. The rest of you, follow behind. Mu Feifei's heart turned cold. She didn't want to care about those who were courting death. Let's go. Ling Xiao walked towards that area. He didn't walk fast. Mu Feifei followed closely behind, and the others were obviously hesitant. They all waited there without moving, until Ling Xiao and Mu Feifei had already reached the opposite side. Only then did these people know that Ling Xiao's judgment was extremely accurate. They tried to follow the path Ling Xiao had taken, but at this moment, some of them didn't remember accurately. As a result, whether it was the water bandits or the people of Peach Blossom City, they were all injured. Several more people died. At this moment, everyone was full of admiration for Ling Xiao. They all felt that although this young man's strength wasn't very good, his comprehension of formations and mechanisms was higher than anyone else. Young man, join us. After this matter is done, we can give you a quarter of the treasures we obtain. Silver Mask said to Ling Xiao after careful consideration. He no longer had the arrogant and fierce look from before. There's no need. I'm just repaying a debt of gratitude. Ling Xiao shook his head and continued walking forward. Chapter 38-33. Although the Silver Mask was unhappy that Ling Xiao was unwilling to cooperate with him, but at this time, he didn't dare to turn hostile, because he needed Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao move forward, neither side dared to neglect him. They continued to move forward. They encountered several more traps ahead. But because of Ling Xiao's existence, except for a few idiots, they all passed safely. The loss was much smaller than before. Finally, after passing through numerous obstacles, they arrived at a large hall. Ling Xiao looked around. There were no signs of traps or formations here. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The Silver Mask and the Deputy City Lord of Peach Blossom City also asked everyone to rest. The layers of traps from before had caused them to suffer all kinds of torture. Now, they naturally had to take a break. Ah! Suddenly, someone screamed, ruining the peace and tranquility. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and was shocked. This person suddenly went crazy and slashed at his companions. 2 people had been injured by him. Everyone, be careful. There's trouble. Just now, they thought that everything was fine and were about to rest. But now, this strange situation suddenly appeared, which really made them anxious. Insects. Ling Xiao shouted, be careful of insects. The Tai Chi eye caught the key of the problem. In this place, which was similar to the main hall, there was a small flea-like insect. Being bitten by this insect would immediately cause hallucinations. Heart-devouring insect. Damn, why are there heart-devouring insects in this place? The Silver Mask also noticed the trouble and exclaimed, everyone, be careful not to be bitten by the insects. However, both Ling Xiao and the Silver Mask discovered this a little late. Many people were bitten by the insects and began to go crazy. Collect. Ling Xiao gently touched the Dongshang Emperor Ring and collected the heart-devouring insects. The Dongshang Emperor Ring had a special place to raise insects. This heart-devouring insect was a rare good thing. It could be refined into a heart-devouring insect or directly used to attack the enemy. Think about it. If this thing was put into the Z Mansion army, what would happen? Ling Xiao was not willing to do such a cruel thing. But if someone wanted to stop him from saving Zichinya, then he would be sorry. I'll keep this heart-devouring bug as a trump card. After collecting the heart-devouring worms, the rest of the people would not be bitten by the worms. But those crazy people were still wantonly attacking the people around them. Kill them! The silver-masked man snorted coldly and personally killed all the water bandits and Peach Blossom City's crazed people. Aren't you being too ruthless? Mu Feifei couldn't bear to say that. Soft-hearted. Let's go. Silver Mask knew that after passing through this hall, they would most likely arrive at the location of the treasure. Therefore, he didn't want to stay. Who knew if there would be other bugs or something like that appearing here? The people of Peach Blossom City were not willing to be left behind, so they all followed. At this time, there were only about 30 people left on both sides. There were less than 10 water bandits and only 20 or so people from Peach Blossom City. Those bugs were truly terrifying. After walking out of the main hall for about 100 meters, the crowd furrowed their brows once again, because this time, what they saw was a densely packed group of snakes. There were more than a few tens of thousands of them. Furthermore, these snakes were all divine core demon beasts. Although they were only at the first divine core realm, there were so many of them that no one dared to enter. When the crowd saw this, their expressions changed dramatically. However, what shocked them the most was that behind the group of snakes, there was a door that had just been opened. It was obvious that the door had just been opened, because there was dust that had just fallen to the side. The portal was glowing brightly. The silver-masked man looked at Ling Xiao with a surprised expression. In an instant, he realized that the door was opened because of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you've really done us a great service. If it wasn't for you, we would have had to return to the outside and open this door. I wonder how many people would have died on the way here. Mu Feifei also noticed what Ling Xiao had done, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ling Xiao just nodded his head lightly. To be honest, he was just trying his luck. He wasn't sure before this. He didn't expect that the mechanism would really work. So what if you open the portal? There are so many poisonous snakes. How are we going to get through? Someone coldly harumphed. Sorry, we'll be leaving first. The silver-masked man sneered. Then he unleashed a poisonous mist and beckoned all the bandits to enter. This poisonous mist had the same aura as the poisonous snakes. They were able to safely enter the group of snakes, and they weren't hurt at all. Let's go as well. Ling Xiao grabbed Mu Feifei's hand and suddenly walked into the group of snakes. The moment he entered the group, he transformed into his Hell Hydra beast soul. In an instant, all the poisonous snakes around him moved away. They were all trembling with fear. Ling Xiao had actually arrived at the portal earlier than the silver-masked man and the rest of the Peach Blossom City bandits. Without even thinking about it, he jumped into the tomb. Since he had a chance to get the treasure, he wouldn't just give it away. At the same time, the 4 men who were waiting on the iron-armored ship had also entered the tomb. With the people in front of them leading the way, they basically didn't encounter any danger. The reason why they wanted to enter was because they were worried that some treasures would be used on the spot. If that happened, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Damn it, that kid went in first. Let's go too. The deputy city lord of Peach Blossom City's eyes shot out a vicious light. He had always wanted to replace the position of the Mu family's patriarch, and he had even contacted a group of people who were willing to be loyal to him, who knew that Ling Xiao would actually save the Mu family's patriarch, making his efforts go to waste. This time, he definitely couldn't fall behind in the matter of the treasure. Although he didn't have the silver-masked man's poisonous mist, nor did he have Ling Xiao's beast soul transformation. But this guy actually took out a mechanical beast and let a few experts who were loyal to him enter it. No matter how the poisonous snakes attacked, although the mechanical beast was constantly injured, it still sent them to the portal. They only entered a moment later than the bandits. At this point, 7 people from the bandit side had entered, while 10 people from the Peach Blossom City's side had entered except for Mu Feifei and Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was the first to enter the portal, and naturally, he was the first to obtain a lot of benefits. Inside the portal was another unique world. Through the Tai Chi eye, he could sense that this space was connected by 3 wormholes. They formed 3 separate small worlds. He was currently in the first small world. Miss Feifei, I'll have to trouble you to hide for now. Ling Xiao placed Mu Feifei into the Dongshang Emperor Ring. He didn't care if she agreed or not, because the journey ahead was going to be even more dangerous, and bringing Mu Feifei with him would definitely bring him endless troubles. Furthermore, he was going to take those treasures that were useful to him, and he didn't want Mu Feifei to see them. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary conflicts. There were 4 treasures in the first small world. The first item was actually a 9th-level Divine Core Demon Core, and it was a Vajra Ape Demon Core that Ling Xiao could use. Chapter 38-34. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao put away the King Kong Ape's Crystal Core. The second item was a pill. Even with his knowledge, he had no idea what it was. He could only ask a Yuan Venerable for help. This is a bone-refining pill, and its quality is excellent. Hurry up and eat it. It will greatly improve the strength of your body. If you use it with the Black Tortoise Divine Body, the effect will be even better. Ling Xiao quickly shoved the pill into his mouth. It was tasteless, but it melted in his mouth. Moments later, he could feel a fiery energy filling every single cell in his body. He circulated the Black Tortoise Divine Body. Moments later, he could feel his Black Tortoise Divine Body becoming stronger. It was now equivalent to a 5th-order Emperor Realm defensive martial skill. With this level of defense, no warriors below the 4th-order Divine Core Realm would be able to hurt him. Even if it was a 5th-level Divine Core warrior, the damage they could inflict on him would be greatly reduced. If he used it with the King Kong Ape's indestructible body, he would be even stronger. If he encountered Yu Zhen again, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Suddenly, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Ling Xiao quickly took the remaining 2 items. The remaining 2 items were a fine Heavenly King weapon, the Profound Theory Bow, and a nurturing pill. The nurturing pill was enough for Ling Xiao to break through to the late 4th-order Divine Core Realm. But he didn't have time to eat it, because the bandits and the men from Peach Blossom City had arrived. Kid, hurry up and take out what you got, or else I'll kill you. The chief of the Purple Blood Stronghold, one-eyed, shouted. What a joke. Do you think I'll give you what I already ate? Ling Xiao said with disdain. Then let's kill this kid and take out what's in his stomach. The Vice City Lord sneered. Hey, buddy, I seem to have helped you a lot. Why are you biting the hand that feeds you? Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of this Vice City Lord. Hearing what he said, A killing intent emerged in his heart. Hee, if you didn't take away those treasures, we would have let you live. But now, just wait for your death. The Vice City Lord said coldly. Can you kill me? Ling Xiao sneered and headed straight for the wormhole. He had already collected all the treasures in the first small world. Next was the treasure of the second small world. Chase after him. We can't let him snatch any more treasures. The water bandits and the people of Peach Blossom City actually reached an agreement and chased after Ling Xiao together. At this moment, the fourth wave of people finally arrived. The four forces appeared in the second small world at the same time. In the second small world, there were still 4 treasures. It was about the same quality as the items in the first small world. Just like before, there were 2 types of pills, a weapon, and a demonic beast core. The weapon was very strange. It was a glove, but it was a common-grade Heavenly King artifact. It was not even as good as the Profound Theory bow from before. However, Ling Xiao noticed that whether it was the Silver Mask, the Vice City Lord of Peach Blossom City, or the people in the fourth wave, their eyes were all fixed on it. Looks like there's something strange about this glove. I have to get my hands on it. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Just as he had guessed, the glove was called the 1,000 Trickery Hands. Although it was only a common-grade Heavenly King artifact, it contained a special treasure. However, because it contained a special kind of treasure, it could transform true yuan into all kinds of hidden weapons and mechanisms. For example, hooks, arrows, poison needles, and many others. It could be transformed at will, and it was very mysterious. Furthermore, it didn't take up too much space. Even if one wore the 1,000 Trickery Hands, they could still wield other weapons. Therefore, in the eyes of those who knew how to use it, the 1,000 Trickery Hands was much better than many premium-grade Heavenly King artifacts. As for the 2 pills, they were still the Bone Refining Pill and the Cultivating Pill. After eating one, the second pill wouldn't have the same effect. Therefore, Ling Xiao decided to give up. There were too many opponents, and it was almost impossible for him to take all of them down. Therefore, he had no choice but to go for the glove and the Demonic Beast Core. The Demonic Beast Core was a 9th-rank Divine Core Hydra Beast Core, and it could help Ling Xiao improve his 3rd-rank Divine Core Hydra Beast Soul. He had to get his hands on it. White-robed thief, you're here too. When the Vice City Lord of Peach Blossom City saw the leader of the 4th group, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. The appearance of this guy wasn't a good thing. This guy was very strong, even stronger than the Vice City Lord's hidden strength. In order to keep a low profile, the Vice City Lord had broken through to the early 5th-rank Divine Core realm. However, he had purposely pretended to be a peak 4th-rank Divine Core warrior. He didn't want anyone to notice him. But the problem was, even so, he was still no match for the white-robed thief. A helpless expression emerged in the silver-masked man's eyes. Let's make a deal, the white-robed thief suddenly said. Although he was very strong, if the bandits of the Purple Blood Stronghold and the men of Peach Blossom City joined forces to fight him, he wouldn't be able to handle it. What's the deal? The 2 men asked. I'll take 40% of the treasures we find later, and both of you will take 30% each, the white-robed thief said with an indifferent tone. He was the strongest here, so of course he would take the most. I have no problem with that. The Vice City Lord nodded his head. He didn't want to offend this white-robed thief either. I have no problem with that. The silver-masked man replied. They had directly ignored Ling Xiao, who represented the 4th power. It was as if Ling Xiao didn't exist. I'll build a good relationship with you first, then I'll take you down one by one. None of you will be able to survive. The white-robed thief wouldn't give up his target so easily. The reason why he gave up his target was because he didn't want the other 2 powers to join forces. All right, let's start cracking the mechanisms. Since the white-robed thief dared to come here, he was naturally an expert in mechanisms. He was much stronger than the silver-masked man and the Vice City Lord. With the 3 men working together, the mechanisms were quickly cracked. Take it. Right when the mechanisms were cracked, the 3 5th-rank Divine Core warriors unleashed their frightening auras. They wanted to prevent the others from taking what they wanted. The white-robed thief leapt towards the 1,000 Trickery Hand. The silver-masked man also leapt towards the 1,000 Trickery Hand. The Vice City Lord felt his strength was slightly weaker, so he chose the cultivating pill. He wanted to increase his cultivation as soon as possible, so he could surpass the Mu family's clan chief. The rest of the men had their own targets as well. However, the only ones who could really interfere with Ling Xiao were the chief of the Purple Blood Stronghold, the Peach Blossom City's General Tao, and that charming girl. Ling Xiao followed his own plan and leapt towards the Demon Beast Core first. Not many men were interested in this Demon Beast Core. Perhaps it was because there weren't any beast souls here. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't face any resistance. Turning into a blood-red lightning bolt, it instantly collected the Hell Nine-Headed Snake's crystal core. In the next moment, he aimed at the Thousand Trickery Hand. Although he didn't know what it was, with his Tai Chi eye, he would soon find out. Since it was something two 5th-level Divine Core warriors were fighting over, it was definitely not some ordinary item. He couldn't let it fall into the hands of the white-robed thief or the silver-masked man. Chapter 38-35. Only the white-robed thief and the silver-masked man were trying to steal the 1,000 trickery palms. While they were fighting, Ling Xiao suddenly dashed over. He grabbed the 1,000 trickery palms and shoved them into his storage ring. "Little thief, put it down now." The silver-masked man was fuming with anger. While he was locked in battle with the white-clothed thief god, Ling Xiao, this little brat, had taken advantage of the situation. How could he not be angry? With a furious roar, he charged towards Ling Xiao. The white-robed thief had a murderous expression as well. At the same time, he charged towards Ling Xiao. He could give up everything else, but the 1,000 trickery palms, he had to get it. "Two idiots. Do you really think you have the final say in this place?" Ling Xiao let out a disdainful sneer. Then he turned into a blood-red lightning bolt. He flew straight towards the third small world. After getting the 1,000 trickery palms and the underworld Hydra's demon core, he was satisfied. He had no idea what was in the third small world. "I'm sure it'll surprise everyone. Stop right there, or I'll turn you into ashes. Little thief, you should know that treasuring a jade ring will arouse the envy of others, right? If you dare run away with it, you'll lose your life." The silver-masked man and the white-robed thief didn't care about anything else. They immediately chased after Jiang Chen. Right at this moment, the other two items had already found their owners. The cultivating pill was in the hands of the Vice City Lord of Peach Blossom City. The bone-refining pill was in the hands of the charming woman. No one had expected that the charming girl was actually an early 5th Divine Core warrior. Her strength was no weaker than the Vice City Lord of Peach Blossom City. "Let's go." The wormhole leading to the third small world was much longer than expected, and it was filled with danger. The three groups of people chasing after him were all stopped, and Ling Xiao was the only one who managed to escape with his Tai Chi eye. With that, he easily entered the third small world. Within the third small world, there was a dead body. The dead body was sitting on a throne, and it looked alive. To be honest, when Ling Xiao first entered the small world, he thought it was a living person. Only when he confirmed with his Tai Chi eye that it was a perfectly preserved corpse did he finally let out a sigh of relief. There's a strange treasure in his stomach that can prevent his corpse from decaying. Interesting. Through the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao also learned the reason why the corpse was so fresh. The god of thieves is indeed the god of thieves. He can even get his hands on such a good treasure. There was no doubt that the corpse in the last small world belonged to the thief god. Ling Xiao looked around and found that there were layers upon layers of traps and formations around the thief god's throne. It was impossible for ordinary people to get close to it. Even if the thief god was dead, he still wanted to protect his body. What was he trying to do? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a bold guess. However, he also felt that it was a little ridiculous. According to common sense, those who died, especially those who were powerful, would want to be revived. The reason why he kept his body from decaying was so that he could be revived one day. However, those things were basically just rumors. He had never heard of anyone who could do this. Most likely, the thief god only had that thought in mind, and it was unlikely that he would succeed. Thinking of this, he stopped looking at the corpse and looked around it. In front of the throne was a table. There were also 4 items on the table. The first item was actually a pair of windfire wheels. According to the ancient legends, The Windfire wheels were a magical treasure that combined flight, defense, and attack. However, it seemed like this Windfire wheel was just a replica. Its quality was actually at the level of a spiritual-grade, heavenly emperor weapon. It was the same as the Blood Sovereign sword. Disciple, you must get the Windfire wheels. It's a good item for you at this stage. Yuan Venerate suddenly said, Master, you know about this item too? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Master has passed by here before, so of course you've heard about the Windfire wheels. To be precise, this item is a defensive magical treasure. It can release the power of wind and fire to form a Windfire boundary to defend against damage. If it's in your hands, even a 7th-tier Divine Core warrior won't be able to kill you easily. It's that terrifying. Yuan Venerate replied, apart from its defensive effect, its offensive effect isn't bad either. It's just that it's not a direct attack, but a negative effect on the enemy. Wind can cause chaos. Fire can cause coma. When wind and fire combine, it's very easy for the enemy to fall into a state of confusion or coma. This explains why there were so many people who fell into such a state when Thief God passed by in the past. Apart from that, it also has a powerful auxiliary effect. It can absorb a large amount of the power of wind and fire in the air, increasing your cultivation speed and tempering your body at all times. Of course, its flying effect is even more outstanding. Its speed is increased to the extreme, and it's even faster than your blood lightning. It's almost at the level of the Earth vertical golden light technique, and it doesn't consume too much true yuan. This is simply a divine weapon. Ling Xiao's heart warmed when he heard this, Master. Is there a way to break the mechanisms and formations here? Nonsense. Who do you think your master is? Thief God's little tricks can be solved in a matter of minutes. Yuan Venerate laughed. Then I'll have to trouble Master. After all, Ling Xiao was still inexperienced. He had never seen Thief God's mechanisms and formations before. Therefore, even if he could break them, it would take him a lot of time. However, what he lacked the most now was time, and he couldn't afford to waste it. After all, no one knew when the other 3 factions would rush in. While the Yuan Venerate was breaking the mechanisms and formations, Ling Xiao continued to look at the table. Beside the Firestorm wheels was a jade tablet. Plum Blossom Acupoint Technique? Ling Xiao could confirm through his Taiji eye that the jade tablet contained the essence of the Plum Blossom Acupoint Technique. Acupoint technique was a profound skill. Ling Xiao had never learned it before. In the few continents that he had experienced, there was basically no one who knew how to use acupoint techniques. This was the first time he had seen a martial technique that specialized in cultivating acupoint techniques. He had the Taiji eye, and coupled with the Plum Blossom Acupoint technique, he could really give many people a headache. Furthermore, the Plum Blossom Acupoint technique was a growth-type martial technique that could be developed to a high-level 9th-level emperor. How valiant! Then the other jade token should be the Thief God's other famous skill, the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. Ling Xiao confirmed his guess through his Taiji eye. Then, Ling Xiao looked at the last item. This item was wrapped in a box. His Taiji eye couldn't see through it. He didn't know what kind of treasure it was. Master, how much longer do we need? Ling Xiao couldn't wait any longer. One day, the Yuan Venerate replied. So long? Ling Xiao froze for a moment. He was a little worried. You don't have to be so worried. The mechanisms and formations in the wormhole are enough to give those people a hard time. They won't be able to enter the 3rd small world without at least 2 days. The Yuan Venerate's words made Ling Xiao heave a sigh of relief. He planned to start cultivating. He still hadn't used the Origin Nurturing Pill and the 2 Demon Beast cores he had obtained earlier. He reckoned that after using them, his cultivation would definitely break through to the late 4th level of the Divine Core realm, or even the Perfect Realm. This way, he would definitely kill Yuzhan when he left Peach Blossom Bay. Chapter 38-36. After consuming the Origin Fostering Pill, he swallowed the King Kong Divine Apes Demon Core and the 9-headed Hell Snakes Demon Core. Ling Xiao began his one-day cultivation. After all, he had the help of a Yuan Venerate to break the traps and formations. He didn't want to waste this precious time. Time passed very quickly during cultivation. At the same time, the group of people in the wormhole were still trying their best to break through one trap after another. the White Thief, the Silver Mask, and the Deputy City Lord of Peach Blossom City all knew how to break through traps and mechanisms. They also knew a little about formations. However, even when the three of them worked together, they still couldn't compare to Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye. Just as the Yuan Venerate had expected, they would spend at least 2 to 3 days in the wormhole. While they were wasting their time, Ling Xiao was still cultivating. The Origin Fostering Pill was a pill with excellent effects. Moreover, its quality was different. The pill in Ling Xiao's hand was extremely effective for Divine Core warriors. It could help them break through in their cultivation. If it was someone else, they would at least break through to the next realm. However, after Ling Xiao used it, he only broke through to the late 4th level Divine Core realm from mid-4th level Divine Core realm. It couldn't be helped. Every time he broke through to the next realm, he would gain a lot more improvement than others. Therefore, the pill's effect on him was reduced. However, he wasn't dissatisfied with this. Breaking through to the late 4th level Divine Core realm was already pretty good. After that, the 9-headed Hell Snake Beast Soul broke through to the 9th level Divine Core realm, and it provided Ling Xiao with a much greater boost in combat strength. Furthermore, the power of these two special abilities had increased as well. Of course, the most noteworthy thing was the improvement of the King Kong Divine Ape Beast Soul. The King Kong Divine Ape Beast Soul had fallen behind too much, and it was only at the Divine Vein realm. Therefore, Ling Xiao hadn't used it for a long time. But this time, the King Kong Divine Ape had broken through to the 9th level Divine Core realm. The effect of the King Kong Divine Body skill had increased tremendously. The most amazing thing was that the second skill had been awakened. It was also a passive defensive skill, Secret Technique Immunity. Secret Technique Immunity meant that it could defend against all secret techniques. Of course, there was a limit to this defensive skill. Just like the King Kong Divine Body, it could only defend against 5th level Emperor rank secret techniques and below. Indestructible Vajra could resist martial techniques, while secret techniques could resist secret techniques. Ling Xiao could be said to be a defensive expert now. At the very least, when he was in his Vajra ape state, there were very few people who could hurt him. Not only did the 2 demonic beast cores increase the grade of his beast soul, but the remaining energy also flowed into his cultivation C. This allowed his cultivation C energy to increase by 50% on the basis of the late stage of the 4th layer. Success. Suddenly, the voice of a Yuan Venerate was heard. Ling Xiao sensed that the formation and mechanism had indeed been broken. He was just about to go and take the 4 treasures. All of a sudden, the corpse opened its eyes. A cold voice came from the corpse's mouth. If you are not a fated person, you are not allowed to take anything away. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Oh, you actually managed to preserve some of your divine sense. Ling Xiao smiled and said coldly, since you still have some divine sense, then listen to me. Be a good girl and let me take everything, then tell me the way out. I can guarantee that I won't destroy your body. Otherwise, I will burn your body with fire and make you unable to reincarnate for all eternity. You, aren't you afraid of me? I am the Thief God. The voice had obviously lost some of its confidence. Thief God? In my eyes, you are just a thief. What bullshit Thief God? Most of your treasures were stolen from other people, right? I heard that the Plum Blossom Acupuncture Technique and the Falling Plum Shadow Steps were also stolen from other people's graves. In that case, what right do you have to look for the fated person? Don't tell me you intend to pass these to another thief? Let him inherit your mantle? Stop dreaming. Ling Xiao didn't give the Thief God any face. How could he be afraid of a corpse that only had a remnant consciousness left? After saying that, he walked straight over and put the 4 treasures into his storage ring. All right, tell me the way out. Ling Xiao said coldly, Little brother, how about we discuss this? The Thief God suddenly said, Discuss what? Ling Xiao asked. You can take the Firestorm Wheels and the last treasure, but can you pass the Plum Blossom Acupuncture Technique and the Falling Plum Shadow Steps to that white-clothed boy? The Thief God said, Why should I do that? Ling Xiao asked again. The Firestorm Wheels are a treasure that I used before. If you want to get it, you have to make it recognize you as its master first. Without my permission, you can't do it. The Thief God reminded him. In other words, as long as I agree to your conditions, you can help me make it recognize me as its master? Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's right. Isn't that a good condition? The thief god said with a bewitching voice. Hee, I don't believe in such things. Anyway, I can't get out now. I want to see if this thing really can't belong to me completely. Ling Xiao sneered. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to subdue the firestorm wheels. The full name of the firestorm wheels should be the tricolored firestorm wheels. Interestingly, after the blood-colored thunder god's lightning was integrated into the firestorm wheels, there would be a change. Red lightning, green wind, and white flames. They formed a complete tricolored firestorm wheel. This was something that the thief god had never done before. In the past, he had stolen this thing from an expert, but he could only create 2 colors of wind and fire. The thief god thought that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to make the firestorm wheels recognize him as its master. However, the result made him so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Not only did Ling Xiao make the firestorm wheels recognize him as its master, but his divine sense was also forcefully erased. Moreover, the dual-colored firestorm wheels became tricolored firestorm wheels. Its power increased greatly. In just an hour, the tricolored firestorm wheels had completely merged with Ling Xiao. With just a thought, the firestorm wheels would appear around Ling Xiao's body. Except for when flying, they would appear under his feet. The rest of the time, they would appear on both sides. They could be used for defense and attack. How is this possible? The thief god was stunned. He had spent 3 days and 3 nights to make the firestorm wheels recognize him as its master. Moreover, it was only a dual-colored firestorm wheel. What the hell is this young man? It seems like we can only wait. The thief god couldn't deal with Ling Xiao now. The only thing he could rely on was the 3 groups of people that were about to appear in the 3rd small realm. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with him and asked the Yuan Venerate to help him find a way out. He started to study the plum blossom acupuncture technique and the falling plum clear shadow step. The reason he didn't threaten the thief god and force him to tell him the way out was because he wanted to. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. In fact, he had realized this from the very beginning. Although the physical body was very important to the thief god, it was still not enough. Even if it was really destroyed, the thief god would never let Ling Xiao out. This guy must be plotting something. Ling Xiao really wanted to see what he was scheming. The thief god was very bold. He actually dared to sit there and cultivate. Chapter 38-37. The Plum Blossom Acupoint Palm was a high-grade 5th-level Emperor Realm martial skill. The Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps was a high-grade 6th-level Emperor Realm movement skill. It wasn't any weaker than the Blood Devil Seal. From this, one could tell how profound this movement skill was. He decided to start cultivating with the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. He had a lot of offensive skills, but right now, it was better for him to accumulate more life-saving skills. When the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps was cultivated to perfection, its speed would reach the same level as the Earth Golden Light skill. However, the best part about this movement skill wasn't its speed. It was its combat prowess. During a battle, it looked like plum blossoms were drifting in the air. Every single plum blossom represented the next coordinate. Those who cultivated this movement skill would be able to arrive at any coordinate at any time. It would catch the enemy off guard. Looking at your cultivation, you're only at the 4th level of the Divine Core Realm. It's still too early for you to cultivate a 6th-level Emperor Realm martial skill. Let me advise you to leave it there. Thief God said. Ling Xiao didn't pay any attention to him. He had already cultivated a high-grade 6th-level Emperor Realm martial skill, so he had experience in it. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for him to cultivate this Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. Just as I expected, in order to cultivate this Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps, I'll need Demon Beast Cores. They'll also need Demon Beast Cores at the 4th level of the Divine Core Realm or higher, and they can only be Speed-type or Flying-type Demon Beast Cores. Ling Xiao murmured to himself. Correct, that's why I said you won't be able to cultivate it. With your strength, it's impossible for you to find 3,000 Demon Beast Cores. That's just a pipe dream. Thief God sneered. Idiot. Ling Xiao threw a disdainful glance at Thief God, but in his mind, he was laughing. When he was collecting bloodthirsty demon beast cores, he had already expected this to happen. Therefore, he collected other demon beast cores as well. Sure enough, they came in handy. After searching his storage ring for a while, he found the 3,000 demon beast cores he needed. You're crazy. Am I seeing things? You've already prepared everything? Did you know you were going to come here? Thief God was stunned. Not really, but opportunities are always given to those who are well prepared. I've just made some preparations. With a faint smile on his face, Ling Xiao continued, but we do have 3,000 4th Divine Core Demon Cores. But I still don't have any 6th level Divine Core cores. He suddenly looked at the God of Thieves with a half-smile on his face. What are you doing? I don't have that. Thief God hurriedly shook his head. Who are you trying to fool? You even have a 9th rank Divine Core Demon Core. Why don't you have a 6th rank Demon Core? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, take it out. It's not like it's anything precious. Think about it. If I learn this falling plum clear shadow steps, after I go out, I can make you famous. No, you lack the martial spirit of the Steel Sect. Thief God shook his head and said, Thief Sect. Lord, Soul. Ling Xiao asked with a smile. It doesn't matter if a cultivator's overall strength increases. The key is to make the cultivator more suitable to be a thief. Thief God replied, take a look at this. Ling Xiao unleashed his Hell Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul. Hell Shadow Rabbit. You actually got the Hell Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul? You're a treasure given to me by the heavens. I thought Bai Yi's martial soul, Flying Shadow, was strong enough. But your martial soul is even more abnormal. Good, very good. Take this. Thief God's sudden change in attitude didn't make Ling Xiao happy. Instead, it made him feel worried. This old man, don't tell me he's up to something again? But he would deal with whatever came his way. Many people had tried to set him up in the past. However, the people who had plotted against him had already gone to the netherworld, while he was still alive and well. Jiang Chun caught the 6th level Divine Core Demon Beast Core thrown to him by Thief God. It was a flying demon beast core, and it was perfect for cultivating the plum clear shadow steps. The moment Jiang Chun caught the core, he immediately sensed something strange. There was something mixed inside the core. It was some colorless and tasteless poison that could numb a person's soul. Also, there was an extremely violent divine sense. It was hidden very well. Ordinary people would think that it was a remnant divine sense left behind by a demon beast core. But Ling Xiao didn't think so. He sneered. This guy was trying to set him up. He might as well beat him at his own game. But Thief God didn't know that the one thing he wasn't afraid of was poison. A few more hours passed. In total, it had been almost 2 days. Ling Xiao had finally succeeded in cultivating the plum clear shadow steps. Although it was only a small success, it was enough to increase his speed by at least twofold compared to before. Of course, the best part was still the unpredictable method of using the plum clear shadow steps. Its effect on increasing one's combat strength was simply incredible. Just as he finished cultivating the plum clear shadow steps, enemies finally appeared in the wormhole. 3 groups of people arrived at the same time. They saw the firestorm wheels floating on both sides of Ling Xiao's body. The Thief God said in surprise, good boy. He has already obtained the tricolored firestorm wheels. I reckon that the other treasures have also been taken by him. How did this guy crack the formation and mechanism? Don't worry about it. Kill him first, and we can get everything. The city lord of Peach Blossom City roared. The silver mask's face was also gloomy. A group of people pounced on Ling Xiao almost at the same time. They wanted to bully him with their numbers and kill Ling Xiao on the spot, although they didn't know Ling Xiao's exact strength. But at this moment, in order to fight for the treasures, they naturally had to attack with all their might. After killing Ling Xiao, how to distribute the treasures was another matter. But right now, they definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao take advantage of them. Definitely not. Facing the sudden attack of the crowd, Ling Xiao's face revealed a hint of contempt and disdain. To be honest, even if he didn't use the tricolored firestorm wheels, he would definitely be able to defeat these people. But that would be too strenuous. He still had to save his strength to deal with the Thief God's scheme. Whatever scheme the Thief God had, He would only have a way to deal with it the moment he revealed it. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how he thought about it. The firestorm wheels released 3 colors of light: lightning, flame, and gale. They formed a thick barrier in front of Ling Xiao. The group of people attacked, but they were all sent flying. Those who were weaker were killed on the spot. Those who were stronger were dumbfounded. Facing Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the ground and didn't even move, they couldn't do anything. This was simply impossible. Oh no, that kid has already made the firestorm wheels recognize him as their master. This is too fast. The thief god seemed to know quite a bit about the thief god's things. At a glance, he knew that only the firestorm wheels that had recognized him as their master could unleash such terrifying power. Damn it, I came so late. I didn't expect him to do so many things. The silver-masked man's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Chapter 38:38. 3 groups of men, dozens of men, and even though they kept attacking, none of them were able to hurt Ling Xiao. Instead, they had even injured a few of their own men. This scene shocked and enraged the men who had just arrived in the third small world. The wind flame wheels, the legendary thief god's scariest magical treasure. If not for this wind flame wheels, the thief god would have been killed by Huang Jindi long ago. I never thought it would fall into the hands of this young man. The silver-masked man's eyes were bloodshot. After entering this secret chamber, what he wanted the most was the wind flame wheels. So, when he saw that it had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands, how could he not be enraged? But something's not right. The wind flame wheels belong to the thief god. How did this young man get them? The white-clothed thief was dumbfounded. He couldn't accept this reality. Why are you attacking me? Suddenly, chaos broke out among the 3 groups of men, and they started fighting among themselves. Some of them felt dizzy, as if they were going to faint at any moment. Not good, move away. Stop attacking. The wind flame wheels can cause chaos and dizziness. Don't get too close to it. The white-clothed thief had studied the thief god thoroughly, and he knew the effects of the wind flame wheels very well. Everyone quickly backed off, and the warriors who were fighting in the chaos were knocked out by the white-clothed thief, preventing them from killing each other. But even so, a few men had died because of the chaos and dizziness. When the 3 groups of men retreated to a spot furthest away from Ling Xiao, they all had ugly expressions on their faces. The wind flame wheels were extremely powerful, and it made them feel fear. But at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of greed. If this thing fell into their hands, their strength would definitely increase by a large margin. They believed that Ling Xiao didn't just have the wind flame wheels. Perhaps all the treasures in this third small world had fallen into Ling Xiao's hands. In order to obtain these treasures, they had to kill Ling Xiao. But in order to kill Ling Xiao, they had to first destroy the wind flame wheel's defense. This was going to be troublesome. 4 5th Heavenly Core warriors, and a few perfect 4th Heavenly Core warriors. Facing a mere Ling Xiao, they had no way to deal with him. Damn it, this young man is only a 7th Heavenly Core warrior. How can he be so strong? One-Eyed couldn't help but ask, are you an idiot? How can he only be at the 7th level of the Divine Vein realm? It was obvious that he had been hiding his strength. I think his cultivation is at the late 4th Divine Core realm. The martial spirit of the white-robed thief god, Flying Shadow, could not only hide his tracks, but also had a pair of terrifying eyes that could see through the enemy's cultivation. Late 4th Divine Core realm. No wonder this kid's expression didn't change in the face of our threats. I think he came to Peach Blossom Bay in the first place for the treasure. I'm not in trouble at all. Peach Blossom City's Vice City Lord said fiercely. Thief God, you old thing. It's time for you to say something. Everyone is here. Ling Xiao suddenly put away his firestorm wheels and looked at the fresh corpse behind him. Everyone was surprised to see Ling Xiao put away the firestorm wheels. The chief of the Purple Bloodwater Stronghold, One-Eyed, reacted the fastest because he was stupid and would not think too much. Everyone was worried that Ling Xiao was up to something, but he didn't think too much about it. When he saw Ling Xiao put away his firestorm wheels, he immediately dashed forward. He wanted to capture Ling Xiao. Falling plum blossom steps, Ling Xiao lightly chanted. Then he suddenly appeared at another location, as if he had just teleported. In the sky, there were even illusory plum blossoms falling down from the sky. Die. One-Eye's attack had given Ling Xiao the chance to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward. Blood-like clone slash. 3 sword beams instantly sliced One-Eye's body into a few pieces, causing them to fall onto the ground. Even his inner core was pierced through. One-Eyed was killed on the spot. After killing One-Eyed with a single strike, Ling Xiao just casually smiled and said, "Do you really think I'm not afraid of you because I have the firestorm wheels? Let me tell you the truth. If you stay where you are and don't move, you might still have a chance to live. Or else, if you annoy me, I'll kill all of you." His cultivation had reached the late 4th heavenly core realm, and with the falling plum blossom steps, he could even kill a peak 5th heavenly core warrior with ease. But none of the people here had such a cultivation base. Therefore, he could totally ignore their threats. Ling Xiao's formidable strength had made these people tremble with fear. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The thief god's corpse suddenly stood up, and he started forming hand seals. Ling Xiao let out a miserable shriek as he held his head in his hands. "Ha ha ha, kid. I've been planning this for 1,000 years, waiting for a suitable body to be delivered to me. You're perfect for it. A shadow rabbit beast soul, and such a strong defense. It's like you're tailor-made for me." The thief god's corpse came back to life. Then he threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. No one expected things to turn out like this. "You're surprised, aren't you? This kid used the demon beast core I gave him, and he even swallowed it. It contained a powerful soul poison, and the brutal divine sense that I've spent 1,000 years refining. Soon, he'll be controlled by the divine sense, and he'll become my clone." The thief god proudly walked towards Ling Xiao. Then he turned to the white robe god and said, "Speaking of which, you're my original target. That's why I saved those things for you. But who knew you'd be so stupid that you couldn't even defeat this kid? But since you're here, kneel down and worship me. All of you have to eat my heart-devouring goo. If you don't, you'll die." "Humph, you're just a corpse. How strong can you be? I'm going to kill you." The silver-masked man coldly harumphed. Then he leapt into the air and thrust his palm at the thief god. The thief god sneered. Then he waved his hand. The wind flame wheels on Ling Xiao's body flew up and smashed towards the silver-masked man. How could the silver-masked man withstand this attack? He was sent flying away, and he was severely injured. Although this kid hasn't become my clone, he's already under my control. He'll kill whoever I tell him to. Kill that masked man for me." The thief god shouted sternly. As expected, Ling Xiao made his move. The silver-masked man was already seriously injured. Now that he was attacked by Ling Xiao, how could he withstand it? He died on the spot. The faces of the water bandits changed drastically. "We're willing to surrender. We're willing to surrender." On the water bandit side, with the death of the one-eyed man and the silver-masked man, they had no leader. If they didn't surrender now, only death would await them. The White Rob God and the Peach Blossom City's deputy city lord were still hesitating. They could see that the thief god could only rely on Ling Xiao to attack the enemy. They didn't seem to have any fighting strength. The two of them looked at each other, and suddenly, one of them charged towards Ling Xiao, while the other attacked the thief god. The remaining people also blocked Ling Xiao, not allowing Ling Xiao to rescue them. "Humph, since you don't know what's good for you, then all of you can die." The thief god coldly harumphed. Chapter 38-39. Thick smoke billowed out. It was all poison. Everyone fell to the ground and begged for help. But how could the thief god let them go? After all the corpses had turned into liquid, the black smoke reformed into a human form. So, that's how it is. You've spent 1,000 years using poisonous insects to reconstruct your body. Even though it's a little disgusting, it's still a good idea. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing the thief god to jump in fright. Even though his poison was not targeted at Ling Xiao, he knew that Ling Xiao would be his perfect avatar. But Ling Xiao had been poisoned before. How could he speak? But he had clearly seen the smile on Ling Xiao's face. You, What's going on? The thief god was stunned. By the way, let me tell you something. Yours truly is immune to all poisons. Poisons do not pose any threat to me. In fact, they are the best nourishment for me. Ling Xiao looked at thief god with a smile and said, now that I know your secret, I'm sure you'll be fine. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Let's talk things through. Let's talk things through. The thief god chuckled. This fellow was also the king of changing his expression. His speed was really fast. To change from fear to a smile in the blink of an eye. Interesting. Talk things through? I clearly heard that you wanted to turn me into your avatar. You think that's negotiable? Ling Xiao laughed coldly. You can't kill me. If you do, you can forget about ever getting out of here. The thief god said hurriedly. The only thing he could rely on was his body of poison. In order to cultivate this body of poison, he had sealed all of his cultivation within his inner core. And right now, the inner core was in the box on Ling Xiao's body. The reason why he wanted an avatar was to fuse the inner core with the avatar, to create a thief god that was as strong as he was in the past. This body of his was no longer human. It did not have a true dantian. He could not form an inner core either. Therefore, in front of Ling Xiao, he had no fighting strength at all. Hell Hydra, devour him. Ling Xiao roared and released the 9-headed hell snake bee soul. The huge hydra almost filled the entire space of the small world. He opened his mouth and swallowed the thief god whole. To be more precise, he had devoured the thief god's body of poison. This body of poison could allow the second skill, Myriad Snake, to produce a snake king with a body of poison. This made Myriad Snake's attack power as terrifying as mine. Master, can we go out now? Ling Xiao asked after killing thief god. Let's wait for a while. You can take all the treasures here first. I found it when I was looking for the exit. The thief god hid all the treasures in the storage ring on his hand. The ones outside were only the best. However, you are the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. For you, the more treasures, the better. Yuan Venerate replied. Ling Xiao nodded. Not only did he take thief god's storage ring, but he also took everyone's storage rings. There was basically nothing in those people's storage rings, only a few spirit stones. However, many a little makes a mickle. They had probably all come to search for treasures and wanted to use their storage rings to store treasures, so they didn't put too many things in them. We can go now. Yuan Venerate's voice rang out again as a teleportation array leading outside appeared. This teleportation array had been set up temporarily by Yuan Venerate. However, it also had something to do with the original array formation of the secret room. When they reached the outside, they appeared very close to Peach Blossom City. After going in, only Mu Feifei is left alive. Ling Xiao sighed and let Mu Feifei out. This girl was in the Dongshang Emperor Ring and knew what had happened outside. She was obviously a little unhappy. Ling Xiao didn't want to say anything more. He took out a storage ring and gave some of the treasures he had obtained to Mu Feifei. This could be considered repaying her kindness. As for what happened after that, he didn't care anymore. His cultivation had broken through, his strength had increased, and he had obtained the thief god's treasures. He planned to continue his journey and head to the Purple Mansion Royal City. I reckon those people are still waiting for me to send myself to my death. However, don't worry. This time, I will definitely give you a big surprise. Ling Xiao turned around and was about to leave. However, Mu Feifei stopped him. This is for you. It's a map that leads outside. There is only one exit. Thank you. Ling Xiao glanced at Mu Feifei gratefully. Then, he left. This time, Mu Feifei didn't stop him. She sighed softly as she watched Ling Xiao's back. Actually, this underwater trip had been extremely lucky for Peach Blossom City and the Mu family. The Deputy City Lords group, the Water Bandits group, the White-Robed Thief God, and the others had all died. Peach Blossom Bay should be able to return to its former tranquility. However, she couldn't openly announce that this credit belonged to Ling Xiao, which was really depressing. Regardless of what she was thinking, Ling Xiao was already heading in the direction of the exit as fast as he could. With the tricolored wind fire wheels, his speed was simply intrepid. In a few minutes, he had left Peach Blossom Bay. However, when he left, he did one more thing. which was to set up a brand new array at the entrance. This would make Peach Blossom Bay even more peaceful. It would prevent him from getting involved in the chaos of the outside world. After doing all this, he headed straight for the Purple Mansion Royal City. Sister Qinya, wait for me. Although he knew that there were many experts in the Purple Mansion Royal City, even if he could defeat Yuzhen now, facing the three generals, the Purple Mansion Marshal, the Purple Mansion King, and the terrifying Gu Fenghua and Qing Mashue, the chances of winning were too small. But would he not go just like that? Of course not. He, Ling Xiao, had never stopped moving forward because of fear. Those experts in the past had all become stepping stones on his path of growth. No matter how strong they were, he could surpass them in a short period of time. A swordsman was fearless. A martial artist was fearless. If he was afraid, then there was no need to continue moving forward on the path of martial arts. He didn't forget his goal, the great ambition of unifying the profound world, the hope of reuniting with the Moon Lady, the hope of reuniting with his brothers Long Chun and Xiao Jin, the hope of finding his sister Ling Jiaojiao, his friend Xindian, and Cold Plum. All of these were his goals. Therefore, he couldn't stop. He still had a long road ahead of him. Once he stopped, his will would be worn down. The key to achieving these goals was strength. Strength included cultivation, martial skills, magical treasures, and so on. Ling Xiao was crazily moving forward on this path. In terms of martial skills and magical treasures, he was no weaker than Gu Fenghua and Qing Mashue. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation. However, the speed of his cultivation was incredibly fast. It had only been 3 months since he arrived in the Purple Mansion Royal City. From the Divine Vein Realm, he had broken through to the late 4th-rank Divine Core Realm. Chapter 3840. You're still alive. Just as Ling Xiao was rushing towards the Purple Palace Kingdom, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The voice was cold and filled with ridicule. This man was Yuzhen, the man who had severely injured Ling Xiao. Seeing Yuzhen, not only was Ling Xiao not surprised, he even had a disdainful smile on his face. He had been hoping that Yuzhen would be waiting for him outside. That way, he would be able to exact his revenge. His cultivation base had improved, and he had obtained many treasures. His overall strength had skyrocketed. For Yuzhen to come looking for him at this moment, he was just asking for a beating. Coincidentally, he needed some external help to break through to the perfect 4th Divine Core Realm. Yuzhen had come at the right time. That's right, I'm still alive. But too bad you're going to die soon. Ling Xiao smiled. Then he took out the Blood Sovereign Sword. The cold tip of the sword was glowing with a murderous light. The terrifying aura caused Yuzhen to be startled. Actually, even though it was the Blood Sovereign Sword, with Ling Xiao's current strength, he still couldn't unleash its full potential. Even with the innate Fiend God Sword Soul, Ling Xiao could only fully control a premium Heavenly King weapon. This spirit rank Heavenly King weapon was extremely powerful, but the stronger he was, the more he could fully control the Blood Sovereign Sword. Therefore, the aura unleashed by the Blood Sovereign Sword today was completely different from before. No wonder Yuzhen was startled. It seems like your strength has improved again, but you still haven't broken through to the 5th Divine Core Realm. Yuzhen furrowed his brows. This Ling Xiao was too abnormal. He had only disappeared for a few days, but he had become stronger again. Even Yuzhen felt threatened by him. But luckily, Jiangchen hadn't broken through to the point where he could kill him. Of course, this was just what Yuzhen thought. I haven't broken through yet. I'm just waiting for your help, Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Humph, you're still smiling now, but you won't be able to smile later. You managed to escape last time, but this time, don't even think about escaping. Double Dragon Trapping Talisman. Last time, Ling Xiao broke through the Dragon Trapping Talisman's obstruction and escaped. This infuriated Yuzhen. Therefore, this time, he used 2 Dragon Trapping Talismans. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could still escape. After using the Dragon Trapping Talisman, Yuzhen's body shimmered with sword light as a pair of sword chi wings appeared on his back. His whole body was wrapped in sword light. There was even green lightning. It seemed that Yuzhen's sword martial spirit belonged to the Thunder Sword martial spirit. Not only did it have the characteristics of a sword martial spirit, but it also had the characteristics of lightning. Green lightning devil domain sword. With a thrust of the sword light exploded. The terrifying sword chi was infused with the violent green thunder. It was even more powerful than before. One had to know that previously, Yuzhen looked down on Ling Xiao and did not use his full strength. Now that it was unleashed, its might could be said to be domineering. At the end of the day, it was merely a low-grade 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. Even though it was stronger than other low-grade 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skills, it was still a low-grade 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. But it was still at the same level. The violent lightning wrapped in sword chi locked onto Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao with one strike. What a joke. Is this your attack? It's as slow as a turtle. Can you touch me? Falling plum clear shadow step. Martial skills and movement techniques could only be improved faster in battle. Therefore, Ling Xiao used the falling plum clear shadow step to practice this movement technique. Otherwise, with Yu Zhen's attack, it could not hurt him at all. It could not even break his defense. The moment he used the falling plum clear shadow step, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already less than 2 meters in front of Yu Zhen. Blood Shadow Kill. Although the power of a low-grade 4th Order Emperor Realm martial skill was not as powerful as Ling Xiao's more high-end martial skills, the execution speed was faster. Ling Xiao did not give Yu Zhen a chance to breathe at all. He directly stabbed the Blood Supreme sword in his hand at his opponent. His body turned into a blood shadow, seemingly real yet also illusory. This guy has such a strange movement technique. Yu Zhen really jumped in fright. This whatever falling plum clear shadow step, not only was the movement technique strange, but the speed was also fast to the extreme. This feeling made Yu Zhen have a kind of terror where his life was threatened. Impossible. He only went missing for 3 to 4 days. Could it be that he could cultivate such a terrifying movement technique? This is also too strange. Although these thoughts were many, in reality, it all happened in a blink of an eye. Yu Zhen was also a powerhouse in the end. In a panic, his body forcefully moved to the side, avoiding the fatal blow of the blood shadow kill. However, he did not completely avoid it in the end. One ear was cut off by that bloodlight. Immediately, blood splattered. It hurt until Yu Zhen screamed loudly. Bastard! Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. Yu Zhen roared furiously, erupting with terrifying sword energy, charging towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not take it head-on either. He still used the falling plum clear shadow step to dodge. It was as easy as taking a leisurely stroll. The key was that he was not just dodging. Every time he dodged, he would launch another attack. The moves he used were only the most ordinary blood shadow kill and phantom kill. However, it gave Yu Zhen a headache. There were already several terrifying wounds on his body. In fact, if Ling Xiao unleashed his full strength, it would not be too difficult to kill Yu Zhen. However, in order to make a breakthrough in his falling plum clear shadow step, he wanted to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Ling Xiao was willing to tangle with Yu Zhen for a while. Therefore, he did not use the powerful and domineering magic treasure like the firestorm wheels. In his eyes, the poor Yu Zhen was just a training puppet being played with. Gradually, Yu Zhen also noticed this point, because in the battle, he discovered that Ling Xiao's movement technique was becoming more and more strange, and his speed was becoming faster and faster. Ling Xiao, are you looking down on me? Why don't you use the God Fiend seal? Yu Zhen roared hysterically. At this point, his confidence had already turned into fear. Instead of being played like this, he might as well fight to the death. God Fiend seal? The current Yu is not worthy at all. Ling Xiao shook his head contemptuously. In order to kill the current Yu Zhen, Ling Xiao did not need to use such a powerful martial technique like the God Fiend seal. Ah, this feeling is really not bad. Ling Xiao felt that his falling plum clear shadow step had finally advanced to the large success stage, and the energy in his cultivation sea had also increased to 60%. Although it had not broken through, it was already not bad. He suddenly looked at Yu Zhen and said, "Use your most powerful move, or you won't have a chance." Of course, he was not so generous as to give Yu Zhen a chance. It was just that Yu Zhen's current attack could not increase his cultivation sea again. Only when the other party burst out with a more powerful attack would it be the best situation for him. Good. Since you think so, then I'll fulfill your wish. Lightning Sword Body. Lightning Sword Body and Immortal Sword Body were both special battle bodies. But there was a big difference. Although both could greatly increase combat power. But Immortal Sword Body could make people immortal for a period of time. Lightning Sword Body could make people's attack power soar for a period of time. In terms of strength, Immortal Sword Body was of course better. Chapter 38-41. Following Yu Zhen's outburst, terrifying thunder and lightning bloomed from his body. Bolts of lightning pierced through the ground, leaving many gullies on the ground. The surrounding trees were hit so hard that their leaves flew everywhere and their branches were broken. The forest suddenly burned. Thunder God Sword of Annihilation. This was the most powerful move of the lightning sword physique. Yu Zhen suddenly flew to a high place, then locked onto Ling Xiao and swooped down at a terrifying speed. Wrapped in the power of the violent thunder and lightning of heaven and earth, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Before the attack arrived, the terrifying thunder and lightning had already begun to shatter the rocks around Ling Xiao. Fortunately, it was in the 4 major regions. If it was in the west region, everything would have been completely destroyed. Good. Ling Xiao felt a huge pressure. Under this pressure, his potential erupted, and the energy in his cultivation C finally increased to 70%. This was probably the biggest threat that Yu Zhen could bring to him. He didn't plan to continue wasting time. Next, he wanted to end this battle. Amidst the sneer, the firestorm wheels appeared. The tricolored firestorm wheels spat out 3 types of energy: thunder, fire, and wind. An extremely horrifying pressure erupted from his body. Yu Zhen, don't you want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Since you're so obedient as my sparring partner, I'll give you a quick death. Amidst the voices, the 3 types of energy in the firestorm wheels turned into 3 divine dragons. A crimson divine dragon, an azure divine dragon, and a white divine dragon. Boom. The violent energy caused a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. The destructive power was much stronger than Yu Zhen's Thunder God Sword of Annihilation. The firestorm wheels could absorb the 3 types of elemental energy between heaven and earth: thunder, wind, and fire. It kept getting stronger. Therefore, what Yu Zhen was facing was not only Ling Xiao, but also heaven and earth. This power should be almost equivalent to a beginner's 6th level martial skill of the Emperor level. Ling Xiao felt the terrifying power of the 3 divine dragons. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Tremble." At that moment, Yu Zhen suddenly trembled. He trembled for no reason, but it made him even more terrified. Do you want to know where I've been these days? I won't tell you. However, you should have some impression of the firestorm wheels, right? It was a treasure owned by the god of thieves who had wreaked havoc in the Golden Sky region. Although it's not as powerful as it used to be after 1,000 years of wear and tear, it's enough to kill you. Thief God. Hearing this title, Yu Zhen was shocked. 1,000 years ago, many powerful people had appeared, and this thief god was one of them. He was even more famous than the Blood Sword Supreme. The Blood Sword Supreme was being chased by the Dongsheng Emperor. However, the thief god could hunt down the Dongsheng Emperor. He had only lost to the Golden Emperor. Why would such a terrifying name be associated with Ling Xiao? He was puzzled, but Ling Xiao wouldn't answer him. In the distance, in a peaceful city, people suddenly saw the collision of 2 terrifying energies in the sky. On one side was the terrifying lightning sword. On the other side were 3 domineering divine dragons. Wife, come out and watch the immortals fight. People scrambled to inform him. However, none of them dared to approach. When the immortals fought, the mortals would suffer. Who dared to approach? Wouldn't that be courting death? The 3 divine dragons soared into the sky. The lightning sword whizzed down. The 2 collided in the void. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Yu Zhen roared. Because of fear, he began to burn his inner core. Burning the inner core was different from exploding the inner core. Exploding the inner core was an instant destruction. Burning the inner core could make one's attack or speed more powerful. He wasn't confident, so he was going all out. He knew that if he didn't go all out, he would definitely die. No, I don't want to die. The lightning sword was torn apart by the 3 divine dragons and then shattered. Yu Zhen knew that his end was here. He couldn't understand. Why? Why did this happen? How did Ling Xiao, who had been suppressed by him earlier, suddenly become so frightening? He didn't even need to use the divine demon seal to make him feel the threat of death. He removed the dragon-trapping talisman, turned around, and fled frantically. However, how could his speed compare to the speed of the 3 divine dragons? A terrifying explosion sounded out. The 3 divine dragons tore the terrified Yu Zhen into pieces. At the moment before Yu Zhen died, his eyes were still filled with shock and regret. He had never expected that he would die in Ling Xiao's hands this time. This was just like a terrifying nightmare. Come back. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Then the 3 divine dragons merged back into the firestorm wheels. It was as if nothing had happened between the heavens and the earth. Only a storage ring was kept by Ling Xiao. Among all of Yu Zhen's belongings, the only thing that interested Ling Xiao was the energy stones. As for the rest, he was going to use them to build his kingdom. Killing a peak 5th Divine Core warrior with a late 4th Divine Core cultivation base. No one in the 4 domains had ever heard of such a thing. Under normal circumstances, it was possible to kill someone with a higher cultivation base than the same core realm. But this frightening leap of 1 core realm was something that had never been heard of before. Ling Xiao had always been like this. He was always able to bring surprise and disbelief to people. Ling Xiao looked at the direction where Yu Zhen died. With an indifferent expression, it was as if he had just stepped on an ant. But if this ant was placed in the Purple Palace Royal City, it was nothing. There were a lot of people who were stronger than him, and most of them were Ling Xiao's enemies. They wanted to stop him from saving Ziqinya, but he would deal with whatever came his way. Would he be afraid? With his previous strength, he still had the courage to go to the Purple Palace Royal City. Now that he had obtained the Firestorm Wheels and cultivated the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps, he had even more reason to go. I should learn the Plum Blossom Acupuncture technique along the way. Since the Plum Blossom Acupuncture technique is only a 5th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, it is much easier to cultivate compared to the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. But it is still useful. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao continued walking towards the Purple Palace Royal City without any hesitation. From the Heavenly Dragon Continent to the Black Tortoise Continent, Ling Xiao had started from the lowest level of beggars. That was why he was able to achieve what he had today. If those top warriors knew about his experience, they would definitely be shocked. A man with such a low status could actually have such strength. Those so-called geniuses would all be overshadowed in front of him. But he still had to be careful. The road ahead was much more difficult than he had imagined. The Dongshan Kingdom was just a subsidiary power of the Golden Heavenly Nation. There were only 4 such kingdoms in the Golden Heavenly region. The so-called Dongshan combat strength list was just a ranking made by those so-called young geniuses. It had nothing to do with the real strong warriors. It would be more appropriate to call it the Dongshan potential list. Gu Fenghua and Qing Maxue were ranked in the top 10 of the list. He wondered how terrifying the strongest one was. Would he be at the 8th level of the Divine Core Realm? Would he be at the Heavenly Core Realm? Chapter 3842. Since the Eastern Victory Kingdom was already so powerful, there must be someone who had broken through to the Extreme Pill Realm. So, how powerful was Huang Jindi? Right now, he couldn't even guess who it was. But perhaps all the young geniuses from the Golden Heavenly Kingdom were at least at the 8th Divine Core Realm. In the past, Ling Xiao would never be able to reach this level. But now, he was a late 4th Divine Core warrior. He wasn't that far away from the 8th Divine Core Realm. Sister Yunu, finally, I can touch you. Ling Xiao's mind was filled with excitement and anticipation. Even if the Eternal Palace was stronger than the Golden Heavenly Kingdom, it shouldn't be much stronger. That Wang Quantianxia, who was engaged to Yu Fenghua, was most likely an extreme pill warrior, which meant he was at the 9th Divine Core Realm. As long as Jiang Chen put in a little more effort, he would be able to go to the Eternal Palace and find the woman of his dreams. The path of cultivation might be filled with the unknown and fear for others, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, It wasn't worth mentioning. Because of the martial soul of Tyrant, even the king of sovereigns couldn't make him feel fear. Fear came from the unknown. He had a trace of the human king's bloodline, so why would he fear the king of sovereigns? Compared to the human king, the king of sovereigns was nothing. But right now, the most important thing is still the matter in the Purple Palace Kingdom. Ling Xiao retracted his chaotic thoughts and increased his speed. Purple Palace Kingdom, royal capital. The royal palace that only the king was allowed to live in had now become Gu Fenghua and Qing Mashua's temporary residence. As for the king of the Purple Palace, he had moved out of the royal capital. No matter how high his status was in the Purple Palace Kingdom, when facing the powerful Gu Fenghua, he had no chance of winning. All he could do was endure. Being the king was a shame, but it was still better than being dead. Within the royal capital, Gu Fenghua was cultivating in his luxurious clothes. His cultivation had reached the early 7th divine core realm, but he was still working so hard. It looked like it wasn't a coincidence that he was able to reach his current cultivation level. Qing Mashue was sitting not far away from him. She was lying on the ground. Her beautiful body was enough to make any man drool. She was flipping through a book, laughing from time to time. Gu Fenghua sighed helplessly and opened her eyes. Junior sister, I'm cultivating. Of course I know that senior apprentice brother is cultivating, but don't you find it boring to have such a delicate beauty in front of you? You actually still have the heart to cultivate? Qing Mashue pouted. It was hard to imagine that such a cruel and merciless woman could actually show such a cute side in front of others. She had the face of a fairy, but the heart of a snake and scorpion. This was probably the kind of person she was talking about. All right, I won't cultivate anymore. What book are you reading? It's so interesting. Gu Fenghua seemed to dote on her junior sister very much and asked gently. It's nothing much. It's just an encyclopedia compiled by the Dongshang royal family. It's very interesting. Look here, the strongest beings in the Black Tortoise continent are the 12 beast gods. At the very top was the sun god, the king of all gods. Moreover, it also said that in the Black Tortoise continent, there was a kind of beast god martial artist that was above the beast warriors. They have obtained the beast god martial spirit and are extremely powerful. Qing Mashue said excitedly. I've heard of beast god martial artist. The Eternal Emperor Region's Wang Quan's world is a beast god martial artist. Moreover, it's said that his beast god divine position isn't low. It's very likely that he's a high-level god divine position, or even stronger. Gu Fenghua frowned and said, this Wang Quan's world is known as the #1 genius of the 4 major regions. It's not a bluff. I think he's just bluffing. Senior apprentice brother, work harder. You'll definitely surpass him. Besides, not to mention others, isn't the #1 genius of the Eternal Life Palace that Yu Fenghua? Yu Fenghua and Wang Quan's world should be on par. Gu Fenghua continued. Sigh, but whether it's Yu Fenghua or Wang Quan's world, they're both much stronger than me. If I don't obtain a better cultivation method, I'm afraid I'll never be able to surpass them. It'll be difficult to catch up. Senior apprentice brother, don't worry. This time, I'll definitely help you obtain the primordial martial technique and the Dongshang Sky Sword. Qing Mashue suddenly became serious. Thank you, Schwerer. Gu Fenghua smiled. The reason he came to the Purple Mansion Kingdom was to obtain the primordial martial technique and the Dongshang Sky Sword. These 2 items could not fall into the hands of others. Young master, may I enter? A voice suddenly came from outside the door. It was the Purple Mansion King, Qin Yu. Come in, Gu Fenghua said calmly. Qin Yu walked in from outside and said to Gu Fenghua, Young master, there's news about Ling Xiao. He's not dead. For days ago, he was injured by Yu Zhan and went missing. He suddenly appeared today and killed Yu Zhan. Yu Zhan even used his most powerful lightning sword of annihilation. However, he was still no match for that kid. There's a rumor that the kid has a pair of firestorm wheels. Yu Zhan, that trash. Gu Fenghua snorted and said, however, Ling Xiao has the firestorm wheels. It's no wonder he lost. The firestorm wheels are a treasure left behind by the thief god. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to obtain such a treasure after disappearing for a few days. He really was blessed by luck. Looks like there's one more treasure on my list. Senior brother, are you talking about the firestorm wheels that the thief god used to escape Huang Jindi's pursuit? Qing Mashue said in surprise. That's right. It should be that thing. Gu Fenghua said coldly. Good kid. I'm really getting more and more curious about him. Initially, I wanted to kill him directly. But from the looks of it now, this kid is definitely not a bad choice to use for treasure hunting. Qing Mashue revealed a smile. Chunyu, where is he? Qing Mashue asked anxiously. I'm sorry, young masters. That guy is very cunning. He disappeared after killing Yuzhan. It's as if he didn't exist. The people we sent to search for him couldn't find any clues. Chunyu smiled bitterly. Trash. Qing Mashue scolded. Shuer, don't scold people. That Ling Xiao should be good at a secret technique that conceals him. However, it doesn't matter. I believe he will come to the Purple Mansion royal capital. Ziqinya is in our hands, so he will definitely come. As long as he enters the Purple Mansion royal capital, he won't be able to escape from us. Gu Fenghua sneered. But senior brother, is he that stupid? He knows we're all in the Purple Mansion royal capital. Why would he still come? Qing Mashue was puzzled. You don't understand. This kid is very loyal. Ziqinya helped him before. They call each other brother and sister. He will definitely come. Actually, what happened in the small purple spirit kingdom is an example. Gu Fenghua said with a smile. If he obediently hands over those things, perhaps I can take him in as a subordinate. After all, with his talent and character, it would be great if he became a subordinate. Is there really such a loyal man in this world? Qing Mashue still didn't believe it. Chapter 38-43. Chunyu, you can go back now. Remember, protect Ziqinya well, don't let her die. As long as she's alive, she'll be more useful to us. Gu Fenghua said with a smile. Understood. Chunyu turned around and left. Ling Xiao wouldn't let Gu Fenghua discover his existence. He knew a divine core warrior had a powerful divine sense. However, the divine sense wasn't the same as the eyes. In order to detect a cultivator, the cultivator had to release his aura. But Ling Xiao had the ability to completely hide his aura. He didn't want to expose himself. As long as he didn't attack, it would be impossible for anyone to find him with their divine sense. It took him 6 days to travel from the Peach Blossom Bay to the capital city. Because he had been using the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps for a long time, he had reached the Great Perfection stage. As for the Plum Blossom Acupuncture Hand, Ling Xiao had practiced it on demon beasts, and it had reached the Great Perfection stage. For safety's sake, Ling Xiao had been fed high-ranked energy stones by the Blood Thunder God along the way. He had also fed the Blood Thunder God all the lightning element demon cores he got from the ancient Dongshang Emperor and the Peach Blossom's treasure vault. He had spent a total of 10 million high-ranked energy stones, hundreds of thousands of demon beast cores. The Blood Thunder God had filled up 10% of his cells. Not only had his body become stronger, his ordinary attacks had also skyrocketed. The current strength of his physical body was equivalent to a 6th Order Emperor Realm defensive martial skill. That also meant most of the damage an early 6th Order Divine Core Warrior could inflict on him would be negated. Although he was still no match for the 3 great generals, at least he wouldn't be easily defeated by them. Also, he wouldn't be easily killed. Cultivating while traveling, Ling Xiao had finally arrived at the outskirts of the Purple Palace's capital city. At the same time, Hai Myung-keo, who was far away in the western region, had encountered a strange situation. Although Hai Myung-keo wasn't a very strong cultivator, she was the representative of the Purple Palace. However, because she directly represented Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, her position were extremely special. Besides, she was once the holy son of the sacred dynasty. Many people respected her very much. On this day, Hai Myung-keo finished her cultivation and walked to the balcony of the pavilion, looking at the constantly changing scenery of the Celestial Empire. Ever since the Celestial Empire unified the Western region and the Archean Divine Tomb, everything was on the right track. Construction was in full swing. The scene of the entire nation practicing martial arts was even more popular than before. In the Celestial Empire, sects have nothing to do with it. The Empire would set up local academies and the Imperial Capital Academy. Everyone, regardless of whether they were men or women, could take the test. Regardless of your aptitude, as long as you can pass the assessment, you can enter these academies to cultivate. Moreover, the Celestial Empire implemented compulsory education. Other than the higher education institutions, the rest could be studied for free. You only need to pay for your living expenses and books. Those books were compiled by countless martial arts instructors. They were easier to learn and understand than ordinary martial arts manuals. Such a situation had long been implemented in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, and White Tiger Continent. In the western region of the Black Tortoise Continent, this was just the beginning, but the people were very welcoming. It was just that Hai Myung-keo, who was in charge of this matter, was really a little tired. Hai Myung-keo smiled slightly. That guy left this mess for me and actually ran off to make his own way. Ling Xiao's figure appeared in her mind. She and Ling Xiao could be said to have become friends after a fight. They were once enemies, but later became friends. Now, they were best friends. Although she was blaming him, she revealed a hint of a smile. Ling Xiao occupied a very special place in her heart. The only thing she was not very satisfied with now was her own strength. She was too weak, so she could only stay behind to help Ling Xiao take care of the Empire's affairs. It would be great if he was stronger. He might be able to help that guy even more. No, I'm too tired. I'd better go to sleep for a while. She yawned. She was dealing with political affairs and cultivating. She really had her hands full. Now she really felt a little tired. When she returned to bed, she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Suddenly, she saw a person standing in front of her bed. A woman who was so beautiful that she was jealous. She knew this woman, and she had been beaten up before. She knew that this was the woman Ling Xiao loved the most, the Moon Maiden. However, the current Moon Maiden was clearly younger than before. Senior Moon Maiden, why are you here? Hai Myung-keo looked at the woman in front of her in surprise and asked, My name is Yu Fonghua. The woman smiled and said, That guy used to call me Moon Maiden. I really don't understand why, but it doesn't matter. I know that you're his friend, and you're also a very trusted friend. Him? Are you talking about His Majesty the Celestial Emperor? Hai Myung-keo asked. So he's your Celestial Emperor. His background is not small. Yes, I'm talking about him. Is he not here? I've almost searched the entire western region and the immemorial divine tomb, but I can't find his aura. Or is he dead? When Yu Fonghua said this, her expression suddenly became very ugly. There was a strong sense of sadness. No, he's not dead. Hai Myung-keo shook her head and said, He went to look for you. He went to the 4 regions to look for you. The 4 regions? How can he survive in the 4 regions with his strength? Yu Fonghua was anxious. Senior Moon Maiden, you don't have to worry. His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is a person who is good at creating miracles. When he left the western region, he was already very powerful. I believe that his current strength is something you can't even imagine. Hai Myung-keo and Ling Xiao had known each other for a long time. The two of them had known each other since the Heavenly Dragon Continent. Therefore, she knew Ling Xiao's abilities very well. That's impossible. It's only been a short time, and he can already set foot in the 4 regions. Yu Fonghua was a little surprised. If she had recovered her memories of the past, she probably wouldn't be so surprised. The Moon Maiden who had died for Ling Xiao knew more about Ling Xiao's strength than Hai Myung-keo. He must have gone. But what's your current state? Why are you here? Hai Myung-keo was still a little confused. She was clearly sleeping. You're in a dream right now. I'm talking to you through the dream reflection mirror. I really didn't expect that he would really go to the 4 regions to look for me. That Wang Quanjing guy actually told me that he's dead. That old thing really was lying to me. Yu Fonghua frowned and said, Thank you for telling me this. Otherwise, I would still be aimlessly searching for him in the western region. Although the dream reflection mirror is useful, it consumes too much energy. To thank you, I'll give you a gift. She suddenly pointed her finger, and a ray of light shot into Hai Myung-keo's body. Hai Myung-keo suddenly woke up. She realized that the room was empty. Chapter 38:44. When she woke up from her dream, Hai Myungkeo was shocked to find out that her cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. She had reached the first level of the divine vein realm. Although her cultivation base wasn't the strongest in the western region, it was still very strong. Compared to her previous cultivation base, it was at least 1,000 times stronger. It had saved her a few decades of hard work. This senior you knew is really frightening. But I think she must have consumed a lot of energy to help me increase my cultivation base. Hai Myungkeo thought to herself. Ling Xiao had set his sights on the Moon Lady, and it seemed like it made sense. I wish you all the best. We'll meet again soon. Hai Myungkeo stood up and once again immersed herself in her work and cultivation. The first level of the divine vein realm was considered a top warrior in the western region. But when she went to the other 4 regions, she was nothing. Therefore, she couldn't stop. But with her current cultivation base, she could go to the other 4 regions and cultivate. That way, her cultivation speed would be faster. Everything in the western region had stabilized. She didn't need to stay here anymore. Standing outside of the Purple Palace Kingdom, Ling Xiao had no idea what was happening in the western region. But he firmly believed in one thing. He was trying his best to get close to the Moon Lady, and the Moon Lady was trying her best to find him. He had his own beliefs. So did the Moon Lady. Both of them were willing to risk their lives for each other, or else they wouldn't be working together. Of course, Ling Xiao had to put the Moon Lady aside for now. The most important thing right now was to save Ziqinya. Although Ziqinya wasn't his true love, he did have a one-night stand with her. Besides, Ziqinya had treated him well. He wasn't an ungrateful person. If you were willing to risk your life for your friend would do everything for you. Throughout his journey, there were many people who were loyal to him. It was because of his personality, his way of doing things. Those people knew that if they were loyal to him, they wouldn't be abandoned by him. They wouldn't be disappointed. Kid, don't blame your master. Long. You still have a chance to change your mind. There are 3 early 6 divine core Purple Palace generals waiting for you in the Purple Palace Kingdom. A late 6th divine core marshal. There was also a peak 6th divine core king of the Purple Palace. Of course, the most frightening ones were Qing Mashue, who was at the perfect 6th divine core realm, and Gu Fenghua, who was at the early 7th divine core realm. Once you enter that place, you will most likely die. Yuan venerates knew Ling Xiao very well, but as a master, he was unwilling to see his disciple court death. Although Ling Xiao now had the strength to kill Yuzhan and Zilan, he still had the strength to do so. However, those 2 people were nothing in front of the current enemy. A Yuan venerate could see his disciple's improvement. If he had more time, he might not even be afraid of the enemies in front of him. Master, I know you care about me, but Ziqinya is suffering. If I'm late, she'll have to suffer for another day. And have you forgotten? My strength has never been obtained by cultivating in seclusion. Instead, it was a head-on confrontation. Even if I'm not their match, I definitely won't die. Don't forget that your disciple's greatest strength isn't his combat prowess, but his ability to escape. If I don't want to die, none of them will be able to kill me. Ever since Ling Xiao started cultivating, he understood one thing: survive. That was the most important thing. Therefore, no matter what he cultivated, his number 1 priority would always be to increase his survival ability. That was why he had become a monster that no one could kill even if they wanted to. Even a cockroach couldn't compare to him. Ling Xiao had been doing this for a long time, and he was already familiar with it. He knew when to fight and when to run. He knew this very well. Furthermore, his main goal was to save Ziqinya, not to compete with Gu Fenghua and Qing Mashue. He didn't necessarily need to fight. Gu Fenghua's divine sense is extremely powerful, and I don't know what kind of magical treasure she has. You better be prepared. Even if you can hide all your aura, you might not be able to escape from her eyes. Yuan Venerate gave up. He knew that he couldn't persuade Ling Xiao to give up. However, the more Ling Xiao acted like this, the more gratified he felt. If it wasn't because of Ling Xiao's personality, he wouldn't have chosen Ling Xiao to be his disciple. I understand, Master. Don't worry, I'll be careful. But don't underestimate your own strength. Although Gu Fenghua is strong, he is still only an early 7th Divine Core warrior. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. Escaping shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao smiled. Then he turned into a shadow warrior and stepped into the Purple Palace King's capital. The Purple Palace King's capital was comparable to 10 purple spirit cities. It was huge. At least, Ling Xiao had never seen such a huge city before. But this was probably the limit. A city that could accommodate 1 billion people. Perhaps in the future, there wouldn't be a city that was bigger than this. There was always a limit to everything. But then again, the Purple Palace King's capital also had a small world like the Peach Blossom Bay. According to Xinya, there were a total of 12 small worlds in the Purple Palace King's capital. The size of each small world was no smaller than a purple spirit capital. Therefore, the Purple Palace King's capital was as big as 20 purple spirit cities. But no one could see these small worlds on the surface. They could only be accessed through those portals. I don't think I've been discovered. Right after he stepped into the Purple Palace King's capital, it was as if Ling Xiao had suddenly disappeared from the world. He had completely hidden himself in the void. This ability of his was even scarier than the Shadow Warrior. He had learned it from the Thief God's falling plum clear shadow steps. To be more precise, Ling Xiao could temporarily enter a different realm. No one could see him or sense him. But he could see everything in the outside world. He just couldn't interfere with it. It was rather troublesome to open this realm, and it would take at least half an hour of preparation to succeed. Also, he had to put all of his attention into it. Therefore, when he was being chased, it was very difficult for him to enter. It was even more impossible when he was fighting. But luckily, all he needed to do was consume energy stones. Although the consumption of energy stones per minute reached hundreds, but for the rich Ling Xiao, it was nothing. The number of upper-grade spirit stones in his possession had already reached 800 million. He was not afraid of consumption. While hiding in the void plane, he could see, hear, and smell everything that was happening in the outside world. But he couldn't interfere, because once he did, the void realm would collapse. He would be exposed. Of course, the people outside couldn't interfere with him. Let's go to the palace first. Ling Xiao didn't know where Xinya was imprisoned, so he could only look around. The palace was a relatively conspicuous place, so he naturally had to make a trip there. He walked into the palace just like that, but no one discovered his existence. This was because he and everyone else were existences in 2 different worlds. Chapter 38:45. Unless someone was strong enough to destroy a plane, they wouldn't be able to find Ling Xiao. Sigh. Our king has been living a miserable life recently. He's the king of the Zifu kingdom, but he can't even breathe because of 2 brats. Shut up. Do you want to die? Gu Fenghua's divine sense covers the entire Zifu kingdom. What's there to be afraid of? Her divine sense can only detect a warrior's aura. She can't even hear what I'm saying. Plus, I'm telling the truth. Who does she think she is? She comes to the Zifu kingdom and randomly kills people. I heard that woman called Qing Mashue destroyed the 10 cities of the Ziling kingdom, including the capital. They've become dead cities. That's true. I heard that they even locked the king of the Ziling kingdom, Xinya, in the Zifu nether realm. Compared to the Ziling nether realm, the killing intent in the Zifu nether realm is 100 times stronger. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to survive. Only the king of the Xinya kingdom was strong enough to survive. But at this rate, it'll be very difficult for her to resist the killing intent. She won't be able to improve her cultivation at all. She might even get injured and go crazy. Yeah, every day she's locked up, she gets weaker and weaker. It's too tragic. Yeah, poor woman. No one came to save her. I heard the king say that Ling Xiao might come. He received the legacy of the Blood Sword Lord. His power has probably increased greatly. I heard that he even killed Yu Zhan a few days ago. Don't count on it. Yu Zhan is nothing in front of a general, not to mention Gu Fenghua and Qing Mashue. If Ling Xiao really comes, he'll die. Yeah, the entire Zifu kingdom is looking for him. But what about him? He's not even worth mentioning in front of a general, not to mention that terrifying demon Gu Fenghua. As long as he has a brain, he won't come. Xinya won't let him come either. At this point, everyone sighed. They felt sympathy for Xinya, anger for Gu Fenghua and Qing Mashue, and indignation for the king of the Zifu kingdom. I believe he'll come back. The first person to speak said, "Although I've only seen that kid once." Back then, when he returned to his hometown to visit his relatives, he saw him duel with Nie Shuang. That kid can always create miracles, for sure. You're thinking too much. What kind of existence is the Dongshang Strong Country? It's not like you don't know. Even our king was directly appointed by the Dongshang Strong Country. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so humble in front of those two grandsons. At this point, Ling Zhao's thoughts had already flown to the Purple Mansion underworld. It was 100 times more terrifying than the Purple Spirit Nether Realm. This also meant that the weakest demon beast in the Purple Mansion Nether Realm was at least at the 2nd Divine Core Realm. Perhaps the strongest of them could reach the 6th Divine Core Realm. No matter how strong Ziqinya was, he was still unable to withstand that terrifying killing intent. If you want to enter the bloodthirsty battlefield, you have to go through the teleportation portal in the Zifu army's camp. However, once they pass through that area, they would definitely release their aura and be discovered by others. This is really troublesome. Ling Zhao's brows furrowed tightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but the problem was that if he encountered Gu Fenghua or Qing Mashue directly, he wouldn't even be able to fight. He could only run. Could it be that I have no choice but to admit defeat? Ling Zhao thought of a way. He had to hand over the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and the immemorial martial skill. The Eastern Victory Sky Sword didn't have a sword soul, and even if Gu Fenghua had it, she wouldn't be able to control it. The immemorial martial skill was profound, and even the Blood Sword Reverend who was an 8th Divine Core warrior couldn't comprehend it. Gu Fenghua couldn't either. It was fine if he handed it over. What he was worried about was that even if he handed it over, Gu Fenghua would still want to kill him. This was the real problem. While Jiang Chun was thinking about this, suddenly, a towering aura exploded from outside the palace. Ling Zhao couldn't help but furrow his brows. This aura clearly came from someone who had reached the peak 5th Divine Core realm, although he had killed 2 opponents like this before. But this person seemed a little different. The aura was even more terrifying than Yu Zhan and Zilan combined. Could it be that Yu Qilong has broken through? Ling Zhao thought for a while, and this was the only possibility. Yu Qilong had brought back such important information. Of course Gu Fenghua would give him some benefits. After all, Yu Qilong was an obedient dog. If Gu Fenghua didn't want to do it herself, she could just let this dog bite someone. Only Gu Fenghua was able to help Yu Qilong break through from the early 5th Divine Core realm to the peak 5th Divine Core realm in such a short period of time. Let's go there and have a look. Ling Zhao dashed out of the palace and headed towards the building. He noticed that when he left the palace, a few figures flew out from the palace at the same time. These figures were unfamiliar to Jiang Chen. But the Purple Palace King, the Purple Palace Marshal, and the 3 great generals were easy to recognize. They were all wearing the purple spirit armor. Those 2 unfamiliar faces must be Heaven-slaying Blade Devil Gu Fenghua and Death Witch Qing Mashue. This was the first time Ling Zhao had seen these 2 people's faces. They had just passed by each other. They were just from different planes. I'll remember your faces. One day, I'll crush you into pieces. Ling Zhao really wanted to know what these people were planning. Therefore, he followed them. Senior disciple, I really don't understand. You wasted so much energy on a piece of trash like him, and he broke through to the peak 5th Divine Core realm. He's not even at the 6th Divine Core realm. Why did you waste so much energy? They arrived at the mansion. Yu Qilong was walking outside. Qing Mashue said with disdain. This woman was as arrogant as Gu Fenghua, and she looked down on everyone. However, she couldn't hide her thoughts, and she would say whatever was on her mind. Unlike Gu Fenghua, who thought one thing in her mind, but said something else with her mouth. Junior disciple sister, he's not bad. After all, his talent is just He is indeed a genius in the Purple Palace Kingdom, but in the Eastern Victory Kingdom, he's not good enough. Don't be too harsh on him, Gu Fenghua said with a smile. Hearing what she said, Yu Qilong's face twitched. But he didn't dare complain. Even if a dog was beaten, it would still recognize its master. Welcome to the 2 young lords, the king, the marshal, and the 3 great generals. Yu Qilong was the one with the lowest status and strength among these people. Therefore, no matter who he met, he had to kneel down and greet them. Stand up. Not bad, not bad. Not only have you broken through to the perfect divine core realm, you've also broken through to the divine core realm. Not only that, you've also cultivated a fifth-order Emperor realm martial skill. Now, you should have the confidence to defeat that Ling Xiao, right? Gu Fenghua asked with a smile. Of course, Yu Qilong said confidently. A few days ago, when you were cultivating, Ling Xiao killed Yu Zhan and Zilan. Are you still confident? Qing Mashue said with disdain. What? Hearing what Qing Mashue said, Yu Qilong was shocked. He had betrayed his dignity and soul in exchange for his sudden increase in strength. But what did Ling Xiao have to kill Yu Zhan? Chapter 38-46. Hearing that Ling Xiao had killed Yu Zhan, Yu Qilong's expression became gloomy and unwilling. The joy he felt after breaking through to the peak fifth heavenly core realm had vanished. You don't have confidence anymore? Gu Fenghua said coldly. No, I have confidence. Yu Qilong gritted his teeth and said, I'm just angry. That guy dared to kill Yu Zhan. I'll kill him for sure. Good, as long as you have confidence. You didn't waste my effort in cultivating you. Don't worry, in my opinion, your current strength is at least 10 times stronger than Yu Zhan. Ling Xiao had used all his strength to kill Yu Zhan. He is no match for you now. Gu Fenghua said with a smile. Thank you, young master, for your appreciation. Yu Qilong hastily said. Since senior brother appreciates you so much, shouldn't you do something for him? Qing Mashue suddenly said with a smile. Young master Qing Mashue, please be frank with me. I'm a fool. What do you mean? Yu Qilong asked with a respectful tone. You still don't understand? What an idiot. Qing Mashue curled her lips and said, Listen, what senior brother wants is Ling Xiao's treasures, not Ziqinya's life. You're the one who imprisoned Ziqinya in the Purple Mansion Netherrealm, right? You're really stupid. Can Ling Xiao enter the Purple Mansion Netherrealm? Even if he wants to save him, he can't. If he doesn't show up, how is he going to get the treasures? I think I understand now. Yu Qilong suddenly said, I'll release Ziqinya from the Purple Mansion Netherrealm immediately, then make an announcement to the public. 7 days later, I'll publicly execute him. I'll give Ling Xiao enough time to come here. Then, I'll capture him on the spot. Not bad. At least you have some brains. Qing Mashue said with an indifferent tone. On that day, senior brother and I will pretend to leave the capital and return to the Dongshan Kingdom. I don't want that little kitten to be too scared to come to the capital. Once he takes the bait, we'll trap him, and he won't be able to escape. At that time, everything he has will belong to senior brother. Although it was Qing Mashue who said this, Gu Fenghua agreed. None of the people here dared to betray him. He believed he could keep this secret a secret. It was absolutely impossible for outsiders to know about it. At the end of the day, Gu Fenghua and Qing Mashue were both overconfident. Moreover, he relied too much on his divine sense, believing that no one could avoid detection wherever his divine sense was. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was an exception. This was something they had never expected. Thank you for your advice, young lord. This subordinate believes that Ling Xiao should already be on his way here. Although he hated that brat to the bone, he had to admit that that brat was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. You dare to go against my Yu clan for someone unrelated to Gao Hong? For the people of the king's residence, he dared to go to the Purple Spirit capital alone. If it wasn't for the fact that Zilan was too useless and too stupid, that brat wouldn't have been able to escape from the Golden Light Dragon trapping Grand Array. Therefore, he would definitely come to the royal city. At that time, there is no need for the two young masters to make a move. This subordinate will be able to tear that brat into pieces. Vent the hatred in my heart. This bastard really knows me well. Ling Xiao, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but feel delighted when he heard Yu Qilong's words. Of course, it wasn't because Yu Qilong was praising him, but because as long as Ziqinya was brought out of the Purple Mansion underworld, he would have a way to save Ziqinya. Even if it was a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, he would have to give it a try. All right, I'll leave everything to you. Gu Fenghua didn't know what to think, but she seemed to trust Yu Qilong very much. After leaving the palace quietly, Ling Xiao began to think about his next step. Disciple, you heard what they said. This is simply a trap for you. Perhaps you won't be able to save Ziqinya, and might even lose your life. The Yuan Venerate had no choice but to remind Ling Xiao again. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was naturally the most important. Master, I know what you're talking about. However, it's impossible for me to leave Ziqianye alone. They have their plans, and I have mine. Letting Ziqianye out of the Purple Mansion underworld might be the best bait for them. However, it's also the best opportunity for me. I can't give it up. Ling Xiao shook his head. What we should consider now is not whether to save Ziqianye, but how to save him. Forget it. Since you're so determined, I'll help you one more time. I'll leave your body for a period of time and modify the array formation of the Purple Mansion Royal City. This is in case of an emergency. This is our greatest advantage. Whether we want to save someone or escape, it's always good to be fully prepared. The Yuan Venerate said. Will there be any problems? Ling Xiao asked worriedly. He couldn't let anything happen to his master just because he wanted to save Ziqianye. Don't worry, my spirit consciousness is already very strong. It won't be a problem for me to leave your body and protect you for about 10 days. I'll only need 3 or 4 days to set up and modify the array formation. The Yuan Venerate smiled. But what if we're discovered? Ling Xiao asked again. That won't happen. Who do you think I am? Do you think that kid can discover me with his spirit consciousness? The Yuan Venerate had the confidence of a powerhouse. All right, but come back immediately if there are any unforeseen circumstances. Ling Xiao reminded him. Of course. I still have a huge grudge to avenge, so I won't die just like that. The Yuan Venerate left his body after saying that. Ling Xiao watched him leave as he considered his next step. He still wasn't strong enough. Therefore, the next step was to break through. He hadn't used the Thief God's inner core yet. He had kept it in his Dongshang Emperor ring. Buzz. Suddenly, the Bloody Thunder God jumped up excitedly. Ling Xiao could feel its excitement. Because the Blood-Red Thunder God had completely merged with his body, the excitement of the Blood-Red Thunder God was his excitement. The feeling was very obvious. Is there anything good in that direction? Ling Xiao looked in the direction the lightning was pointing in. That should be the Purple Mansion Academy. Ling Xiao had met students from the Purple Mansion Academy when he had just arrived in the 4 Great Domains. He had also been looking forward to the Purple Mansion Academy. However, he had forgotten about the Purple Mansion Academy for a long time. Now, the Bloody Thunder God had reminded him of the Purple Mansion Academy. Could there be some treasure there that made the Bloody Thunder God so excited? Regardless, he had to go and take a look. If he could make the Crimson Thunder God stronger, then his chances of winning would be higher. He might even be able to improve his cultivation base. He didn't intend to use the Thief God's inner core yet. It would be a waste to use it given his current cultivation base. However, improving his strength was a must. After all, no matter how good a plan was, it couldn't compare to great strength. The Crimson Thunder God had given him a clear path to take. Eternal Emperor Region, Eternal Life Palace. There was actually a palace in a place with very few people. This place was blocked by a powerful array formation. Outsiders couldn't enter, and the people inside couldn't leave. Yu Fenghua's tired face broke into a smile. I never thought that this thing would really be useful. She looked at the book in her hand. It was a book that specialized in array formations. Chapter 3847. That book on array formations was given to Yu Fenghua by Ling Xiao. She had only intended to keep it as a souvenir. But now, she had used this book and spent a lot of time and energy to open an exit in this array formation. Although the array formation was completely repaired as soon as she went out. But that had nothing to do with Yu Fenghua. She had come out. Relying on her longing for Ling Xiao, she had broken out of the cage here. White Eagle. Let's go. Yu Fenghua called out. The White Eagle, which was originally only a foot tall, suddenly grew to dozens of feet tall. Yu Fenghua jumped on and sped away. Let's go to the primordial divine tomb first. Maybe Ling Xiao will be there. Although she had learned from Hai Myung-ko that Ling Xiao had left the western region through the dream mirror, but she still had to go and take a look. At the very least, she had to walk the path that Ling Xiao had walked before she knew whether Ling Xiao was dead or alive. Ling Xiao, you must not die. Otherwise, all my hopes and expectations will be gone. Looking into the distance, Yu Fenghua's heart was burning with anxiety. If Ling Xiao had stayed in that small place, she would not have been so worried. But Ling Xiao had actually gone to the western region and then to the four great regions in order to find her. How could she not be worried? Sister Fenghua, your heart is in a mess. White Eagle suddenly spoke. It was a sweet girl's voice. White Eagle was a demon beast and could transform into human form. She had been saved by Yu Fenghua before, so she could be considered Yu Fenghua's best sister. Yes, my heart is in a mess. Yu Fenghua smiled bitterly. She had never thought that she would be so captivated by a man, and that she would be so flustered. Is that man really that good? Is he worth Sister Fenghua giving up your inner core? White Eagle sighed. White Eagle, keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell Ling Xiao about it. I'm afraid that he'll rush to the immortal palace to seek death. He's that kind of person. Yu Fenghua suddenly recalled the crazy look on Ling Xiao's face when she was taken away. Even in the face of powerful existences like Wang Tianming and Wang Zhenghua, he was still fearless. Such a person was really worth entrusting her life to. But sister, without the inner core, not only will your strength be greatly reduced, if someone destroys your inner core, you will also be crippled of all your cultivation. White Eagle could not help but ask. It's not a problem for now. Don't I still have you, White Eagle? With your strength, you can roam the four major regions without a problem. Isn't protecting me a piece of cake? Besides, I have the dream reflecting mirror. Even if the Niden isn't in my body, I can still use my true essence. He wouldn't lose too much of his strength. As for the destruction of his inner core, even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cubs. I don't think father will do that. Yu Fenghua smiled and said, even if I take a step back, even if my cultivation is crippled, he won't abandon me. Me too, White Eagle said with a firm tone. I know. You're Yu Fenghua's best sister. Yu Fenghua gently stroked White Eagle's feathers. Suddenly, a battle cry sounded out from behind. White Eagle let out a cold snort, then he turned around and unleashed a frightening aura from his mouth. Nearly 100 pursuers, and all of them were divine core warriors. But all of them were killed. Don't fight. Let's go, Yu Fenghua said. Yes, sister. White Eagle was very strong, but he was willing to listen to Yu Fenghua. That was because Yu Fenghua was stronger than him. Besides, White Eagle was her savior. 7 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Ling Xiao had visited the Purple Mansion Academy once. But the Purple Mansion Academy was heavily guarded. In order not to be discovered, Ling Xiao didn't fight. Therefore, he didn't get what the Blood Thunder God wanted. But he had confirmed the location of that thing. It was in the treasure vault of the Purple Mansion Academy. This could be considered as a small reward. After rescuing Ziqinya, he would definitely come back to this place. It was the symbol of the Purple Mansion Kingdom's highest academy. Ling Xiao wanted to see what was so great about it. After leaving the Purple Mansion Academy, Ling Xiao went deep into the mountains near the Purple Mansion Kingdom's capital to cultivate. He specifically chose those powerful demon beasts to fight. Finally, on the 7th day, he broke through to the peak 4th Divine Core realm. Although he still couldn't break through to the 5th Divine Core realm. But with this cultivation base, he was confident in dealing with Yu Qilong. It also increased his chances of survival. After all, his strength had increased, but his opponent's strength hadn't. This was his improvement. Not only that, he had also cultivated the Fiend Celestial Seal to the Master level. Compared to the Minor Completion level, it was at least 10 times stronger. This was also the source of his confidence. On the 6th day, Yuan Venerate returned. He looked very weak, so he fell into a deep sleep after returning. Ling Xiao hurriedly gave Yuan Venerate all the pills and treasures that could replenish his soul force. He had a lot of these things as well. They were all obtained from the ancient Dongsheng Emperor and Thief God. It was enough for Yuan Venerate to recover. Master, I won't let your efforts go to waste. I will save Ziqinya, and I won't die. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. He changed his clothes and rushed towards the Purple Mansion Kingdom's capital. 7 days ago, Yu Qilong announced that he was going to publicly execute Ziqinya. This caused an uproar in the entire Purple Mansion Kingdom. Ziqinya had always had a good reputation. Many people in the royal city knew that she was going to be executed. Many people found it unbelievable that she was going to be executed in public. There were also some people who knew that this was to lure a certain fish into a trap. No matter if they knew or not, everyone was paying attention to this matter. 7 days was enough for the news to spread throughout the Purple Mansion Kingdom. The permanent population of the Purple Mansion Kingdom had reached hundreds of millions. It was really shocking that so many people were talking about it. Yu Qilong accused Zi Qinya of colluding with rebels and embezzling the kingdom's assets. During her reign, she obstructed the Purple Mansion army many times. She also schemed to frame the Yu family. In any case, these charges were just randomly thrown around. He didn't care whether they were true or not. Perhaps this was called extreme love, extreme hatred. Yu Qilong liked Zi Qinya. This was true, although he wanted to use Zi Qinya to achieve some of his goals. However, this liking wasn't fake. It was precisely because he liked her so much that he became so ruthless after being rejected. I'm finally here. Ling Xiao appeared in front of the royal city once again. Anger surged in his heart when he saw the notice posted at the city gate. No matter what, he had already made the necessary preparations. Next, it would depend on how far he could go. To be honest, surviving was much easier than saving Zi Qinya. Saving Zi Qinya would mean facing the encirclement of many experts. Ling Xiao didn't know whether he could succeed or not. Although he had made all the preparations, in the face of a powerful enemy, many plans could only play a small role. If he wanted to succeed, it would depend on strength. Let's do it. If I can't, I'll use all my strength. I'll use the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit, Dongshang Emperor's Ring, Crimson Thunder God, and Firestorm Wheels. Chapter 38-48. Right now, the Purple Palace Kingdom's capital was truly a tight encirclement. The powerful Purple Palace army had filled every corner of the city. The scene of the public execution was filled with mighty warriors as well. Major General, Lieutenant General, Great General, Marshal, King, and even the Dean of the Purple Palace Academy. Then, there were Gu Fenghua and Qing Maxue. Although they didn't show up in public, they were hiding near the execution platform. They were waiting for Ling Xiao to show up, then they would capture him. When the crowd found out that all of this was just to capture Ling Xiao, a mere 4th-level Divine Core warrior, they were all shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. Who was this guy? Why was he worth all of this? They would soon find out if it was worth it or not. A huge crowd had gathered around the execution platform. However, in order to prevent Ling Xiao from mixing into the crowd, the Purple Palace Army had cleared the area of 1,000 meters around the execution platform. Within this area, there were only their own people. Actually, many people already knew who Ling Xiao was. They also knew what Ling Xiao had. But, facing the mighty Gu Fenghua and Qing Maxue, none of them had the qualifications to fight for it. Therefore, they were only here to watch the show. Perhaps they could capture Ling Xiao and make a great contribution, then be rewarded by the Dongshang superpower. If that was the case, they would be able to achieve great things. Their overall strength would increase tremendously. As the executioner, Yu Qilong just sat there quietly. He had no intention of carrying out the execution. The purpose of today's public execution was just to lure Ling Xiao in. If Ling Xiao didn't show up, it would be meaningless. The stage has been prepared for you. We're just waiting for you. So many big shots are here to support you. You should be happy. Yu Qilong looked at the city gate. His eyes were filled with intense hatred and anticipation. Within a house next to the execution platform, Gu Fenghua and Qing Maxue were drinking. They were chatting while waiting for the execution to begin. Senior brother, is it really worth it to kill a tiny little Ling Xiao in such a grand ceremony? Qing Maxue still felt like they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Ling Xiao was only a 4th-level Divine Core warrior. Even if he was a 6th-level Divine Core warrior, there was no need to do this. It's better to be safe than sorry. I've studied this Ling Xiao before. He is a cunning man. Moreover, his ability was really very powerful. He was able to steal the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword from so many mighty warriors. This is definitely not a coincidence. Gu Fenghua shook her head and said, in any case, Yu Qilong and the others are in charge. We don't have to worry. When the time comes, all you need to do is receive the treasure. But with such a grand occasion, Will that guy come? Qing Mashue refused to believe that Ling Xiao would come for a woman. He will. Gu Fenghua smiled slightly, looking very confident. You Qilong, you despicable bastard. Zi Qinya was tied to the execution platform, wearing shackles. He looked extremely exhausted. However, the anger in his eyes did not diminish at all. Despicable? And, you Mashue. As long as I can make a great contribution, young Master Gu Fenghua will definitely give me better things. We, the Yu family, will rise again. As for your Zi family, it's over. You won't be able to catch Ling Xiao, Zi Qianyi said coldly. Hee, you've seen it for yourself. With such an inescapable trap, don't lie to yourself. If he really comes, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to leave this place alive. Even if the 2 young masters don't do anything, with just 10 million Z Mansion army soldiers, a single spit from each of them is enough to drown him. Facing Zi Qianye's scolding, Yu Qilong wasn't angry at all. He knew that today was the lucky day of his life. Not only was he going to achieve great success, he was also going to take revenge. Zi Qianyi suddenly shouted out, Ling Xiao, if you can hear me, don't show yourself. Don't show yourself. I, Zi Qianyi, can die, but you can't. Keep your body alive and avenge me. After saying that, she suddenly bit her own tongue, preparing to commit suicide by swallowing it. Her inner core was hidden by Gu Fenghua, so she couldn't use a large amount of true core. She could only kill herself in this way. Immobilizing talisman. Yu Qilong suddenly used the immobilizing talisman. He sneered, you don't have your inner core now. This ordinary immobilizing talisman can also make you unable to move for an hour. Just accept your fate. Before we get what we want, you can't die. If the bait dies, it will be a pity. Ling Xiao had actually seen everything that had happened. He looked at Zi Qianyi, who was on the execution platform, and walked over step by step. Sister Qianyi, I know you won't let me save you. I know you'd rather die than implicate me. But at the same time, I won't watch you die. Ling Xiao's first step was to save Zi Qianyi. Only in this way, he wouldn't hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Everyone present didn't know what was going to happen. Gu Fenghua didn't know either. He was just waiting for Ling Xiao to appear. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao had already arrived at the execution platform. Ling Xiao would give each of them a surprise. Senior disciple, I don't understand. Why do we have to let the real Zi Qianyi stay there? We can just use a fake one. That way, even if something unexpected happens, she won't be able to escape. In the house, Qing Mashue looked at Zi Qianyi, who was immobilized by the immobilizing talisman, and asked curiously, Ling Xiao isn't stupid. He is a divine core warrior as well. How could he not know about Zi Qianye's aura? If we use a fake one and he doesn't want to come out, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Gu Fenghua shook her head and said, Don't worry, I have Zi Qianye's inner core. Even if something unexpected happens and Zi Qianyi is saved by someone, we will still be able to save her. As long as we have the inner core, Ling Xiao will definitely come back. Without the inner core, not only would Zi Qianye's cultivation be crippled, she would never be able to form a new inner core. That means she would be a cripple. If Ling Xiao knows this, he will definitely want it. Senior disciple, you're so wise. You've thought of everything, but you didn't tell me. Qing Mashue said with a frown. Hee, Schwerer, don't blame your senior disciple. After all, what happened today will determine whether or not your senior disciple can become the Dongshang Emperor. Gu Fenghua said with a smile. Right at this moment, he suddenly furrowed his brows. He's here. Gu Fenghua's divine sense had been covering the entire Purple Palace Imperial City. But he never expected Ling Xiao's aura to suddenly appear on the execution platform. Boom. When the crowd saw the man on the execution platform, a huge commotion broke out. It was as if a heavy bomb had been thrown into the crowd. Ling Xiao's appearance was too surprising. While they were still guessing whether or not he would show up, he had already gotten Zi Qianyi. Although they were shocked, Yu Qilong and the others weren't angry. No matter how Ling Xiao appeared, the fish had finally taken the bait. Chapter 3849. He really came. Qing Mashu stood up in shock. This man is really stupid. That's right, he's stupid enough. However, his cunning and unswerving determination are truly terrifying. Gu Fenghua could clearly sense Ling Xiao's cultivation base. Peak 4th Divine Core Realm. Being able to kill Yu Zhan and Zilan with such a cultivation base was really shocking. Furthermore, this guy was able to avoid his divine sense and appear on the execution platform without anyone noticing. This really surprised him too much. If we were in each other's shoes, perhaps he would be the strongest warrior in the Dongshan Kingdom. Even my father is no match for him. Gu Fenghua was an arrogant man, and he would never praise someone easily. But today, when he saw Ling Xiao, he actually showed a shocked expression. No way, Qing Mashue said in surprise. It doesn't matter whether he is or not, he is already a turtle in a jar. Let's sit down and watch how he is going to be cut into pieces. Gu Fenghua suddenly sneered. There was no if in this world. Compared to him, Ling Xiao was just not as lucky. He had to get rid of this sprout that could pose a threat to him today. But he didn't need to do anything yet. He would let those idiots from the Purple Kingdom kill each other first. A group of vicious dogs chasing after a rabbit. It was quite interesting. He removed the body-securing talisman from Zi Qianye's body. Are you crazy? Why did you really come here? Zi Qianye roared out loudly. Sister Qianye, it's pointless for you to roar now. You can call me stupid or crazy. My men are here. Just hide in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring for now. I'll play with these people. Ling Xiao looked at Zi Qianye and spoke in a confident and domineering manner. In fact, Ling Xiao had a crazy idea. That idea was enough to make even Gu Fenghua retreat. It was the Bloody Devil Rat that he hadn't used for a long time. The 3rd level of the Bloody Devil Rat. As long as he unleashed it, it would increase his combat strength by 100 times. But at the same time, his cultivation base would drop from the Divine Core Realm to the Divine Vein Realm. His efforts over the past few days might have been in vain. Therefore, that kind of method could only be used when there was no other way. If he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to. After all, that was not his only trump card. But if it reached a point where it had to be used, he wouldn't be stingy either. In any case, recovering one's cultivation base was much faster than increasing it. He was confident that what he had lost would come back. After all, it was better for his cultivation to regress than to die. Hee, what a grand scene. I, Ling Xiao, am just a perfect 4th Divine Core warrior. At most, he was at the level of a lieutenant general. It is truly a great honor for all of you to welcome me like this. Ling Xiao directly sent Zi Qianye into the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Then, he looked around and laughed loudly. I only have one thing to say. I will leave once I save them. Anyone who tries to stop me will be killed without mercy. This was a reminder, and also a prelude to a massacre. In this place, he would not show the slightest bit of mercy, because if he didn't kill others, others would kill him. He had no choice at all. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the entire crowd burst into laughter. All the warriors from the Purple Mansion Kingdom thought that Ling Xiao was telling a joke that wasn't funny at all. A mere 4th Divine Core warrior dared to fight 10 million soldiers of the Purple Mansion army all by himself? Was he an idiot? An idiot? Or a madman? But the common people had a completely different view of Ling Xiao. What a young hero. In order to save his friend, he came even though he knew it was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Sai, why didn't anyone do the same to me? That's right. I'm shocked as well. He really came here. He knew someone had set up a trap for him, but he still came here. Still, he came. A man like this shouldn't die. But he has no way to live. 10 million soldiers of the Purple Mansion army, and they are all elite soldiers. Even if he dies of exhaustion, there is no way he can kill all of them. I think he might give all his treasures to the young lord of the Dongshang Strong Kingdom. Perhaps he might be able to keep his life. Maybe, but with his personality, would he really do that? All the common people were looking at Ling Xiao. They more or less felt some sympathy for him. After all, Zi Qianye had a good reputation. Since he was the one who came to save Zi Qianye, the common people naturally felt sympathy for him. Right now, Yu Qilong had walked onto the execution platform. He stared at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Are you trying to become the enemy of the entire Purple Mansion Kingdom? You can't represent the Purple Mansion Kingdom. Your king can't either. Those two grandsons of the Dongshang Strong Kingdom can't either. I don't want to become the enemy of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. I want to become the enemy of all of you. It's as simple as that. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong with disdain and said, "Look at how arrogant you are. Do you think you have a lot of face after being someone else's dog?" With just a few words, Yu Qilong's face turned red, and his heart was filled with anger. But Yu Qilong managed to hold himself back. He knew that Ling Xiao was like a mosquito stuck on a spider's web. There was no way for him to escape. So, he pretended not to hear anything that Yu Qilong said. "Ha ha ha. You're the one who's barking like a dog. You know that you can't leave today. That's why you're biting people like that." Yu Qilong laughed maniacally. "Is that so? Since you're so confident, does that mean that you think you can stop me?" Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong and said sarcastically, "I can kill your father, Yu Hua, and your uncle, Yu Zhan. I can also kill you. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" If he was surrounded, it would be troublesome. So, Ling Xiao wanted to fight Yu Qilong one-on-one and then find a chance to escape. He raised his hand and the blood supreme sword was unsheathed. In an instant, the entire execution platform was filled with killing intent. Countless people felt their hearts tremble. Even the commoners who were 1,000 meters away were trembling in fear. It was as if they saw the god of death descending. You know the Blood Supreme Sword, right? It's the weapon that the Blood Supreme Sword once used. A spiritual-grade Heavenly King weapon is extremely powerful. When this sword is unsheathed, it will be stained with blood. I wonder who will be the first. The moment Ling Xiao unsheathed the sword, everyone was shocked. When he said that, they were even more shocked. They did not understand. Was Ling Xiao really going to fight with Yu Qilong and the rest? Get lost. If you don't dare to fight, then don't block my way. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong, who was stunned by his killing intent, and sneered in disdain. He used the plum blossom shadow steps and appeared behind Yu Qilong in an instant. He did not want to fight. He only wanted to leave. After all, he had saved them. There was no need for him to fight. There were too many experts here. It was not wise to fight to the death. However, Yu Qilong was unwilling to give up. He suddenly attacked from behind, wanting to kill Ling Xiao on the spot so that he could show off his powerful strength. You're just a firefly. How dare you compete with the sun and moon? You're courting death. Chapter 3850. Ling Xiao's body instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. After that, he landed on the ground and once again stepped forward with the Mei Qingying steps. The cold-blood sovereign sword slashed across Yu Qilong's throat. Clang! A large head fell to the ground. The sword had chopped off Yu Qilong's head. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Even the Kamgu Fenghua and Qing Mashue couldn't help but furrow their brows. In their minds, Yu Qilong, who had mastered a 5th-grade Emperor Realm martial skill and was at the perfect 5th-grade Divine Core Realm, was nothing but a piece of cake. Even if he was no match for Ling Xiao, there was no way he would be killed so easily. This didn't make any sense. Of course, Yu Qilong was still alive. A 5th-grade Divine Core warrior was a warrior with a golden core. As long as his golden core wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die. He would only be severely injured. How dare you? General Hua Xiong jumped out and protected Yu Qilong behind him. If Yu Qilong was attacked by Ling Xiao in his current state, he would definitely die. General Hua Xiong, early 6th-grade Divine Core warrior, I don't think we have any grudges? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and asked Hua Xiong, "We don't have any grudges, but you've gotten something you shouldn't have. If you're willing to hand over those things, I'll let you go." Hua Xiong said coldly, "Hee, do you think you have the right to do that? You're just a dog under someone else's command. Your words are no different than a dog barking." Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Then he turned to Yu Qilong and said, "You're just a piece of trash. Didn't you want my life? Why are you hiding behind someone else's back? Do you really think you can keep your life by doing this?" "General Hua, kill him. Kill him." Right now, Yu Qilong's mind was filled with fear. He thought after breaking through to the perfect 5th-grade Divine Core Realm, he would be able to suppress Ling Xiao with ease. He thought after learning a 5th-grade Emperor Realm martial skill, Ling Xiao would be no match for him. But the reality was much crueler than what he had imagined. Ling Xiao was no longer someone he could defeat. Therefore, he could only hope that Hua Xiong would kill Ling Xiao. Hand it over or die. Hua Xiong coldly looked at Ling Xiao, revealing a ruthless expression. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. It seems like you don't intend to let me leave today. Since that's the case, I'll make a big scene. The supreme blood sword in his hand was suddenly raised to the sky. A red circle emerged from the sword. It then quickly enveloped the entire execution platform. Everything within 1,000 meters of the execution platform was covered by a red halo. It just so happened to avoid those commoners. General Hua, be careful. That's Ling Zhao's Fiend God seal. Yu Qilong shouted anxiously. General Hua had no idea what the God Devil seal was. He had only heard of the Blood Devil seal. The commoners didn't know what Ling Xiao wanted to do. A 4th Divine Core Warrior fighting a 6th Divine Core Warrior? Is he serious? Looks like he's serious. Was this guy crazy? Shouldn't he be running away now? Even those commoners who sympathized with Ling Xiao didn't think Ling Xiao was Hua Xiong's match. Even if Ling Xiao could chop off Yu Qilong's head with a single slash, but compared to Yu Qilong, Hua Xiong was at least 100 times stronger. There was no way Ling Xiao could win. What a stubborn guy. Men, kill him for me. Hua Xiong didn't want to do it himself. He felt that it would be a loss of face. When an early 6th Divine Core Warrior fought a 4th Divine Core Warrior, it was no different than bullying a 4th Divine Core Warrior. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. After all, he had many lieutenant generals serving him. All of them were at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Divine Core realm. There were even some 5th Divine Core Warriors. With so many of them working together, how could they not be able to capture Ling Xiao? Hearing Hua Xiong's order, the group of men immediately leapt towards Ling Xiao. None of them noticed the cruel killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes. Just in time, a grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face. Since they didn't want to let him go, he had no choice but to kill them all. Bang! The red halo turned everything within its range blood red. The terrifying energy kept expanding. The group of men who were leaping towards Ling Xiao suddenly felt their qi and blood stagnate, and they couldn't continue attacking. They had to circulate their internal energy in order to prevent themselves from being injured. On top of the blood-red halo, strange runes emerged. On top of the Blood Sovereign sword, there were also blood-red runes glowing. The seal of Fiend God had been activated. Stop right now, or else you'll die today. Hua Xiong had noticed the strange halo as well. The runes were terrifying. He was finally not going to show any mercy. Within this red light, one could clearly feel the suffocating and terrifying murderous aura. It was as if the Blood Sovereign had come back to life. The commoners couldn't see what was happening, but the warriors within the red halo could clearly feel it. General Hua, don't wait any longer. Kill him now. This is the upgraded version of the Seal of Fiend God. It's even more terrifying than the Seal of Fiend God. If you let him release it, even you will be injured. In order to survive, Yu Qilong's expression changed. He shouted with all his might. What? The Seal of Fiend God is an upgraded version? Hearing this, even Gu Fenghua was stunned. The seal of the Blood Sovereign was very famous. This Ling Xiao had not only learned the Seal of Fiend God, but he had also upgraded it. This talent, he was really much stronger than him. The only thing he could be thankful for was that he had met Ling Xiao earlier. This way, he could destroy this sprouted organization as soon as possible. However, he still wanted to see how far Ling Xiao could go. He could easily defeat Yu Qilong. Could he even defeat the General Hua Xiong? He didn't believe it. Hua Xiong, kill him. Gu Fenghua gave the order as if she was ordering her subordinates to kill a chicken. It was very light. Yes. Hua Xiong gritted his teeth. Then he suddenly took out a war hammer and smashed it towards Ling Xiao's head. Hua Xiong was an early 6th Divine Core Warrior, and his speed was incredibly fast. But too bad, his speed was still nothing in front of Ling Xiao. As a general, you're pretty strong. But too bad, you're too slow. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Xiong with disdain. With a light step, he moved to the other side. Within the Seal of Fiend God, he could control everything. Together with the falling plum-clear shadow steps, he was simply unpredictable. Yu Qilong, farewell. Just stay in that boundless hell and continue your revenge. You'll never be able to take revenge anyway. Ling Xiao spat out these words. His words were filled with disdain and ridicule. Slaughterhouse of Fiend God Seal. Finally, Ling Xiao unleashed his most powerful martial skill, the Seal of Fiend God. At this moment, within the area surrounded by the red halo, blood-red sword chi suddenly erupted. It was like a swarm of locusts. No one was able to dodge it completely, unless they were strong enough to defend against it. Those weaker warriors were instantly pierced into a beehive, and even their inner cores were destroyed. Chapter 38:51. Those who were slightly stronger could only try their best to defend themselves, but the wounds on their bodies were still increasing. Most of the warriors only had their inner cores left. Their bodies had been completely destroyed. As for Yu Qilong, he was dead without a trace left behind. His head was chopped off, and his body was severely wounded. There was no way he could defend himself against this terrifying attack. Even the three great generals had no choice but to defend themselves when facing such a dense amount of sword energy. Their bodies were bleeding profusely. The only ones who could protect themselves were the Purple Mansion King Qinyu, Death Witch Qing Maxue, Heaven-Slaying Blade Demon Gu Fenghua, and the principal of the Purple Mansion Academy. Only these few people were left. Ling Xiao suddenly saw something. Wasn't the pendant that the dean of the Purple Mansion Academy was wearing the favorite item of the Sanguine Thunder God when he entered the Purple Mansion Academy? He actually brought it here. Since I can't escape, I'll just have to give it a try. With that pendant, the Blood Thunder God will definitely become stronger. I might even be able to kill that Gu Fenghua. Looking at the pendant, Ling Xiao's eyes widened. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Right at this moment, no one noticed Ling Xiao's gaze, because they were still in a state of shock. Ling Xiao's single attack had turned the entire execution ground into a living hell. Miserable screams could be heard everywhere. Blood had gathered into a stream and was flowing on the ground. This seal of Celestial and Demon was too domineering. No wonder it was the skill used by the Blood Sword Lord. But this wasn't its full power. Only when a warrior reached the peak 6th Divine Core Realm could he unleash the true power of the seal of Celestial and Demon. When Ling Xiao unleashed the same skill again, all those trapped in the red lights would be torn into pieces. This lasted for a full 30 seconds. Finally, the sword energy in the slaughterhouse disappeared. Hua Xiong looked around in shock. Ling Xiao's single attack had killed 10,000 great generals of the Purple Mansion Army. Almost all the captains, major generals, and lieutenant generals were dead. Even Hua Xiong and the other two great generals were injured. Even the Purple Mansion Marshal wasn't spared. A piece of his ear was sliced off. 10,000 people. Corpses were everywhere. The execution ground had turned into purgatory. This made Hua Xiong's expression change again and again. Yu Qilong is trash. Hua Xiong is also trash. He actually allowed that kid to kill so many people. Qing Maxue was displeased. Senior brother, why don't you let me do it? I'll just kill that brat. Junior sister, you're still too impatient. There was no need for that. I really want to see who dares to work for our Dongshang strong country and not do their best. That Purple Mansion King, Chunyu, might normally be submissive to us, but he's waiting for us to run out of luck. Therefore, even if he attacks, don't attack. That Ling Xiao won't be able to do anything. Don't worry. Although he could feel the threat that Ling Xiao posed, he was still very confident. However, Gu Fenghua did not think that Ling Xiao could escape. What Ling Xiao relied on the most was the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. He had already heard about this from Yu Qilong. Therefore, the moment Ling Xiao appeared at the execution ground, he had already ordered his subordinates to cover the entire Purple Mansion royal capital with the Vajra Barrier. The Vajra Barrier was a Dharma treasure, a spiritual heavenly king artifact. Even the blood sovereign sword in Ling Xiao's hand could not penetrate it. Therefore, it could be said that the Purple Mansion Royal City was a huge cage. Once Ling Xiao came, there was no way he could leave. No matter how hard he tried, the final outcome would not change. It's so boring to sit there and watch the show. Qing Mashua's personality was different from Gu Fenghua's. She preferred to be on the front line. Therefore, she did not listen to Gu Fenghua's advice and rushed out. Hua Xiong, you're a piece of trash. With you around, Yu Qilong was still killed. So many Purple Mansion army generals died in battle. How did you manage to become a general? As soon as Qing Mashue appeared, she scolded Hua Xiong. Hua Xiong was already so old. Being scolded like this made him feel aggrieved. However, he did not dare to blame Qing Mashue. He could only transfer all his anger to Ling Xiao. It's my fault. I misjudged this kid's ruthlessness. Kill him now. Hua Xiong hurriedly charged towards Ling Xiao. He did not dare to be negligent at all. He was afraid that Qing Mashue would vent her anger on him. To think that you're a general. Why are you in such a hurry? Ling Xiao sneered. He waved the blood-sovereign sword in his hand again. Godfiend's Sealback Cave. In an instant, the entire execution ground turned pitch black. At the same time, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Although the ultrasonic attack could not injure the bodies of the martial artists, it could injure the martial artists' souls. Even Gu Fenghua and Qing Mashue were tricked. At that moment, their divine senses were not working. Chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao suddenly approached Hua Xiong, Plum Blossom Acupuncture Hand. He pointed at Hua Xiong's acupuncture point from afar. At that moment, Hua Xiong suddenly stopped moving. He just stood there awkwardly. He could not even resist the ultrasonic attack. His soul was shaken to a great extent. However, Ling Xiao did not want to let him go just like that. He took the opportunity to pierce Hua Xiong's abdomen with his sword. He forcefully extracted Hua Xiong's inner core. Then, he used the Dongshang Empress's inner core to devour it. The Batcave only lasted for about 30 seconds. It did not cause the terrifying scene of the slaughterhouse. However, when people recovered their divine senses and vision, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. He escaped? That's impossible. Gu Fenghua was also stunned. Previously, he had vowed that Ling Xiao would not be able to escape. But now, Ling Xiao had disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. The Vajra barrier has not been destroyed. He must still be in the city. Search. Search every nook and cranny, and find that bastard for me. Gu Fenghua was about to go crazy from anger. He thought that he had everything under control, but he had been fooled by a brat. He was about to explode. The commoners were all secretly impressed. Good heavens, this Ling Xiao was too strong. He had played so many experts in the palm of his hand. He was too awesome. Although many people were happy, they did not dare to say it out loud. They did not dare to show it on their faces. After all, Gu Fenghua and Qing Mashue were both cruel people. They might even kill them. Senior brother, something's not right. It's only been 30 seconds. Where can he hide? Qing Mashue frowned. That brat has a terrifying escape technique. He can move 10 miles in an instant. 30 seconds is enough for him to hide in many places in the Purple Mansion royal capital. Gu Fenghua sighed. Senior brother, you don't have to worry too much. That brat can't break through the Vajra barrier, so tens of millions of Purple Mansion army soldiers are searching together. I believe it won't be long before they find him. Qing Mashue comforted him. Gu Fenghua thought so too. Everyone thought so. However, after searching for a while, they obtained a shocking result. Ling Xiao is missing. Chapter 3852. Impossible. He must still be in the capital. If we can't find him, none of us will be able to sleep peacefully tonight. Gu Fenghua furrowed her brows tightly. He just disappeared? This was simply impossible. How could a living man just disappear without a trace? Young master, why don't we let the students of the Zifu Academy help us search for him as well? Perhaps that guy is skilled in some sort of concealing skill, and he can even completely hide his aura. Among the students of the Zifu Academy, there are some who are skilled in secret skills. We should be able to find him. The Zifu Academy's principal suddenly stood up and said, All right, I'll leave it to you then. Gu Fenghua nodded her head. After that, the principal turned around and walked towards the Zifu Academy. Amongst the crowd, Hua Xiong's eyes flickered with a cold light, but he quickly covered it up. Hua Xiong, Pan Feng, Yin Liang, You three follow him. Gu Fenghua suddenly thought of something. Then she ordered the three generals to go to the Zifu Academy together. A smile emerged on Hua Xiong's face, but it only lasted for a brief moment. The three men caught up with the principal and arrived at the Zifu Academy together. Seriously, this young master is too much. The principal is a peak 6 divine core warrior. Why does he need our protection? Yin Liang said unhappily. What do you know? Is this called protection? This is called surveillance. Pan Feng said with disdain. This young master, no one can be at ease with him. That's enough. Don't talk bad about the young master behind his back. If he hears you, we'll be in trouble. Hua Xiong reminded. You're right. Pan Feng turned to Yin Liang and Hua Xiong and said, why don't the three of us go have a drink? We can just stay in the academy and drink. I don't think we'll cause any trouble. Just because of Ling Xiao, we can't even rest, right? 3 of us won't do. Let's leave one of us behind, just in case something happens. Hua Xiong thought for a moment and said, then why don't you leave him behind? Pan Feng said with a smile, damn it. You two only know how to torture me. Fine. You two go first. I'll take over later. Hua Xiong said helplessly, then we'll have to trouble Brother Hua. Pan Feng and Yin Liang laughed mischievously, and the two of them found a place within the Purple Mansion Academy to drink with each other. Humph, 2 idiots. Hua Xiong sneered and immediately chased after the dean of the Purple Mansion Academy. Dean, what's that you're wearing? It looks quite extraordinary. Hua Xiong asked with a smile. Well, I don't know how to explain it. I thought it was pretty, so I put it on. If Brother Hua likes it, I'll give it to you. The dean of the Purple Mansion Academy directly took out the item that Ling Xiao yearned for in his dreams and handed it over to Hua Xiong. I don't dare to take it. I'll just take a look. Hua Xiong took the pendant. Suddenly, blood-red lightning appeared in his right hand and merged with the pendant. At that moment, Gu Fenghua, who was far away at the execution ground, sensed Ling Xiao's aura. He is indeed in the Purple Mansion Academy. Quickly chase after him. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. In the midst of the chaos, he killed Hua Xiong and then destroyed the corpse, turning himself into Hua Xiong. It was all for the sake of obtaining the item on the Zifu Academy's dean's neck. However, he did not expect to expose himself at this moment. By the time he wanted to escape, Gu Fenghua, Qing Maxue, and Chun Yu had already arrived. The 3 of them were really fast. Gu Fenghua didn't say anything, and Chun Yu didn't do anything either. Only Qing Maxue was furious. She immediately threw a palm strike at Ling Xiao. The terrifying palm strike was extremely fast, and it had a high hit rate as well. Ling Xiao was knocked flying away. He fell heavily onto the ground. Good kid, you're pretty strong. You can even change your appearance. We were nearly fooled by you. If you weren't so greedy and wanted something from the Purple Mansion Academy, we wouldn't have been able to escape. I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Qing Maxue was extremely anxious. Ling Xiao had played all of them for a fool. Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground, didn't show any reaction. Don't tell me he's dead? Pan Feng couldn't help but ask. I think he's pretty much dead. Young Master Qing Maxue is a peak 6 divine core warrior. That Ling Xiao is only a peak 4th divine core warrior. There's no way he can defend against her attack. Yin Liang whispered as well. Qing Maxue agreed with what Pan Feng said. Therefore, she didn't pay any more attention to Ling Xiao. Instead, she turned to Pan Feng and Yin Liang and scolded. You two trash. This guy killed Hua Xiong and disguised himself as your friend. Why can't you recognize him? Now, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Chop this guy into pieces and feed him to the dogs. He was just a peak 4th divine core warrior. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured by her palm strike. The power of her palm strike was enough to kill a perfect 5th divine core warrior. Therefore, she didn't want to do it herself. Instead, she asked the 2 derelict generals to do it. Right now, more and more people were following them. When they saw Hua Xiong slowly turning back into Ling Xiao, they couldn't help but sigh. This guy was too strong, but in the end, he was destroyed by his greed. Perhaps he had no chance of surviving this time. He was dead for sure. Pan Feng and Yin Liang's expressions were dark. They were unhappy with Qing Maxue's scolding. But, They hated Ling Xiao even more for deceiving them. If news of this were to spread out, they would no longer have the face to stay in the Purple Kingdom. The only thing they could do now was to kill Ling Xiao. With this, they might be able to regain their lost face. With this thought in mind, both men looked at each other. Almost at the same time, they charged towards Ling Xiao. They couldn't let this guy be so arrogant anymore. They had to defend the dignity of the Purple Kingdom army, defend the dignity of the generals. Kid, don't blame us even if you die. You can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. Yin Liang sneered. Both men's attacks were approaching Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao could only accept his fate of being killed. After being attacked by Qing Mashue, there was no way he wouldn't be severely injured. But, in the next moment, everyone was shocked. A killing intent could be seen in Ling Xiao's eyes. He instantly exploded. The sharp sword beam was only a foot away from Yin Liang's back. Even though Yin Liang was extremely strong, the distance was too close. With Ling Xiao's sudden attack, it was impossible for him to avoid it. Blood-like clone slash. Kill. Yin Liang used all his strength to attack and didn't realize that Ling Xiao could still attack. In terms of defense, he purely relied on his physical body and quintessential essence to protect himself. But this couldn't block the sharpness of the Blood Sovereign sword. In just an instant, the fate of this general was decided. The 3 blood-like clone slashes all passed through Yin Liang's body. Yin Liang's pupils constricted. Then, he fell to the ground with a clang. He was completely dead. Of the 3 sword beams, one pierced his throat, one pierced his heart. The last one pierced his inner core. He didn't even have a chance to live. Chapter 38:53. A perfect attack. This was the benefit of the Tai Chi Eye. It allowed him to plan his plans so precisely that it was flawless. Every step had been carefully calculated. Even if Yin Liang's strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's, it was meaningless. Damn it, he had to die. Besides, he was only an early 6th Divine Core warrior. If it was the Purple Palace Marshal or the Purple Palace King, Ling Xiao's sneak attack wouldn't be able to kill them. At most, he would only be able to injure them. Impossible. He was hit by Shue'er's palm strike, but he didn't seem to be hurt at all. How strong is this guy's body? Gu Fenghua was getting more and more shocked by Ling Xiao. This man's intelligence and talent were both top-notch. If this man was allowed to live, how would the others survive? He had to be killed. He had to be killed without mercy. However, after Ling Xiao killed Yin Liang, he didn't stop. He immediately fled with the falling plum-clear shadow steps. What he needed to do now was to find a place and solve the problem of the Blood Thunder God. Once he obtained the treasure and absorbed it, he might be able to break through to the next realm. Once he reached the 5th Divine Core realm, the chances of him escaping from the capital would increase tremendously. Even Gu Fenghua might not be able to stop him. This was the reason why he risked being discovered to obtain the pendant. The Blood Thunder God was a very powerful trump card. You bunch of idiots, you want my treasure? Sure. Come and give it a try. I'll give you an unforgettable memory. Oh right, once a man dies, he won't have any memories. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out from afar. The killing intent in his voice made Gu Fenghua and Qing Mashue feel a chill down their spines. This man was too scary. They couldn't let him live. Both of them had the same thought. Chase after him, Gu Fenghua ordered. He didn't chase after Ling Xiao immediately because he didn't know what other tricks Ling Xiao had up his sleeves. Therefore, he was just observing. If he knew that the pendant in Ling Xiao's hand could make Ling Xiao's strength skyrocket, he probably wouldn't think that way. Qing Mashue, the Purple Mansion King Chenyu, the Purple Mansion Marshal, and Great General Pan Feng all chased after him. Shue'er, come back! Gu Fenghua shouted. Qing Mashue stopped in her tracks. Senior brother, I want to kill that guy. Qing Mashue shouted. I told you to come back. Gu Fenghua's face suddenly darkened. Although Qing Mashue was known as the Death Witch, she did not dare act rashly in front of Gu Fenghua, especially when Gu Fenghua was angry. She could only land and lower her head without saying a word. Gu Fenghua's attitude suddenly became amiable, and she said, All right, you listen up. Blindly pursuing is completely meaningless. Why don't we wait and see? If those pieces of trash can't catch up, we can intercept them from different directions. The effect will be better. Actually, I really wanted to know what other trump cards Ling Xiao had up his sleeves. Don't take unnecessary risks. Senior brother, are you saying that the kid still has some terrifying trump cards that can seriously injure or even kill me? Qing Mashue said in disbelief. Whether you believe it or not, I believe that my instincts can't be wrong. This kid is full of tricks and can't be underestimated. Don't forget that his transformation technique almost fooled all of us just now. Gu Fenghua's brain was still functional. To be honest, if he forced Ling Xiao into a corner, Ling Xiao would really use something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Gu Fenghua's approach was to let the others, the cannon fodder, force Ling Xiao to use his trump cards. That way, he would have a better idea of what to do. But how can that kid be so fast? Even the Purple Mansion King Qinyu and the Purple Mansion Academy's dean are only on par with him. That's too perverted. Qing Mashua's divine perception captured Ling Xiao and the others. She could not help but exclaim, "If I'm not wrong, he should be using the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps." Not only did he obtain the Windfire Wheels of the Thief God, but he also obtained the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. That's a 6th-tier Emperor-class movement technique. In addition, that kid is already fast. Qinyu and the dean are about as fast as him. Gu Fenghua's eyes flashed with greed. He had only wanted to obtain the East Victory Heaven Sword and the Primordial Martial Technique. However, from the looks of it, the treasures on Ling Xiao were far more numerous and better than he had imagined. Whether it was the Windfire Wheels, the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps, or the powerful Plum Blossom Acupoint Strike, they were all fatally attractive to him. At this moment, the Purple Mansion King Qinyu and the Purple Mansion Academy's dean were very depressed. They were clearly much stronger than Ling Xiao, but they could not catch up to him. Ling Xiao obviously did not want to fight. He only cared about escaping and did not know what to do. They could not catch up to him. At most, their speed was equal, so it was completely meaningless. They could only keep running and hope that Ling Xiao's quintessential essence would be exhausted first. After escaping for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped using the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. Instead, he used the Windfire Wheels to escape. The speed of the Windfire Wheels was about the same as the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps, but it was more energy efficient and could be used for other things. He did this because he wanted to figure out what was going on with the pendant while he was escaping. At this distance, even if Gu Fenghua personally chased after him, she would not be able to catch up in a short time. If it really did not work, he could still use the vertical golden light technique. What is this kid trying to do? The few people chasing behind him were stunned. He wants to tire us to death. The Windfire Wheels consume very little quintessential essence, but its speed is not inferior to the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps. If this continues, we will be the first to use up our quintessential essence. The Purple Mansion Academy's dean frowned. This old guy had been tricked by Ling Xiao. He had a belly full of anger in his heart. He swore that after catching up to Ling Xiao, he would definitely tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Only then would he be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. Everyone, don't hide anything. Use your pills, talismans, puppets, whatever you can use. This may take a long time to kill. The Purple Mansion King Qinyu said. At the same time, he pasted a talisman on his body. It was called the Divine Travel Talisman. It could increase one's speed and reduce the consumption of quintessential essence. The others all used their divine abilities. Anyway, their speed had increased and their quintessential essence consumption had decreased. Chen Yu, who was charging at the front, blasted out his palm in an attempt to knock Ling Xiao down from the sky. However, the defense formed by the three energies of wind, fire, and lightning instantly blocked his attack. Not only that, at that moment, Chen Yu actually felt a wave of dizziness. The Windfire Wheels really live up to its name. We can't attack it easily. Otherwise, we will be the ones to be hit. Chen Yu hurriedly shouted. He could feel a slight wave of dizziness. If the Purple Mansion Marshal or General Panfeng attacked, the effect would be even more obvious. Once he fainted, it would be terrible. Chapter 3854. The chase lasted for half an hour. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth finally curled into a cold smile. The pendant in his hand disappeared. He suddenly stopped. Qin Yu and the others were dumbfounded. A bunch of cowards. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. He then looked at Gu Fenghua and Qing Maxue, who were slowly approaching from afar. Qing Maxue, you're known as the Death Witch. You've massacred millions of people in Purple Spirit Capital. You must be very strong. Do you have the guts to fight me one-on-one? There was a reason why he chose Qing Maxue over the others. Because Qing Maxue was an impulsive woman, and she wasn't very smart. To put it bluntly, she was stupid. Plus, she was extremely arrogant. You want to fight me one-on-one? I didn't hear about it, did I? Qing Maxue chuckled. Are you tired of living? You don't have the guts? Ling Xiao mocked. You're willing to fight for Qing Maxue, who is ranked 10th in Dongsheng's combat strength ranking. So, you're just a coward. Trash. Gu Fenghua, why don't you fight me? That woman is trash anyway. You. How dare you call me a coward? I'll kill you. Qing Maxue thought Ling Xiao's words were a joke. But what she couldn't stand the most was being called a coward. Also, Ling Xiao wanted to fight Gu Fenghua. He called her trash. If she didn't kill him, she would definitely kill him. If that happened, she would be laughed at when she returned to Dongsheng's superpower. Schwer, don't be impulsive. He's trying to provoke you. I don't know what he's trying to do. Gu Fenghua shook her head and said, but senior brother, he called me trash. Qing Maxue said agitatedly, that's right, you're trash. So what if I'm provoking you? I'm just a peak 4th divine core warrior, that's all. Do you think you're afraid of me? Hee, not only are you a coward trash, I think that Gu Fenghua is the same. Both of you are a coward. Ling Xiao's words had touched Qing Maxue's reverse scale. Her reverse scale was Gu Fenghua. Although she was furious when others scolded her, she could still endure it. But if anyone wanted to scold Gu Fenghua, she wouldn't be able to control her emotions. Senior brother, don't stop me. I must kill him today. All of you, stand aside. Qing Maxue soared into the sky and faced off against Ling Xiao. Gu Fenghua did not stop him this time. Ling Xiao had indeed gone too far. He thought about it. Even if Ling Xiao had some sort of trump card, it would not be enough to kill Qing Maxue. Qing Maxue was a perfect 6th divine core warrior. If he continued to obstruct her, it would probably affect Qing Maxue's martial will, and she wouldn't be as determined to improve in the future. In the distance, many martial artists were watching the show. Their hearing was very good, so they could hear what Ling Xiao was saying. Even if a peak 4th divine core warrior was able to kill a general, he would only be able to do so with a sneak attack. After running for half an hour, he actually had to fight a perfect 6th divine core warrior. Had he decided to give up on himself? No one believed that Ling Xiao was Qing Maxue's match. The gap between their cultivation bases was just too big. Although they were the same age, Qing Maxue was from the Dongsheng Kingdom. She had much better resources and cultivation conditions than Ling Xiao. No matter how talented Ling Xiao was, before he grew up, he would never be Qing Maxue's match. That guy is too impulsive. Someone secretly shook his head. Yeah, give him 1 or 2 more years, and he'll be able to kill Qing Maxue with ease. But facing Qing Maxue now is just courting death. No one believed that Ling Xiao could win. This was simply an impossible matter. Even Zi Qinya was getting anxious. Ling Xiao, don't go crazy. You're so fast. You should think of a way to escape. Qing Maxue is not someone you can fight against. Even with the Blood Sovereign armor on my ship, I might not be her match. Let alone you. Zi Qinya cried out in shock in the Dongsheng Emperor ring. Sister Qinya, just sit back and watch the show. If I don't go crazy, I'll go crazy and die. This is the only path I can take. But don't worry, I won't die. Even if I lose, I won't die. Ling Xiao had too many life-saving abilities. There was no need to worry about him. Schwer, listen to senior disciple. Don't underestimate him. I think this guy is only 18 years old. Reaching the peak 4th divine core realm at such a young age is already shocking enough. But he's still able to kill an early 6th divine core warrior. I've never heard of such a thing even in the entire Dongsheng Kingdom. No, not only in the Dongsheng Kingdom. I don't think there's such a terrifying genius in the entire 4 regions. Most importantly, He has too many tricks up his sleeves. It's impossible to guard against him. Don't underestimate him. Gu Fenghua was worried that Qing Maxue would underestimate her opponent. Therefore, she flew up into the sky and whispered, "Senior disciple, please stop joking. With his cultivation base, if he can't even defeat me, I might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. That's just too embarrassing." Qing Maxue said with disdain, "Shut up. You're too arrogant right now. Be careful. You might fail miserably." Gu Fenghua was not satisfied with Qing Maxue's attitude. This was a battle of life and death. Qing Maxue was courting death by being so careless. "Senior disciple." Qing Maxue was startled. "Listen to me. If you don't think you can handle him, just step back. I'll deal with him myself." Gu Fenghua said coldly, "No way, senior disciple. Who does he think he is? Senior disciple, you're overestimating this guy. He's not qualified to fight with you." Qing Maxue was surprised. Ever since Gu Fenghua arrived, she hadn't fought. Ziqinya had surrendered on his own accord. He didn't fight. As for the rest, they were all killed by Qing Maxue. Gu Fenghua was ranked 7th on the Dongshang combat strength list. There were only 4 superpowers in the entire Golden Heavenly region. The Dongshang Kingdom was the scariest of the 4 superpowers. Under the Dongshang Kingdom, there were 300 kingdoms similar to the Purple Kingdom. In fact, the population of the Dongshang Kingdom had reached more than 10 billion people, and Gu Fenghua was one of the 7 most outstanding people among the 10 billion people. Who was Ling Xiao to deserve Gu Fenghua's attention? Qing Maxue was actually a little jealous. Being jealous of a man was really something. Not only did she not take Ling Xiao seriously, but she also looked down on him even more. She wanted to prove to Gu Fenghua that in front of her, Ling Xiao was simply a trilobite that she could not care less about. She could kill him with a slap. She took a deep breath and gradually approached Ling Xiao. She wanted to make Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy in agony. Martial Soul Barrier. Suddenly, Ling Xiao released his Martial Soul Barrier. Triple Dragon Trapping Talisman. Then, Ling Xiao released the Triple Dragon Trapping Talisman. This was for the sake of time. Since Qing Maxue had taken the bait, this top-notch sparring partner had to accompany him to death. He couldn't let Gu Fenghua save him. Even Gu Fenghua would find it very difficult to break the Triple Dragon Trapping Talisman, not to mention breaking the Martial Soul Barrier. Chapter 3855. What are you doing? Qing Maxue couldn't help but laugh. "I'm afraid you'll run away." Ling Xiao also laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? Run away? Run away from a little thing like you? What a joke." Qing Maxue was amused by Ling Xiao's words. "Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a genius? To be honest, you can only be considered a genius in the Purple Kingdom. Reaching the perfect 4th-tier Divine Core Realm at the age of 18 isn't even considered a genius in the Eastern Victory Kingdom. True geniuses are like me and my senior brother." Qing Maxue laughed. "You guys are considered geniuses? What a joke, if I'm not wrong. 1 year in the 4 Great Domains is equivalent to 2 years in the Western Domain. In other words, you might be 16 years old, but in the Western Domain, you've been cultivating for 32 years. Gu Fenghua is 19 years old, which is equivalent to 38 years old. I don't think you can be considered a genius for reaching such a cultivation base at such a young age. You're just a piece of trash." Ling Xiao hadn't known about this when he had first arrived in the 4 Great Domains. However, after a period of research, he had finally discovered it. The time in the 4 Great Domains was twice as long as in the Western Domain. In other words, time was more durable here. It was just that he couldn't feel it after getting used to it. Later on, he had confirmed it with the Yuan Venerate. This explained why the cultivators in the 4 Great Domains had much higher cultivation bases than in the Western Domain. The laws in the 4 Great Domains were different from those in the Western Domain. Not only were items more sturdy, but time was also more durable. Qing Maxue really wanted to accept Ling Xiao's humiliation. She was clearly an innocent 16-year-old girl, but in Ling Xiao's words, she had become a 32-year-old auntie. How could she accept this? This was even more depressing than saying her strength was trash. However, there was one thing she had to admit. She really wasn't considered a genius. The 4 great domains were extremely vast. The Golden Sky domain alone had tens of billions of people. She was only ranked 10th in the Eastern Victory Kingdom. In the entire Golden Sky domain, she was really nothing. As for the strongest Eternal Emperor region, they had even more geniuses. There was also the frightening Desolate Beast region. Many beasts were born with divine core warriors. There was no comparison at all. There were also countless geniuses in the Deep Sea Dragon field. Not to mention that there were other planes of different sizes in addition to the 4 major regions. The most terrifying one was, of course, the 9-star Celestial Realm, which was as famous as the 4 major realms. Similarly, there were countless top geniuses. In the end, not only was Qing Mashue insignificant, but even Gu Fenghua was insignificant. Even so, Qing Mashue could not tolerate Ling Zhao's humiliation. No matter what, in the Dongshang Strong country, she was definitely a genius. Brat, you sure know how to talk. However, fighting depended on one's means, not one's mouth. Come, I'll give you 3 moves. I won't bully you. Qing Mashue tried her best to show that she was stronger than Ling Xiao. She wanted Gu Fenghua to see how powerful she was. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "No need, I'll give you 10 moves." When the crowd heard this, they were stunned. This person did not seem to have a problem with his brain. Giving Qing Mashue 10 moves? He was really giving up on himself. Of course, they did not understand Ling Zhao's thoughts. Ling Zhao's goal was to let Qing Mashue attack him. As long as he did not die, he could recover. Then, he would break through. There was a reason why he chose Qing Mashue. Qing Mashue was arrogant and impulsive. She would definitely look down on him at the beginning and would not use her full strength. Then, he would not die. If it was someone else, he would probably have to use life reversal. I'm really interested. How will this Ling Xiao defeat Qing Mashue? Defeat? I think it'll be good as long as he can survive 1 move from Qing Mashue. Everyone's evaluation of Ling Xiao was only 8 words. Brave and fierce, but weak. No one thought he could survive, let alone win. Qing Mashue was annoyed. Listening to Ling Zhao's arrogant words, she felt like a fool who had been played. Forget it. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, she suddenly struck out with her palm. This attack was 10 times more terrifying than the one she had used at the Purple Mansion Academy. The palm wind arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Ling Xiao did not dodge. This palm landed squarely on Ling Zhao's body. Ling Xiao was sent flying. Several of his ribs were broken. Blood spurted out. First move. Ling Xiao got up from the ground and revealed a sinister smile. He casually stuffed a few pills into his mouth. In terms of healing pills, he had more and better than anyone else. For the time being, he did not need to use life reversal or rising from the ashes. He really dares to let Qing Mashue win? And he didn't die from that palm strike? Everyone's mouths were so wide open that they could throw a goose egg in. It was too shocking. This guy had really gone too far with his bragging. Very good. This woman is indeed a peak 6 divine core warrior. She's really strong. Ling Xiao could feel the blood-red lightning roaring in his body. His potential was crazily flowing into his cultivation. Finally, at some point in time, he broke through. He had broken through to the 5th divine core realm. His combat strength had increased by 100 times. However, he had suppressed the aura of his breakthrough, so Qing Mashue wouldn't notice his intention. Qing Mashue, are you trying to scratch my itch? Is your attack so trashy? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. Damn it. Qing Mashue was really surprised. Although she had only used an ordinary attack, her attack was so powerful that even an early 6th divine core warrior would die from it. What was wrong with Ling Xiao? How strong was his body? Why was it so abnormal? This time, let's see if you can survive. Qing Mashue decided to use a martial skill. Fist of Death. Her fist was suddenly shrouded in a cloud of black smoke. After that, she violently punched out. The power of this attack was dozens of times stronger than the ordinary palm strike she had used before. Bang! The black smoke enveloped Ling Xiao. This time, that guy is dead for sure. Of course. Who asked him to be so strong? Damn it. However, before she could finish her sentence, The black smoke disappeared. It was swallowed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao crawled up from the ground and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. The energy in my cultivation has increased by 50%. My black tortoise divine physique has also increased to the mid-6th order emperor realm. This woman's attack is really effective. His performance this time was much better than the last time. He only lost a little blood, and he didn't even consume any healing pills. After all, his combat strength had increased by 100 times, while Qing Mashua's attack had only increased by a few dozen times. It was very difficult for her to cause such obvious injuries to him. The second attack. Ling Xiao revealed a disdainful smile. Woman, were you pinned to the bed by that guy Gu Fenghua yesterday? Why do I feel like my limbs are weak? That's all? And you still say you're not trashy? Who would believe you? Chapter 3856. Qing Mashue was completely infuriated by Ling Xiao's words. She started attacking Ling Xiao crazily. She didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance to recover, and each attack was stronger than the last. Third attack. Boom. Ling Xiao's cultivation base broke through again. Mid-5th level divine core realm. The energy in his body increased by 10 times. Fourth attack. Fifth attack. Sixth attack. Seventh attack. Eighth attack. Boom. His cultivation broke through again. Late 5th level divine core realm. His strength increased by 10 times. Suddenly, Qing Mashue stopped attacking. That was because Ling Xiao had already fallen to the ground like a pile of mud. Even his body was no longer complete. Qing Mashue's attacks weren't useless. They were extremely powerful. In everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was basically on the verge of exhaling. No more breathing. Hee. So this is what you get for giving me a 10 attack advantage. I haven't even used 10 attacks, and you're already dead. Qing Mashue had finally vented her anger. His heart finally felt a little better, but something didn't feel right. Ling Xiao didn't counterattack during the 8 attacks. He only defended himself. In other words, he was letting her win. This made her feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Do you really think you can kill me? Don't you have 2 more attacks? Why don't you use them together? Ling Xiao couldn't even speak clearly, and it looked like he was using a lot of effort. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Qing Mashue wouldn't show any mercy. Not only did she want to destroy Ling Xiao's body, she also wanted to destroy Ling Xiao's inner core. Boom. Her martial soul appeared behind her. It was a terrifying witch. Black robe, sharp nails, an ugly face. The appearance of the witch martial soul caused everyone's heart to tighten except for Gu Fenghua. Back then, Qing Mashue had used this witch martial soul to turn millions of people in Purple Spirit City into zombies. Today, she had used this martial soul once again. There's no need for that, right? That Ling Xiao is about to die. The Purple Mansion King Chunyu frowned and said, "There's nothing wrong with eliminating the source of trouble." The Violet Mansion Marshal said, "However, is that Ling Xiao really that scary? If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from Qing Mashue's attack. That brat has already withstood 8 moves and is still alive." General Panfeng was dumbstruck. At this moment, he had even forgotten about the hatred he had for Ling Xiao killing his companions. He was frightened by Ling Xiao's tenacity and perseverance. That's right. It's a pity for this kid. If he hadn't gotten something he shouldn't have, he wouldn't have gotten it. He will definitely become the pride of our Purple Kingdom. Chunyu also sighed. Even though they were enemies, Ling Xiao was someone he truly admired. Meanwhile, Qing Mashue's attack had already landed on Ling Xiao. The 9th move. Ling Xiao's body was almost completely shattered. Even his inner core and heart were exposed. Both of them were the key to a human's body. This move will completely destroy your inner core and kill you forever. Qing Mashue's final attack had used nearly 80% of her strength. To be honest, she felt like she was making a mountain out of a molehill. She had used 80% of her strength to deal with a peak 4th rank divine core warrior, and she had even unleashed her martial soul. She couldn't let anyone know about this battle. If not, it would be too embarrassing for her. Suddenly, she had a terrifying thought. That was to turn all the commoners and Purple Mansion soldiers who had witnessed the battle into zombies. Even the Purple Mansion King and Marshal wouldn't be spared. While she was having this crazy thought, finally, she had used 80% of her strength to unleash the final attack. Many spectators couldn't bear to see such a scene, so they closed their eyes. But then, they heard a strange scream. It was a woman's scream. These people opened their eyes in confusion. Then they saw Qing Mashue sitting on the ground with a pale face. Blood was dripping down from the corner of her mouth. She stared at Ling Xiao in fear. 10 moves. It's my turn now. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out. Suddenly, a ball of flame burst out. Within the ball of flame, a human figure appeared. Everyone stared at him in surprise. After a brief moment, the ball of flame was extinguished. Ling Xiao appeared. He was perfectly fine, but his aura was much stronger than before. He wasn't going to hide his aura anymore. It was too tiring, and he wouldn't be able to fight with his full strength. Peak 5th rank Divine Core Warrior. How is this possible? Gu Fenghua said in shock. Heavens, I thought he was a peak 4th rank Divine Core Warrior? How did he reach the peak 5th rank Divine Core realm in such a short period of time? What kind of despicable joke is this? Qing Mashue was dumbfounded as well. She had worked so hard to defeat Ling Xiao, and only his heart and inner core were left. But, in the blink of an eye, not only had Ling Xiao stood up, he had even broken through to the peak 5th rank Divine Core realm. She felt like she was in a dream. She felt like she was in a nightmare. Everyone else also fell into a state of incomparable confusion. No one could figure out how Ling Xiao had done it. They didn't even know if they were dreaming, or if it was real. You shouldn't have attacked my Naiden at the very last moment. You're injured, right? And your injuries aren't light, right? I'll give you a chance to recover. I don't want you to say it's unfair when I kill you later. Ling Xiao looked at Qing Mashue with an indifferent expression. Qing Mashue's last attack had landed on the 2 divine cores in his body. A lot of energy gushed out from the divine cores. The energy knocked Qing Mashue away. At the same time, it allowed him to break through to the peak 5th rank Divine Core realm. At this stage, he didn't even need the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul to kill Qing Mashue. Finally, he didn't need to be tortured by this woman anymore. Now, it was his turn to torture her. You'll regret this. Qing Mashue coldly harumphed. Then she took out a pill and swallowed it. It took her an hour to fully recover. Kid, the stupidest thing you've done today was asking me to heal myself. If you had taken advantage of my injuries, you might have been able to win. But now, you have no chance. No chance at all. Qing Mashue could feel how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Therefore, she wasn't going to hold back. She was going to use everything she had to deal with Ling Xiao. Heavenly flame, rotting flame, body, witch's physique, weapon, fine heavenly king weapon. These were all her trump cards, her most powerful trump cards. Kill. Qing Mashue didn't say anything. With a flash, she arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Curse of death. A huge eye suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a blood-red eye. The eye moved along with Qing Mashue. Qing Mashue waved her staff in a strange manner. A strange red light shot out from the giant blood-red eye. The red light contained a terrifying curse intent. It had merged with her martial soul. She launched an all-out attack on Ling Xiao. When the huge eye appeared, the entire sky seemed to have turned blood red. Ling Xiao looked at Qing Mashue calmly and said, "You're too slow." Chapter 38:57. Ling Xiao lightly stomped his foot. Falling plum clear shadow steps. Beautiful plum blossoms fell from the sky. He dodged Qing Mashue's attack like he was taking a stroll in the park and appeared behind her. Right now, Ling Xiao's body was glowing with a golden light. That was the color a golden core warrior should have. Therefore, the crowd could finally confirm that they weren't dreaming. They were witnessing Ling Xiao breaking through from the perfect 4th heavenly core realm to the perfect 5th heavenly core realm. He held the blood sovereign sword in his hand. A cold killing intent erupted from his body. This killing intent was even more terrifying than the blood sovereigns. Qing Mashue could feel her body trembling, as if there was a thorn in her back. It was as if she wasn't fighting a human, but a god. Looks like senior brother was right. This guy is really strange. I can sense the aura of the beast god from his body. Could it be that he was also one of the legendary beast god martial artists? And the beast god's divine position isn't low? At this moment, Qing Mashue finally understood. Gu Fenghua's judgment of Ling Xiao was correct. This Ling Xiao was even scarier than they had imagined. His body was almost destroyed, but he was still able to come back to life. This in itself was an impossible matter, but Ling Xiao did it. And now, Ling Xiao made her feel the terrifying killing intent of the beast god. She could not believe it, but Qing Mashue still believed that her strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao's potential hadn't been fully unleashed, so there was no way he was stronger than her. We've already exchanged 10 moves, so don't think that you won't be injured. Blood Light Clone Slash. After dodging Qing Mashue's attack, Ling Xiao immediately swung the Blood Sovereign Sword and unleashed a powerful 5th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. Qing Mashue quickly activated the huge Blood Red Eye and unleashed a bright light to defend herself. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out. Both of them took a few steps back at the same time. It was a draw. How is this possible? Even if I reacted hastily, my Death Curse is a 6th Order Emperor level martial skill. His martial skill is merely at 5th Order Emperor realm, yet he managed to fight me to a draw. How can this guy be so terrifying? The more Qing Mashue killed, the more shocked she became. He was shocked, and the spectators were shocked and incredulous. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had forgotten to breathe. All of their attention was focused on this battle. This scene made people feel that it was very strange. It was an incredible battle. Double curse. Qing Mashue refused to give up and unleashed 2 death curses at the same time. The accumulated power had almost reached the offensive power of a mid-6th level Emperor grade martial skill. Is your attack only at this level? What a pity. Blood Devil Seal. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword, using the most ordinary Blood Devil Seal. However, it was still a high-grade 5th level Emperor class martial skill. A blood-red sword mark actually broke through the 2 rays of curse light. It pierced Qing Mashue's body. Qing Mashue cried out in surprise. She was injured again. Although the injury wasn't serious this time, it was too embarrassing. How despicable. Witch's body. Qing Mashue was originally unwilling to use the witch's body. It was too ugly. For a beauty like her, she was unwilling to use such a transformation, especially in front of Gu Fenghua. However, the problem was that if she didn't use it, she might really lose to Ling Xiao. She couldn't accept such an outcome. Gradually, her entire body began to change. Her entire being became as ugly as her martial soul. However, everyone could feel it. Her strength was rapidly increasing. Ling Xiao, you're really powerful. You forced me to use the witch's body. Even if you die, you should be satisfied. Her eyes were filled with intense hatred and murderous intent. Boom. A terrifying aura of death erupted in the entire martial soul barrier. A huge and strange black skull appeared on Qing Mashue's magic staff. The skull burned with an intense rotting flame. The rotting flame was an unusual flame that could corrode everything it touched. It would then destroy everything. The skull slowly floated up into the air, emitting a terrifying aura of death. Even those who weren't fighting could feel the threat of death. Their faces darkened. I didn't expect Xuer to use the witch's body in order to kill Ling Xiao. The rotting flame unleashed by the witch's body is so powerful that even I can feel threatened by it. As for martial artists of the same cultivation level, they were even more invincible. With this attack, that Ling Xiao won't have a chance to survive. Gu Fenghua murmured to himself. However, even he wasn't sure about it. Ling Xiao's ability was too surprising. Every single time, it would bring a huge shock to everyone. Looking at the skull burning with the rotting flame in the air, Ling Xiao's expression was still as calm as ever. He had said it before, the torture had ended. He had risked his body being completely destroyed and raised his cultivation level to the perfect 5th heavenly core realm. He wasn't going to continue being beaten. Right now, he had the absolute strength to fight Qing Mashue. Of course, he had to admit it. Qing Mashue's attack was indeed powerful. Aside from the Fiend Celestial Seal, he couldn't think of any other attack that could defend against it. Perhaps even the Firestorm Wheels couldn't defend against such a terrifying attack. Therefore, he decided not to waste it. He didn't want the firestorm wheels to be destroyed. Qing Ma Xue, you and I don't know each other. There's no grudge between us. But not only did you kill millions of my people, you even used despicable means to kill my friends, Zi Qinya and Zilong. And now, you want to kill me. Today, I don't care who you are. I'm going to kill you. Ling Zhao's voice was unhurried. He could feel that his opponent's attack was still condensing, and it wasn't time to unleash it yet. You're different from me. You fight purely for the sake of killing. As for me, I fight to protect what I want to protect. Our beliefs are completely different. Therefore, you're going to lose today. Lose? I, Qing Ma Xue, will never lose. At least, I won't lose to you. You can go to hell now. Boom. Finally, the terrifying skull finished condensing. The rotting flame enveloped it, making it look like a small sun occupied by the rotting flame. The rotting sun blasted toward Ling Xiao. Powerful, terrifying. It was filled with a sinister aura, especially the skull's open mouth. It contained the most terrifying energy of the rotting sun. The heavenly fire's suppression even penetrated the martial soul barrier and made the people outside feel it. Qing Ma Xue is so powerful. I'm really no match for her. Under such a terrifying attack, this king can only die. Chun Yu was shocked. He didn't care about Qing Ma Xue at first. That was because Qing Ma Xue had the same cultivation level as him. He was afraid of Qing Ma Xue purely because of Gu Fenghua. If not for Gu Fenghua, he would have killed Qing Ma Xue long ago. However, at this moment, he realized that even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for Qing Ma Xue. She was ranked 10th on the Dongshang combat strength list. She lived up to her name. Chapter 3858. A Gift from the Death Witch. Qing Ma Xue's ear-piercing scream could be heard. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt like everything around him had disappeared. In his eyes, there was only the green rotting flame and the terrifying laughter. He was like a lone traveler in a desert. A green sun was falling down from the sky towards him. Once it landed, his entire body would be completely destroyed. She's really strong, Ling Xiao exclaimed. Qing Ma Xue's attack was much stronger than Zi Qinya's. Even with the Blood Sovereign armor, Zi Qinya was still no match for Qing Ma Xue. This girl was indeed a genius from the Dongshang Great Kingdom, ranked 10th on the Dongshang combat strength list. But even so what? Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with disdain. If Qing Ma Xue had used this attack earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to fight until now. He might just run away like a wisp of smoke. But now, he was a perfect 5th-level Divine Core warrior. Why would he care about Qing Ma Xue's attack? Which, today, you will meet your end. Ling Xiao looked at the falling green sun with pride. He knew Qing Ma Xue could hear him. The sun god's blood in his body was awakening under such terrifying pressure. Previously, it was only 1 out of 1,000. But right now, the sun god's bloodline had skyrocketed. After such a long time of accumulation, finally, Ling Xiao had reaped the fruits of his labor. The sun god's blood had reached 1 out of 100. It was a 10-fold increase. The 10-fold increase in the sun god's blood had brought Ling Xiao a 100-fold increase in his combat strength. It was more than enough to crush Qing Ma Xue. He was infinitely close to Gu Fenghua. Ordinary 7th-level Divine Core warriors were no match for him. But Gu Fenghua was a little special. She was a genius, and she was able to fight those above her level. Therefore, compared to Gu Fenghua, she was at least a dozen times weaker. The increase in combat strength was only one aspect. The most important aspect was the increase in the toughness of his body. Because of this, his black tortoise divine body had reached the 7th Order Emperor realm. In other words, a 7th Order Emperor grade martial skill wouldn't be able to harm him at all. In addition, his speed and soul force had all increased. It was as if he had been reborn. The blood of the sun god is indeed powerful. Qing Ma Xue, oh Qing Ma Xue, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might not have had such a shocking breakthrough today. Ling Xiao lifted the blood sovereign's sword gently as he sensed the terrifying power. Originally, he had planned to use the Fiend God seal in this final clash. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The awakening of the sun god's blood caused his strength to soar. Now, even if he only used a 5th-level Emperor-grade martial skill, he could still kill Qing Mashue. Blood-like clone slash. Ling Xiao only spat out a few indifferent words. Then, a sword soared into the sky. 3 streaks of sword light pierced through the air. The terrifying sword light was clearly much stronger than usual, and it directly pierced into the huge skull. Crack. A cracking sound was heard. That huge skull actually shattered with a loud sound. It turned into countless fragments and fell like a meteor. I told you. Everything is over. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Qing Mashue, who was frozen in midair, dumbfounded. None of this is real. How is this possible? My most powerful attack was actually so easily destroyed by him. This is impossible. Impossible. Nothing is impossible. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. How many miracles have you seen? Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Qing Mashue and said, "It's time to end this. You should no longer have the strength to launch the same attack. To thank you for what you've done to me today, I'll give you a quick one. You won't have to suffer. You'll disappear from this world in an instant." He could sense that Qing Mashue was at the end of her rope. "Ling Xiao, let her go and I'll let you leave alive." Gu Fenghua suddenly spoke. His eyesight wasn't bad. He could tell that Qing Mashue was no match for Ling Xiao at all. He didn't know why Ling Xiao had suddenly become so terrifying. But no matter what, he couldn't let Qing Mashue die. She was his woman. "How can you be so shameless? Why should I listen to you?" Ling Xiao looked at Gu Fenghua mockingly and said, "If you can break this martial soul barrier, then you can ask me to let her go. But what can I do? Even you would need at least an hour to break the 3 dragon trapping talismans and the martial soul barrier. During this time, Qing Mashue must have been deader than dead. You should know that she's the disciple of the Dongsheng Emperor. You know very well what the consequences will be if you kill her. I don't need to say more. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, as long as you're in the Dongsheng strong nation, you can forget about living." Gu Fenghua said coldly. This person's self-restraint was really good. "Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you think you'll let me go if I don't kill her? Before you threaten others, you should think of a plan. Don't hurt yourself." Ling Xiao laughed maniacally. The Dongsheng Emperor. He originally didn't want to be enemies with this emperor. But this person actually sent his disciple to steal his things and destroy the country of his dreams. He killed the people he had already acknowledged. Most importantly, among those people, there was a friend who foolishly followed him to the small purple spirit nation. Although that person was very weak, but he was still a friend. How could Ling Xiao not avenge his friend? "Senior brother, I don't want to die." Qing Mashue was completely flustered. She had long lost her arrogance and smugness. She was extremely terrified. If she had known that Ling Xiao was so terrifying, she wouldn't have attacked Ling Xiao even if she was beaten to death. But now, it was all too late. Ling Xiao didn't even give face to her senior brother Gu Fenghua. What should she do? No need to beg. You don't have a chance anymore. Ling Xiao slowly raised up the blood sovereign sword. Then, a bright light emerged from beneath his feet. Slash. The blood sovereign sword pierced into Qing Mashue's dantian. Qing Mashue's inner core was absorbed by Ling Xiao and merged into the 2 divine pills. No. No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Qing Mashue's face instantly turned old. She slowly turned into a shriveled shell. She died a horrible death. Silence. The entire place was dead silent. Before this battle, Ling Xiao was thought to have only one path, death. There was no second possibility. In many people's eyes, although Ling Xiao was brave, he was just a brute, a brainless fool. But now, the terror that Ling Xiao displayed had already struck terror into everyone's hearts. Perfect 4th Heavenly Core Realm, breaking through to the perfect 5th Heavenly Core Realm, then killing a perfect 6th Heavenly Core Warrior. Didn't this kind of thing only happen in novels? Chapter 3859. Such terrifying potential. If this person stays with Gu Fenghua and Qing Mashue in the Dongsheng Imperial family, he will definitely be ranked first. I believe he will definitely become number 1 on the Dongsheng combat strength list. Freak. Demon. Inhuman. All sorts of praises rang out in everyone's hearts. They didn't dare to say it out loud, but it didn't mean that they didn't dare to think about it. Gu Fenghua's face was like the bottom of a pot that had been smeared with black ash. It was extremely gloomy. He looked at Ling Xiao, and a murderous aura bloomed from his body. I will definitely kill you. Kill me? Qing Mashue said the same thing. But now? Don't you think you might walk the same path as her? Ling Xiao looked at Gu Fenghua indifferently. Because of the sudden awakening of the sun god's blood, Gu Fenghua didn't seem so scary in his eyes. At the very least, she wasn't so far away. Although he was still no match for Gu Fenghua under normal circumstances. It was impossible even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, but he was fully qualified to fight with her. Unlike before, all he could do was to run. Gu Fenghua looked at Ling Xiao. The most difficult thing to understand was the scene of Ling Xiao being reborn from the ashes. That was beyond his understanding. This guy who was on the verge of death was alive and kicking again in the blink of an eye. Even his true origin had recovered to its peak. How was that possible? He wasn't the only one who thought so. The others thought so too. But most people's thoughts were skewed. I think Ling Xiao must have some kind of treasure on him that can bring someone back from the dead. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? He obtained the treasures of the Dongsheng ancient emperor and the thief god. Maybe there is such a treasure in there. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. Hand over everything you have, and I can spare your life, Gu Fenghua suddenly said. It was as if he had forgotten about Qing Mashua's death. He is indeed a heartless person. He can forget about his woman's death for those things. Hearing Gu Fenghua's words, Ling Xiao's impression of this guy worsened. So be it. I believe that even if Shuai were alive, she would definitely do the same. Her greatest wish in life was to make me stronger and take over the position of the Dongsheng emperor. Sit on the throne, Gu Fenghua said calmly. Phase K. Look at the face of this hypocrite. To actually be able to say such shameless words in such a dignified manner. I really admire you. Ling Xiao really had to hand it to Gu Fenghua. How thick-skinned. How shameless. You can say whatever you want. It's true that your triple dragon trapping talisman is very powerful. Your martial spirit barrier is also very strong. Not bad. But it won't take me more than 10 minutes to break it. Do you think you can sit back and relax just because you're hiding inside? Gu Fenghua didn't care about what Ling Xiao said at all. Perhaps he had always been a heartless and unrighteous person. Why would he care so much? Hee, do you think I'm relying on this thing? Ling Xiao revealed a hint of disdain. Of course, if it was before the awakening of the Zishan's blood, he might really have to rely on the dragon trapping talisman and the martial spirit barrier to protect himself for a period of time. But now, there was no need for that. It was true that he wasn't as good as Gu Fenghua, but the gap wasn't that big. As he spoke, he removed the dragon trapping talisman and the martial spirit barrier. Gu Fenghua didn't make a move, but was ready at all times. If he could peacefully obtain the things in Ling Xiao's hands, he didn't want to fight to the death, because he could already feel how terrifying Ling Xiao was. To deal with such a person, he couldn't use force. He had to use underhanded methods. As for how to deal with Ling Xiao, he had already thought about it. The only thing he was worried about was that Ling Xiao wouldn't take the bait. I don't want much. Just give me the Dongsheng Heavenly Sword, the immemorial martial skill, the wind-fire wheel, and the treasure that can let you rise from the ashes. As for the rest, you can keep it. I promise, as long as you give me these 4 things. My junior sister's death can be written off. I can even recommend you to join the Dongsheng royal family and become my master's disciple. Address me as your brother. Gu Fenghua tried his best to appear sincere. However, this made Qinyu and the others stunned. Could it be that even young Master Gu Fenghua is afraid of this person? Is that why he made such a request? They were really dumbfounded. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, this shouldn't be necessary, right? After all, Gu Fenghua was an earth core expert. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't answer, Gu Fenghua continued, Your strength has indeed increased very quickly. But if I'm not wrong, you've already exhausted all the potential you've obtained. Next, your cultivation breakthrough won't be so fast. Therefore, what happened to my junior sister, Qing Mashue, definitely won't happen to me. You're too weak. You should understand the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. I'm not killing you now because I cherish your talent. Now that a junior sister has died, I have to give Master an explanation. What if I don't give it to you? Ling Xiao asked. If you're stubborn, then I'll have to do it myself today. Once I do, you'll lose your only chance of survival. Do as you see fit. I definitely won't show mercy. Gu Fenghua said coldly. Hurry up and agree. What are you hesitating for? You only need to hand over 4 things in exchange for such great power. Isn't that good enough? The onlookers were all anxious for Ling Xiao. They felt that the people from the Dongshang strong country wouldn't go back on their words. Since they had agreed to let Ling Xiao go, they would definitely keep their promise. Moreover, looking at young Master Gu Fenghua's expression, it seemed that he really cherished Ling Xiao's talent. They wanted Ling Xiao to agree to Gu Fenghua's request. They felt that it would be a pity if a genius like Ling Xiao died just like that. Tell me your choice. I'll wait here. One is the great path of light. You can soar from now on. Perhaps the things you obtain in the future will be better than what you give me. The other is a complete train of thought. Without light, without hope, you will completely end your path of martial arts. Gu Fenghua released a powerful aura. That was the terrifying aura of an Earth Core realm expert. The power of the Earth was mobilized. It formed a terrifying force field. Gu Fenghua did this to increase the pressure on Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao agree to his conditions. If Ling Xiao agreed, he would naturally bring Ling Xiao to the Dongshang royal family. However, after going there, whether Ling Xiao lived or died, he wouldn't care. He didn't go back on his word. Even if Ling Xiao died, it would be normal. After all, the competition in the Dongshang strong country was very fierce. Many cultivators became the disciples of the Dongshang emperor. They might be killed by their fellow disciples. Reality was so cruel. It was no different from many sections. Chapter 3860. Ling Xiao, you're a smart man. You should be able to make the right choice. Don't risk your life for a few things. It's not worth it. Gu Fenghua's eyes were filled with killing intent. If Ling Xiao didn't agree, he would have to do it himself. Letting this scourge continue to live would be a great threat to him. Hurry up and agree. Don't be so stubborn. You've already done well. That's right. This is the best outcome. The onlookers were all trying to persuade Ling Xiao. No one knew if it was out of concern for Ling Xiao or if it was to help Gu Fenghua. What should I do, Gu Fenghua? You didn't give me the choice I wanted the most. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. What choice do you want? As long as I can give you something, I'll give it to you. Gu Fenghua said, I want your life. Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly turned into a blood-red lightning bolt and pounced on Gu Fenghua. You're courting death. Gu Fenghua activated his true yuan and was about to meet the attack. However, he found that Ling Xiao was just faking it. Ignoring him completely, he sped off in a certain direction. What's that place? Gu Fenghua turned around and chased after him. The camp of the Purple Mansion Army. The Purple Mansion Marshal said. After him. They didn't know why Ling Xiao was going to the camp of the Purple Mansion Army. However, they all knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't do something so useless. Since he chose to go, there must be something else. Everyone followed behind him. The stronger ones went faster, while the weaker ones went slower. Soon, they arrived at the camp of the Purple Mansion Army. When Gu Fenghua caught up with Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao was standing in front of a huge skeleton. The skeleton looked more like a giant bull demon. It held 2 axes in its hands, and blood-red lightning flashed all over its body. The lightning looked like a divine dragon coiling around it. This bull demon had taken the blood-red divine dragon as a pet. Except for the members of the Purple Mansion Army, everyone else was shocked by this scene. Gu Fenghua also felt an uneasy aura coming from this strange skeleton. At this moment, Ling Xiao's hand was pressed against the demonic bull's corpse. She turned around and looked at Gu Fenghua with contempt. That uneasy aura became more and more obvious. Chunyu, what is going on? Gu Fenghua asked cautiously. In all the camps of the Z Mansion Army, there is a corpse of a demonic beast brought back from the bloodthirsty battlefield, which is used to help the soldiers comprehend the cultivation method of the evil qi. However, this one was a little special. This skeleton was dug out from a secret realm in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Because the baleful aura was extremely terrifying, it was left in the headquarters of the Z Mansion army. Chunyu explained, I see. But what is Ling Xiao doing here? Gu Fenghua was still confused. We don't know either. Chunyu and the others shook their heads. They didn't know what the corpse, which had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, was for. A bunch of fools. They have such a treasure, but don't know how to cherish it. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse inwardly. This terrifying skeleton was also guided here by the blood-colored thunder god. That pendant seemed to be the energy of the blood-colored thunder god. And this skeleton was the true body of the blood-colored thunder god. If they were combined, he didn't know how great the effect would be. If he wanted to defeat Gu Fenghua, he had to make himself stronger. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary to try any method to increase his strength. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying sound was heard. A blood-colored beam of light shot up to the sky from the originally sleeping skeleton. It enveloped Ling Xiao and the demonic bull's corpse. A terrifying, baleful aura burst out. Everyone was so shocked that they hurriedly dodged. Only Gu Fenghua stood there without moving. When the baleful aura rushed over, it was knocked away by his aura. Even so, Gu Fenghua's face was still somewhat unsightly. He was careless, too careless. He had never imagined that the Purple Mansion army would have so many terrifying treasures that could increase Ling Xiao's strength. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the blood-colored beam of light. Everyone seemed to see the phantom of a huge demonic bull appear. The terrifying pressure was even stronger than before. Countless people covered their ears and closed their eyes, urging their true essence to protect themselves. They didn't want to bleed to death. Could it be that the demonic bull's corpse is alive? Impossible. The demonic bull's corpse has been here for thousands of years. Even the blood-colored sword lord couldn't change it. How did Ling Xiao do it? But he did it. This guy is simply a miracle worker. If he doesn't die, the 4 territories will become his world. Everyone gradually recovered from their fear. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the blood-colored beam of light. They could feel a supreme fear in the depths of their hearts. It was the pressure of a god. The pressure of the Black Tortoise Continent's beast god. That's right, Ling Xiao also felt it. The full name of the demonic bull in front of him should be the blood-colored demonic bull. It had a high-level beast god divine position. It was a high-level beast god divine soul. It was the beast god divine martial soul that countless warriors in the 4 territories dreamed of. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to subdue such a terrifying thing. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao had the beast god divine martial soul, and it was the primordial divine soul. Above the high-level divine positions were supreme divine positions and master divine positions. Next were the 12 primordial divine positions. Not only did Ling Xiao have the 12 primordial divine positions, he also had the Sun God Divine Soul, the Ox God Divine Soul, and the Incomplete Yu God Divine Soul. These 3 divine souls were all primordial divine souls. The Ox God's primordial divine soul belonged to the same series as the Blood Lightning Demonic Bull's high-level divine soul, but it was even stronger. Therefore, the Blood Lightning Demonic Bull's divine soul could only submit in front of it and didn't dare to resist. The blood-colored light continued to be released. Then, blood-colored lightning began to fall from the sky. Gu Fenghua, who originally wanted to stop Ling Xiao, was forced to retreat by the blood-colored lightning. This made him feel a little terrified. What kind of power was this? How could it be so strong that it could make him feel terrified? Right at this moment, those who were slower than him had already witnessed this terrifying scene. Above the Purple Palace Army's campsite, dark clouds were gathering, and blood-colored lightning was falling from the sky. It was a strange scene. No wonder the Blood Lightning God led me here. The lightning on the Blood Lightning Demonic Bull's body must be formed by it. It was able to merge with the Blood Divine Dragon and turn it into its own strength. The Blood Lightning Demonic Bull's strength was unimaginably strong. But too bad, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he couldn't obtain such a powerful divine soul. Therefore, even if the Blood Lightning Demonic Bull was subdued by him, it could only display the strength of a 9th Heavenly Core Divine Core Beast Soul. Just like the other divine soul, it couldn't surpass this limit. Suddenly, a scene emerged in Ling Xiao's mind. This scene should be the blood lightning demonic bull's past. Chapter 3861. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a king in the bloodthirsty battlefield. He was 10 meters tall and had blood-colored lightning dragons coiling around his huge body. He held 2 huge axes in his hands and controlled the most terrifying territory in the bloodthirsty battlefield. He was the king of the bloodthirsty battlefield, the ruler. Countless human warriors stepped into the bloodthirsty battlefield one after another in an attempt to kill him. However, no one had ever succeeded. No matter how many people entered, they would all die. His strength caused the people of the world to be terrified. At that time, the bloodthirsty battlefield was almost a forbidden area. Entry was strictly forbidden. Fortunately, the blood lightning bull demon did not intend to enter the modern world to cause destruction. Therefore, both sides could live in peace. Later, the world changed and the earth collapsed. The complete mystic world fell apart. It turned into 13 continents. At that time, new laws were born in the Black Tortoise continent. Beast gods appeared. The strongest among them were the 12 primeval beast gods. The blood lightning bull demon was unlucky. It was at that time that it encountered a natural disaster. A drop of strange resin fell from the sky and wrapped around it. No matter how hard it struggled, it was useless. In the end, it turned into a huge fossil. The blood lightning bull demon did not lose to anyone but lost to nature. Sure enough, nature was the most powerful existence. It was no wonder that countless people desperately wanted to become one with heaven and earth, to become one with heaven and earth. So that's how it is. This guy is actually such a fierce existence. It seems that he is suitable to become one of my beast souls. Ling Xiao had not used the beast soul of the ox god for a long time, because it was too weak before. It was a pity that the ox god's primeval soul was wasted, but it was good now. With the blood lightning bull demon beast soul, the ox god's primeval soul could erupt with power. At the very least, it could be awakened like the sun god's blood. Ling Xiao was clear about the benefits of awakening. It could increase his strength dramatically. Ling Xiao's wild laughter came from the blood-colored lightning. Hearing it made one's hair stand on end. It was impossible for a person to survive in that kind of environment. Gu Fenghua was so anxious that he was going crazy. He knew that Ling Xiao was getting stronger. However, he could not stop him. This was simply the worst thing that could have happened. Ling Xiao didn't care if he was anxious or not. At this moment, Ling Xiao was carrying out a very important task. The enormous blood thunder bull magical beast soul had already been awakened by him. The next step was to merge with his deity position. It was a little similar to the yin-yang universal light tiger he had fused with. However, it was much simpler than that. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved too much. Moreover, there was no primeval divine soul above the tiger god's deity seat, so it couldn't intimidate the hell cosmic light tiger. That was why it was so difficult. But now, with the ox god's primeval divine soul suppressing it, the blood lightning bull demon didn't dare to resist at all. He allowed Ling Xiao to transform him into a beast spirit and fuse with the deity position. In fact, this was a supreme honor for the blood lightning bull demon. What it possessed was merely a high-level deity position. Now that he could temporarily reside in the primordial god position, he could laugh to himself. Terrifying power continuously poured into Ling Xiao's body. Behind Ling Xiao, a lively figure gradually formed. This figure was completely formed by blood-red lightning. It was the appearance of the blood lightning bull demon. It also held a broad axe in its hand and had a divine dragon coiled around its waist. It was incomparably domineering. Success. Moreover, the energy in my cultivation sea has increased by nearly 50%. The potential that was originally consumed has been completely filled. This blood lightning bull demon is too terrifying. It's just a skeleton, but it actually possesses such terrifying power. Ling Xiao was incomparably emotional. Of course, the fusion of the blood lightning bull demon beast soul also allowed Ling Xiao to have an additional special skill on the ox god's deity position. Originally, there was only earthquake, but now there was an additional blood-red thunder god. This blood-red thunder god's attack was similar to Ling Xiao's attack when he used his arm to release it. Similarly, it had to swallow high-grade spirit stones to attack. The more high-grade spirit stones it consumed, the more terrifying the attack power would be. At present, the strongest attack could even reach the terrifying power of a 7th-level Emperor-level martial skill. Even Gu Fenghua would be seriously injured if she was hit by this attack. As Ling Xiao subdued the blood lightning bull demon, the huge blood-red light pillar disappeared. The blood-red lightning bolts that filled the sky disappeared as well. Only Ling Xiao was still standing there, staring at Gu Fenghua with a mocking expression. I have to thank you for your arrogance. If you had acted personally from the beginning, I would have been able to defeat you. If you had attacked me first, I would have had no choice but to run away. But now, even if you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. Ling Xiao really had to thank Gu Fenghua, or he had to thank all those who looked down on him. Do you really think you can defeat me like this? Gu Fenghua's voice was cold and cruel. Everyone thinks I'm just an early 7th-level divine core warrior. But today, I'm going to tell you, my real cultivation is actually a perfect 7th-level divine core warrior. Bang! A terrifying aura exploded out. The strength that Gu Fenghua had been hiding was unleashed at this moment. The reason why he had been hiding his strength was because he wanted to disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger. Of course, his target wasn't Ling Xiao, but his competitors in the Eastern Victory Kingdom. But even he didn't expect this. He actually had to reveal his hidden strength for Ling Xiao. But he felt it was worth it. If he could get his hands on that high-grade divine soul, he would be as powerful as Wang Tian from the Eternal Emperor domain. He would become a terrifying beast god warrior. At that time, not only the Eastern Victory Kingdom, no one in the entire Golden Heavenly region would dare to look down on him. Do you understand now, Ling Xiao? The gap between our strengths is so huge. Now, give me your high-grade divine soul or else I'll kill you right now. Gu Fenghua furiously roared while unleashing his aura. Are you an idiot? If I take out my divine soul, I'll be dead. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Fenghua with disdain. But he was secretly feeding the blood lightning bull fiend with high-grade soul stones. This guy had a huge appetite. In order to fuse with him, Jiang Chun had spent 10 million high-grade soul stones. But now, this guy had eaten a few million high-grade soul stones, and he was still eating. But the more he ate, the more terrifying his strength became. Ling Xiao was in pain and joy at the same time. Gu Fenghua, I won't kill you because you helped me raise my strength today. Activate your Vajra barrier and let me leave. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Otherwise, not only will I destroy your Vajra barrier, but I'll also let you know what fear is. Actually, Ling Xiao already knew Gu Fenghua's true cultivation through the Tai Chi Eye. Of course, he only managed to do it after fusing with the Blood Lightning Bull Fiend Beast Soul. The beast soul of the Blood Thunder Bull Demon had made his soul power even stronger. The effects of the Tai Chi Eye had also been greatly enhanced. He knew that he wasn't a match for Gu Fenghua now, but it wasn't impossible to injure him. He only needed 2 moves. One was the Blood Lightning God, and the other was the Rage of the Onyx Soul. Chapter 3862. What a ridiculous suggestion. Fine, I have nothing else to say to you. Now, I'll just kill you to prevent any unexpected events from happening. Gu Fenghua sneered. Then he suddenly leapt toward Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao just now, but because of the blood-red lightning, he couldn't do it. But now, the opportunity had arrived. How could he just let Ling Xiao go? That would be the same as releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Looks like there's nothing to talk about. When Ling Xiao saw Gu Fenghua attacking him, he immediately dodged with the falling plum clear shadow steps and the firestorm wheels. At the same time, he continued to feed the blood lightning bull. He wanted the blood red lightning to reach its current limit. Only then could he severely injure Gu Fenghua, or even kill him. But this Gu Fenghua was really hard to deal with. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Even with the falling plum clear shadow steps and the firestorm wheels, Ling Xiao still felt a great threat. 20 million upper-grade soul stones. I can still eat them? Ling Xiao was surprised. 20 million upper-grade soul stones. Perhaps even an 8th Divine Core warrior could only afford 20 million upper-grade soul stones. This Blood Lightning Bull demon really had a big appetite. But now, its speed had obviously slowed down. It should be reaching its limits soon. Damn it, you're just like a cunning loach. Although Gu Fenghua was pressuring Ling Xiao, he still couldn't land a single hit on Ling Xiao. With the falling plum-clear shadow steps and firestorm wheels, Ling Xiao was giving him a headache. Finally, he was enraged. His martial soul emerged behind his back. It was also a blade martial soul. However, Gu Fenghua's blade martial soul was golden in color, and it shone brightly, illuminating the entire campsite. Many people couldn't help but close their eyes. Golden blade martial soul. This is young Master Gu Fenghua's martial soul. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, he actually unleashed his martial soul. This Ling Xiao is really admirable. Chun Yu was filled with mixed emotions. He was even glad that he had not attacked Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he might have been the one to die instead of Qing Ma Xue. 10,000 Zhang golden light breaks evil. Gu Fenghua let out an explosive shout. His hands formed the saber art. Suddenly, with his body as the center, countless saber lights suddenly burst out, heading towards Ling Xiao. These saber lights were streaks of golden light. It almost enveloped the entire world. Gu Fenghua was known as the heaven-slaying saber demon. His comprehension of the saber was outstanding. His golden light saber soul was already at the 10th level of the Khanate realm. Compared to Ling Xiao's 30% innate God-fiend sword soul, the difference wasn't that great. The power of his saber art was more than 10 times that of a normal saber soul martial artist. This was the reason why he was able to fight above his level. In fact, with Gu Fenghua's strength, even if she couldn't defeat an early 8th Divine Core warrior, she wouldn't be easily killed. At the perfect 7th Divine Core realm, his battle prowess was definitely among the best. Of course, Ling Xiao's Dao of Sword was even more frightening than his. Therefore, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. The 10,000 golden lights were extremely frightening. Ling Xiao could feel that even if he tried to defend himself with the wind flame wheels, they would still be shattered. Once the saber lights landed, Ling Xiao would be sliced into pieces and turned into minced meat. This is too domineering. Even if there were 100 of me, I wouldn't be able to defend against such a powerful saber energy. Everyone, run away. Chun Yu could feel how frightening the saber lights were. He quickly ordered everyone to run away from the battlefield. Actually, even without his order, everyone had already started running away. Fear was something that everyone had. When facing a powerful force, everyone would have a direct reaction. However, Ling Xiao didn't run away. What a pity, Gu Fenghua. Such a powerful attack. If you had used it earlier, your junior sister Qing Ma Xue wouldn't have died. Ling Xiao could sense that the Blood Lightning Bull Fiend had stopped devouring the energy stones. He knew it was time for him to strike back. It's not too late to kill you now. Gu Fenghua shouted coldly. You're the only one who thinks so. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you out there. Blood Lightning Bull Fiend, come out. Following Ling Xiao's shout, the Blood Lightning Bull Fiend's beast soul, which was 10 meters tall, appeared behind him. Its two huge eyes were like two blood-red suns. A frightening murderous aura filled the air. Roar! The Blood Lightning Bull Fiend's roar was like thunder. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was completely covered by blood-red lightning. He immediately put away the wind flame wheels. This was because he had a more powerful attack to execute. The wind flame wheels were a little cumbersome. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. They couldn't understand why the Blood Lightning Bull Fiend would become Ling Xiao's martial soul. This was too inconceivable and too illogical. It was hard to understand. Blood Lightning God. Ling Xiao spat out these words. In an instant, blood-red lightning filled the entire space. When the 10,000 rays of golden light came into contact with the blood-red lightning, they instantly shattered and disintegrated. The Blood Lightning Bull Fiend turned into a human-shaped lightning bolt and charged toward Gu Fenghua. This wasn't just a beast soul. It was a terrifying attack that contained more than 20 million upper-grade spirit stones. It was also an attack from the Blood Lightning God. Compared to the embryonic form that Ling Xiao had used before, it was much more powerful. The weather changed. Heaven and earth roared. The onlookers continued to flee. The golden light was frightening, but the blood-red lightning was even more frightening. At that moment, Gu Fenghua actually revealed a terrified expression. He was an expert, so he knew what Ling Xiao's attack meant. This was a power that could definitely kill him, but he didn't understand. How could such a terrifying power be contained in Ling Xiao's body? It was puzzling, but he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly retracted the 10,000 rays of golden light and formed a huge golden shield in front of him. In order to defend against Ling Xiao's attack, he even retracted the golden shield and used it as a defensive item. But, in front of the mighty blood lightning god, all of his efforts were in vain. In front of Chen Yu's eyes, a scene that he would never believe for the rest of his life appeared. A huge blood lightning bull demon swallowed Gu Fenghua in one gulp. Young master. Chen Yu's expression changed dramatically. Qing Mashue was killed, and he didn't know how to explain this to the Eastern Victory Kingdom. If Gu Fenghua was killed as well, it would be a huge problem. This little life of his would probably be gone. Bang! A frightening shockwave exploded from the blood lightning bull fiend. Before Chen Yu could even think about it, he was sent flying away. This power was simply too frightening. Just the shockwave alone was enough to send a peak 6th heavenly core warrior flying away. How strong was this blood lightning bull fiend? This was too frightening. Not bad. Ling Xiao nodded his head. He didn't waste 20 million upper-grade spirit stones for nothing. 20 million upper-grade spirit stones, and he just threw them away like that. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.